There we go. All right, we're streaming. Yes, I'm a Spurg. And no, I'm not trying to compete with your stream. I couldn't get a word in edgewise. I didn't like the vibe. That's not a dig at you, man. I think your stream is something that people might enjoy. Not, I came in late. It seemed like I couldn't even tell who was in charge of the stream. It's not a dig. You'll take everything personally. It was just so, I don't know who was talking, who was doing what. This is what Destroyed by Foids interviews Dev Pike, or interviews, what's his name, Jack Tisson. I couldn't follow it. And you got your buddy Zenesis sitting there staring into space. I'm like, this is just, my brother and I were both back and forth. Like, we're always talking polite. Should we go on, show our face? It's like, it wasn't. So I'm like, you're here. Let's stream.
We wanted a chance to be starlings, just
to be starlings for once.
And, we said, all right, let's show our face. We were taught as kids.
I never liked that, Marley. So you got to go to the show your face. I never liked that term, but it was ingrained in us as children. So no, I enjoy your stream. It's not really. Yeah. I feel like I'm out of place there. And you felt the same way. Like this.
Yeah, we really can't fit into it.
Can't fit into it.
But DBF and Tisson having a good back and forth. You guys are talking stuff. Enjoy.
We'll just come on briefly because we can share about things that have gone on in my life. I started physical therapy.
Yes, you did.
We made some mozzarella meat pie, which is pretty good. But it came out. Well, we can see what else is going on here. All right. No, if you want, everyone go watch Danny's stream. He's been streaming for hours. He must be getting tired because right now it's 8:30 in New Jersey, which means it's like 1:30 a.m. in London. I know he likes to go to bed and get up early, so he must be out. Okay, that would actually be funny. I'll do what the hell. Danny is streaming now. I wasn't trying to upstage you. I even said to my brother, I said, should we mention we're going to stream? And my brother's like, no, because that would be rude. We're not trying to upstage you. Enjoy your stream. Maybe if I had been there from the start, it would have been different. I feel like I don't even know what I'm coming into. It's like there's nothing for me to add to this. I really have nothing to say. It was interesting being behind the scenes. I'm like, oh, this is what it's like when you're, you're not the host, you're the guest. I was showing him, there's Danny loves to always text me in this private chat, but I'm set to, public chat. So it's like, so I got to be cognizant. So I was telling my brother, it was fascinating. So I like the what do you call it? The behind the scenes, whatever it is, what goes on, the nuts and bolts. But, I wouldn't mind if everyone said, okay, what do you want to talk about? But it seemed like you're already mid-topic with that Tisson guy who I have no respect for. I've gone to stream a couple times. He always dismisses me. I find him very, I'm friendly. If he doesn't want to talk, fine. I don't want to talk to him. Off-putting. I find him very off-putting, very much like I don't know anything about you, but you suck. Okay, fine. So I don't want to talk to him. Destroyed by Foids, I can talk to anytime. It just wasn't interesting. I'm sorry. I came. I told you I'd be there. I came. It just I lost interest. Anyway, who else is here? Anyone else? Or just we want to share things that happen. Let's see. I started physical therapy. I've never done this, and I feel like I'm in some weird competition. That wasn't the point. You had your shades on. You're getting tired. And I just thought, well, we're here. Let's stream briefly. Yes, hello.
All right,
hello.
What's up, Gritty?
Hey, Grid, why don't you go over to Dev Pike stream? That'd be more fascinating. I'd actually like to see Off Grid live on Dev Pike stream. That would be fascinating.
That would, yes.
Too much. I feel it's not my style. I'm not knocking it. It's not my style. It's like a conference call. It's like a never-ending conference call. It's just, and maybe people don't like my style. That's fine. You're free to go where it works for you and not works for you. So, actually, I got a link. Where is his? There it is. So if anyone wants, feel free to go over. Sometimes it doesn't let me put links in StreamYard. Can we see this? You can go watch Danny. I don't mind. I went. We were starlings for a bit. They wanted me to come on. We did come on briefly. I couldn't hear who was talking. But it was some other time. I think he's overwhelmed. I think you got to stream more, get used to being the host. I think you need more practice, and I think it's great that you've got 3 people, maybe 4 people to practice with. You don't need extra. It was getting too crowded, way too crowded. No panel, not now. I'm only streaming because my brother's here with his shades on. I said, fuck it, because that stream, I think Danny just needs to, he's learning. It's a learning process. And I think, I showed up. We were playing. We showed up, but I couldn't get into it just wasn't the, And I know sometimes I say, let's do a panel. Come on. And people don't want to come on. Other times people beg me to panel when I don't feel like it. I think it's all about how you're feeling. But I did the nice thing. And, yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad you liked it. Thank you. I uploaded that shrink episode to explain different things about my life, my past, my parents. That was the focus. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. Well, JT, I'm just assuming here that you must be banned by Dev Pike. He must have banned you, so you can't. When you look at the chat, can you see any of Dev Pike's channel or anywhere really? Can you see Dev Pike in the chat? He might be posting a link, but you can't see it because he's blocked you. Because he just put it in the chat, but he wouldn't let you on. So it's I don't know. But physical therapy. They gave me a walker. I got it over there. I can get the walker. I'm still using this. What happens is when I get up, I got to start putting weight on this. It's like my foot isn't, curly. Like, I got the left feels pretty good. A little sore. Left is normal. Left I could probably learn easy. The right, like when I try to go with the foot like this, oh God, is it painful? God, is it painful? So, and I got to be careful. I don't want to go too far. I always need something nearby. But hopefully I'm on the mend. It just hurts right now. But I've only had one session. I go back next week for 2 more, but they'll be like Thursday, Friday. So what do you think, bro? See?
All right, I guess progress is being made.
Yeah, it's like I can't. It's like it's almost like my right. I'm favoring the right by putting more pressure on the left. So the left is taking a brunt, but the right is almost like itself. It's almost like just wood. Like when I put it down, I'm just close, careful. I'm not gonna fall on you. Don't worry. I'm sorry. Okay, see, I don't even know where I'm putting my foot. It's like I'm putting it to this. The left one is walking. The right is being put down. Stomp. So it's. But they gave me clearance. The day I first went back to the orthopedic clinic. I kept talking about that on the 16th. And I brought a form. I had to make up a form. On Monday, I got to submit to my insurance company through work, the temporary disability from the state. And I said to this insurance company, do you have like some kind of special form? They did. So I had to make up my own dummy form. But I think I did a good job because I compared it to the auto insurance forms and I compared it to the last time I was on temporary disability. So I made up a form and the guy filled it out and it wrote, when can he return to work? And this guy wrote down June 15th. I wished he had said like August or something because they're willing to pay me through July. So I got to like maybe try to fiddle with it or call them back or have another doctor fill it out. But the point is, even though I'm slow now, the implication seems to be if I keep with physical therapy, by mid-June, I should be walking normally-ish. So if mid-June is the magic, the magic date, I guess I'm on schedule. Everything healed, despite the I did everything wrong. I vaped, I drank beer. I didn't wear that damn cam boot every day. And despite all that, everything's fucking healed. I wanted the x-rays. That was most important. They did the x-rays. They said, yeah, everything's healed properly. And it turned out and I asked, because I was like, I feel a little upset because I was so out of it and drugged up and in pain. You never really explained why you had to do a subtalar fusion. But I've done some research online, and it was like a 50-50. And the guy basically said, well, if you didn't have it, you'd probably be able to walk-ish. It would be incredibly painful. And I said, instant arthritis. And he kind of chuckled. He goes, yeah, you would have instant arthritis because of the fracture and the shifting of the calcaneus. He also said if they weren't fused, the biggest problem would be that in addition to all the pain, the arthritis, the calcaneus would heal back, bone would grow in wrong, so you wouldn't be able to fit like your heel into a shoe. So I'm like, okay, I'm not opposed to the surgery, and I'm glad I actually got it done, because if I put it off, I'd probably be going back months later to get it. It was the right move, but you could have explained it a bit better. Well, we're just residents, and the surgeon doesn't actually work for the hospital. He was under contract. And I'm like, you should still fucking explain it. But I think this was ultimately the right move. So I'm glad I got it instead of not, let's say they didn't do that. I didn't know any of this, and I was in intense pain. I had to go to different specialists to learn about the need for rejoining the broken up heel bone and fusing it with the talus above, the subtalar fusion, which is a type of ankle fusion. Okay, so I wanted to. No, you're doing your stream. That's another thing, man. You're the host. Go focus on your stream. Don't worry about me. This concentrated room deodorant. I said to Brosi, what do I call this stream? I saw the word concentrated. So the stream should be, but I didn't want to say anything on your stream. I'm not trying to take away attention. I'm only streaming because you're here, you got your shades.
Yes.
Dev Pike, we visited, we were starlings, but it was kind of a bust. So here we are. Hoodie Bronson, you still in a wheelchair, brother? Well, no, I'm starting to learn to walk again. I got a walker, but I still sit in this because walking is a challenge. It's a transition. You don't just go from in a wheelchair to walking overnight. I just stood up a moment ago. I'm not going to do it again. I've only been streaming for 10 minutes. You can go back and rewind and watch that. Nice to see you again, Hoodie Bronson. One of my favorites.
Been a while.
Actually, I do think, because I joked one time, I do think this dude has been here. We've joked before.
I
Oh, yeah.
that image.
Yeah, Hoodie, long time no see. We used to joke, but I think he does. He's like one of these. He's like Pluto. He only comes around the orbit like every. Yeah. Good to see you, Hoodie. Okay. So, yes. The ortho clinic, the subtalar fusion, the calcaneus was necessary, and it's healed back properly. And now there'll be little new bone growth in between. I said, how many fractures? Because the first time they told me it was broken off and there were small shards of one big piece. And the guy was like, well, it looks like a fracture in 2 spots. We need to reshift it. I'm like, fine. So this subtalar, it was the only option. But they could have at least clarified this before the surgery. But they could have also not done it, and I wouldn't have known I needed the surgery. So that's just where I am in life. Okay. And what else is going on? Okay. Is this? There we go. I'm a different browser. So let's see. Yeah, with my shrink video, I uploaded that just to give more. It wasn't really meant to be theory. It was more just like me, my life, my problems. My shrink says what he always says. One of my criticisms of him, I could show you other videos. He'll say things like, well, he'll pick something. It's almost like if you don't like someone, you can say, I hate your sunglasses. That's why I hate you. It's the sunglasses. It's that gray shirt. You pulled out the phone on that crazy lady. I'm like, yeah, I did that under your watch. In the past, I wouldn't have done that. Either way, damned if I do, damned if I don't. We're still not getting to the crux of it. Well, maybe, I got to wonder what you're doing wrong. I said, okay, you can wonder. But then he'll admit, still, even if you went up to someone and said, that still wouldn't justify this homicide. I said, yeah. And he goes, you don't even do that. So, yeah, take it to the next step. I think he's afraid. He's terrified at his age to have to think about this other. He's just waiting for the grave and collect shekels. He's terrified. But, I'm putting a burden on him that I think he's a big boy enough to handle. But he doesn't want to take that step. I think it's fear. But there are other times he comes so close to, Dev Pike was if you can go to his stream and ask him. He's streaming right now. Is this the link? Yes. Go watch Dev Pike. Everybody go watch him. Everybody go contribute. I'm just here because my brother's in shades, and we went to Dev Pike. It was nice, and I think that stream was it's over. There's nothing for me there anymore. So I'm here. Last time Hoodie was here, Hoodie Bronson, I was asking Brother Click about the potato salad at his job. Okay, remember this?
I don't, but it sounds like something someone could ask me. I would call it meh. It's neither good nor bad.
But his main manager guy, whatever you want to call him, department head, is out. Actually, So
basically, my main guy, my supervisor, he had a herniated disc, so he had to leave for a while. He didn't quit or get terminated. He's back at another store. He was demoted to like a second. Yes,
effectively, he doesn't want to retire. He wants to come back to work, but I guess they're not sure if he's up for it. So they sent him to a different store, a lesser store, in a lesser role. I guess because it's union, they got to give him his job. Correct. But they don't want him back, so they're training some new guy who's been at other grocery stores. Yes. So you've got kind of a new boss.
Yes, I do.
And this guy, you haven't had a problem directly, but he's much more particular. He wants everything. Yeah.
No, he wants everything.
Well, he's trying to show off. Look, I'm not. Yeah. So he's much more. Go ahead.
He wants. He added more food items, and he wants more decoration. Like on the foods, we'll put a piece of kale. He wants like a lemon slice. So he wants more food, more decoration, and have it done faster. So there's a lot more demands upon me.
Right. For the same pay, the same shit. Yeah. All because this new guy is...
Actually, it's not the same pay because hours were cut. So,
even less. All because this new guy wants to show...
I have less time to do more work. So I'm kind of in a down place right now.
Why'd you link my... Because JT asked it... JT, 24 Hours, asked a question. I don't understand the reference. New breakthrough black pill study. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm saying Danny's streaming now. You can go over and ask him. I don't know. Okay. Well, we only stream because you're here. You got your shades. Yeah, fuck it. We'll stream for a little bit. We haven't done it in a while. We weren't drinking before. We were drinking iced tea. But I said, we'll get a beer because you got those. We'll have a beer. Yes. Well, that's okay. It's a little top off. Excuse me. And we're full. We ate well. Although I kind of feel like I overdid something in the mozzarella meat pie. Either maybe the peppers, I shouldn't have put peppers in, or too much celery.
Yeah, we cooked up some mozzarella meat pies.
Pretty good-ish filling, but
yeah, the flavor was a little off. We don't know why.
It wasn't like one thing. Oh, this is burned, or there's too much onion. I couldn't put my finger.
Oh, I didn't taste the way we expected.
It was okay, but it wasn't like perfect. Maybe like last time I think I underdid the celery. That crunch. This time I'm going to have overdone it, or maybe it was the peppers. Maybe I should put those damn peppers in, or maybe they're just regular green peppers. But I feel full. I feel like we did eat.
Yes, we did.
We made 2 pies, and we got more ground beef for another 2 pies.
Yes, we'll try again.
Sounds like the old manager was better. He should petition the union to get his. Well, the old manager, old black dude, loved my brother, would call him up when this old manager was off, his night off. He'd call my brother up and say, "Hey, I just want to tell you I love you, man. Thanks for all the hard work, man. You did a good job, man." So he used to,
Yeah.
Have you gotten a drunken call from the new manager?
No.
No, not yet. Well,
No.
maybe they didn't really like the old guy, but because he was black and union and there so long, they didn't have a reason. Now that they're kind of like, this is a perfect excuse to get rid of him. And
Yes.
So now maybe it's time for you to find another job.
It might be.
I'm kind of glad. I don't want to keep living off you, mooching off you. If you burn down yours, get you on Medicaid, get you on these Meat Butts programs. I want to call those places, see if they take your insurance, your union insurance at those,
The
therapist. Yeah. And I'm getting tired already.
Yes.
Getting bored already. Getting kind of meh already.
It's winding down.
What winding down? We weren't planning to stream.
No,
This was like an impromptu
thing. Yes. So here we are.
And I think the time is now for Meat Bucks. But then it's like we have to get out of this house, and I don't know. My brother, it's like we were this morning. We're like, we're gonna live. We're really getting fucked. We're getting down to the wire, and I'm not accomplishing much. And I feel calm now, but I spend most of my days anxious and nervous, which is no excuse. But it's I tell my shrink the trauma builds up. It's like a snowball effect of trauma. But not that it's an excuse, but this is like we've been crippled. It's like we've been maimed. I'm already a fuck up, and they maim me further. All right, have we said all there is to say? If this is who I'd like, let me check. If this is who I'd like to believe it is, let's take a look here. Why is it? I've noticed he's been quasi shadow banned. Like his comments don't show up immediately. I have to click new comments. And but if this is really the grotesque Subhuman, it's a pleasure to see you. I agree. Now you left a comment. Your comments were the ones that were actually reasonable and showed you paid attention. Yes, either I get some career or I need. The hesitance is if we move out of this house, do I need some kind of bullshit job just on paper and then apply where we move to? That's the big thing. We get out of this fucking house, this fucking disaster for my parents. But you're right. Ultimately, the time is now to take action. And when I was on Danny's stream, it was DBF going on about I've applied to all these jobs. I'm too old. I'm damn near 50. It's like, it's just to get some magical career at my age. My shrink also thinks, well, you're young. Well, yeah, because you're fucking 75. Of course I'm young. 45 is young to a 75-year-old. But yes, the time is now to be in need. I agree. I'm going to start applying. I'm going to start applying to social. I'm going to start that. My question: if I start it, then I have to stop because physical therapy or there's some reason. Does that have to be completed in X amount of time, or can I take a break and come back weeks later? I'm not sure. It does say on their website, you create an account, and then you can always come back to it. But I don't know how much time they have. Or they time you, or if you apply and you don't finish by a certain time, you become more ineligible. That's sort of. I overthink things, but yes, the time is now to become an N. Yes, well said. Well said. You're not showing up in my. Yeah. Oh wait, am I behind in chat? Oh. So anyway, yes. I'll start applying. There's also the fear of, should I say this or not say that? If I say something wrong, is that going to cost brownie points? Cost me demerits. I'm thinking of all this worry and woe. And I remember I did try to apply about a year and a half ago, and it became a disaster because I was trying to use a law firm, and I'm getting all this stuff from the Social Security. I'm like, why isn't the law firm handling this shit? So if I'm going to take on the burden, I'll do it myself. Yes. Congratulations, Bob. You had talked about you were going to go and get a diagnosis. I'm happy for you. To my knowledge, levels are not used in the United States. I hear people on the internet talking about them, but now it's all just autism. Congratulations. Do you plan to apply for your own neat bucks, your Centerlink, I believe they call it? Because Todd is right. The time is now. I'm not getting any younger. What am I wasting, Off-Grid says, I do agree. Time for Neaton is good. Good Neaton while the Neaton's good. To every neat turn, turn, turn. There is a season to become a neat. Yep, I agree. Todd says he thinks you're an uber normie and borderline Chad. And if you get a leg lengthening surgery, you'll get like plenty of beautiful girls. Nah, I'm joking.
If I'm a Chad, why do I need that surgery?
Yes. Well, yeah, if you were a Chad, you wouldn't need the surgery. But it looks maxing, man. Fraud maxing. Yeah, that's part of it too. What documentation do they need? Okay, I got my shrink. I got the neuropsych diagnosis. Do I need some kind of pills? I don't have a psych ward in my history. I'm thinking of the same thing too. Like, am I going to apply and be told? Because I read online, people said like, I applied and it took, months and they rejected me. Then I got a lawyer and the lawyer said, man, you didn't do the application right. This sucks. Thinking lawyers might just say that, but so there's that fear, but I just, focus and concentrate. All right, I'm going to do it. I'll start the application. I'll share. Okay. Todd is correct. If there's any positive that comes out of any of this, yeah. Todd is correct. He's still the brilliant philosopher. Thank you, Grotesque Subhuman. I appreciate it. I don't know if he's still here or not. Who knows? I'll post. He doesn't have to come on. I'll post. You don't have to come on now if the time isn't good. What the hell? But for you, I'll post a link just in case. You don't have to come on, but there, I'll post it for anyone. Like I said, my brother and I weren't going to stream. We're not trying to ruin Danny's parade. We went, we hung out, we saw him, and it was just, you're here, I'm here, want to stream.
Exactly. Yes.
I don't know. But
here we is.
Here we is. We're going to just end it. We just want to come on briefly. Was there something else we wanted to share? Yeah, I'm curious about the psych. I can get a psychiatrist to get some pills. Psychiatrist, psychologist. Do I need to see a different psychologist? In other words, is my current shrink going to fuck me over? Is he going to say, I think he's perfectly capable of working. Is he going to fuck me up? Like they might be on the cusp. Is he eligible for neat bucks or not? And that fucking piece of shit will be the reason I get kicked off. I don't know. But then I have to start again with a new fucking shrink and go several sessions or several months. I don't know. This is the kind of shit. This is the real reason I started streaming.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think you're really listening, Off-Grid. Thank you for the advice. That's not what I'm saying. They're going to want to know who you've been seeing. The neuropsych, no problem. But the diagnosis, I can see psychiatrist. The psychologist, is he going to fuck me over? Is he going to be determining if he says, no, this guy can work up? One of the bullet points says you can work. I'm afraid he's going to fuck me over. Exactly. But I don't know. Yeah. I've mentioned it to him before, and he's like, whoa, you should get a lawyer. I'm like, yeah, if I get denied. Well, we should get on some psychiatric medication. Okay, but you're still going to. I think he's afraid. He's afraid of. I just want to sit here, collect shekels. I don't want to have to do paperwork and homework. I don't know. It's like you're a fucking shrink and you're an old man. You don't have these excuses. This is what you trained for. You should be a fucking wise sage now, not some fucking pussy trying to weasel out of things.
And given his age, he's probably close to retirement.
Yeah.
Let this one case be the one where you say, fuck it.
Yeah, it's one phrase. The shrink, because Social Security can contact all these people. Is the shrink going to undermine me and say, I think with more therapy, he can work again? I think he will. But I don't want to deny that I've seen a shrink because you want to show that so I have to see a second shrink. You think he's right about me, but it's not helping overall. Well, he's so conditioned to say, I did say to him, there was another session I had was very, very boring. Maybe I'll just crop out the interesting parts. But he was going on about, you can be this way, you can be that way. And he admits, but still, it doesn't explain. I said, he's almost going to make that step. And I said, yeah, the end result is the same here, man. That's true, but this is therapy. My goal is to help people improve. So even when he gets close to saying, it's forget about what you did or didn't do. There's something else going on here, clearly. Even when that happens, he steps back because I think he's so part of it is I don't want to do that government paperwork. Another part is, oh no, I'm supposed to help people, so I'll point out obvious things. You can be sarcastic sometimes. Okay, it doesn't explain people trying to kill me. It's like I don't like you. So shades, I hate your shades. That's okay. So he himself, I think he would cross that line, but he's afraid to. That's what I do about him. Is Danny still streaming because he wants to come on? I don't know what the hell's going on here.
Is that possible? I can be on 2 streams. I think that's funny. I'm still streaming, by the way.
Congratulations. You have.
Has anyone done that before? Has anyone streamed and then been streaming as well at the same
your
time?
buddy. Yes. Well, one time I've done a double stream. One time your buddy Off Grid was watching me, and I was watching him, and I've actually been on someone's stream who's been on my stream simultaneously. Yes, so we've gone even further. But you'll get there one day. Congratulations. But
I'm on OC stream at the same time.
Yes. Well, tell your guests. Listen, you have a nice little crew there. Nice little panel. It was too oversaturated. I have really nothing to say right now. I have nothing to add constructively. So good. He's gone. Yeah, I have nothing to add constructively to whatever that was. I mean, good for him, but it's not my cup of tea. But I think you're right. When people say I'm a lolcow, it's hard for me as a spurg to
disseminate.
To differentiate who is and isn't my friend, and maybe not even friend, but who's who's just being polite versus who's secretly laughing at me.
Nice.
And I don't even mind being laughed at. You can laugh at me. It's when they go to that next. I think I told my shrink once. One of the reasons I think people come on harder with me is because their bullshit doesn't affect me the way it might others. Others might get upset. You said this, my feelings hurt. They can call me an asshole in my face. I'll just throw it back at them. Yeah, it's nice. Or not care. And I think when I don't get affected the way they expect, some of them, not all, amp it to that next level. And I don't know who is going to amp it or who's not. Like when I was younger and some boss man would scream at me, I would just look at him like, okay. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong. Scream me all you want. I don't give a shit. And they would get really red that I wasn't cowering and saying, sorry, boss. So I think a lot of it is people wanting to, phase 1 didn't work, initiate phase 2. Yeah. But the point I was getting at is I don't even know if Dev Pike's my buddy or not. I don't know what he's getting. I want to give people like him the benefit of the doubt, but I think like many people in life, you ever been with me? I think with the internet, and maybe you can relate to this. The internet gives us a lot of concepts that have always existed, but that are, now have labels. I was often a starter friend. I'd be in class. I have no friends, no allies. There'd be some new kid. So it's happened several times. He would latch on to me. We'd actually be buddies and friendly for the year. And then, he would latch on to me because he had no allies and I'd be there. And he saw that I had no allies. We'd become buddies. I remember I was in 6th grade, me and these 2 new kids, we became the best of friends. And then once 7th grade came around, they both basically acted like, it wasn't even like we don't like you anymore. It's almost like all that never happened. So I wonder if, I don't want to accuse people of something. I wonder if Dev Pike is, like now he's trying to re-ingratiate himself with, what are those like Destroyed by Foids and that Tisson guy. He sees them as, so he was my buddy, but now that he's got his next tier up, he's throwing me into, he might be. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but that's another reason why I left. I felt something's not right here. So I don't know if we can even trust Danny, but oh well. But I still try to give people the benefit of the doubt, probably to a fault. No one ever gives me a chance to begin with. But yeah, I was like the starter friend.
Yes.
Maybe I was this douchebag starter friend. Can I find her? Where is it? I don't know if I can find it.
More of the
But I see, I'm actually
no one.
I'm plugging his silly stream if I can find it. Which one is it? Why is it not popping up right? And what's everyone talking about? Well, I'll try it in a minute. How do I select? Oh, here we go. Wait, hold on now. No. It's not giving me the options. That's weird. Oh, well. I can't pull it up right now. That's strange. They changed StreamYard again? No, wait. There we go. Okay. Where was I? Let's get back to the chat here. Frank with the dice. Read that. I think he's right. Neuropsychologist stage 2 report in USA. In USA, I'm in a different browser. My other browser is acting up.
The shortest ep-
Okay. Neuropsychologist stage 2 report in USA. Can't you circumvent the shrink and get a medical report from a journal? I have a neuropsychological diagnosis. Social Security is going to want to know who are all the people you spoke to regarding. They want more proof. Who are everyone and anyone you spoke to regarding your disability, which would include the neuropsych, psychiatrist, psychologist, which is why hence I can't just sidestep him, or I guess I could try to, but he would be a big key in showing that, yes, I'm trying to get help and it's not working. Cheers, Andrew. Which Jew are we talking about? There are several Jews here who don't like me. Whom are we speaking? Dev Pike? Probably. I think Dev Pike was, see, the thing with him, he seems to have falling outs with everybody. So I even said to my brother, it's probably only a matter of time before he gets upset with me over something, and I'm his enemy, and he wants to be my buddy. And he seems to do this with a lot of people. So he's just part of his nature. But so I really can't get a reading on him. So, well, Hayden, you got to, if you're still at that restaurant, record some of that Greek music and upload a short video. I love to hear that. I get the plate and smash it. That Greek.
Aiden had a busy night. He was on 2 streams.
Yes, Aiden was telling us he and his sister went out to a Greek restaurant. So, what a nice life.
Yes.
Dev Pike denies he saw you on his stream. Okay. You can go back and watch. My brother and I came on very briefly. It was just too. I think he needs. I'm trying to be positive. I'm trying to say he's a nice guy. He needs to learn how to. It's a process.
He needs to navigate StreamYard on his own accord.
On his own accord, he's not there yet. It was just he was aiming too high. That's my criticism of that. Oh. So you guys have to agree to not talk about certain things. Interesting. Doesn't sound like much of a friendship, Aiden, if you got to walk on tippy toes for each other, but good for the two of you. I'm happy for you.
Yay.
I'm seeing the change in Dev Pike, and I figured, well, remember he hated Destroyed by Foids, now they're buddies. He used to simp for Donda, now she's a bitch. He hated Zenesis. When I first brought Zenesis on, he's got too nice of a Joe line. Get rid of him. And now he's friends with Zenesis. He complained about Tisson. Oh, Tisson, dude, under pressure. He worships the normie archetype, the Chad archetype. So now it doesn't. He seems to just be, I don't know.
It's wavy gravy.
Wavy gravy. I'm not here to
reading 101. Was it yes or beyond?
I'm not here to. Plus, it's pretty late for him in London, or wherever he's in England. Yeah. So I ain't coming to talk about Dev Pike. I do like the Neat Bucks talk. Grotesque is right. Tesk is, like always, the genius. My God, he's brilliant. And the rest of you don't even pay attention half the fucking time. You're self-proclaimed experts. I don't mind people if you read the book and say, I disagree with you. I read everything. I understand it. I disagree with your theory, by all means. I skim the book. I know what's going on, but I know this. It's like I don't respect opinions from people. It's not the criticism. I don't block people. If you're not going to even make an effort, I don't take your opinion seriously, which is pretty much most of the people here now. Tesk is one of the few who he's proven himself to be a fucking genius in my book. I just can't believe in this browser I can't share screens, rather. That kind of pisses me off. Yeah, I've noticed Grok gets a lot of, whatever, those AI things get a lot of things wrong. They sometimes pull incorrect information and present it as fact. So, but okay, what did Grok tell you, Millennial Tomb, about U.S. Right? I think you got the itis from that. It was a heavy. Yeah, it was. At least you're full. You can't say you didn't. Yeah. And we got another pie we'll show you. We got another mozzarella meat pie for tomorrow.
Yes, we do.
I don't know what Gritty's talking about. I don't understand him. You mean the only person is Todd? Because you want Neat Bucks. No, I say it because he actually watches and pays attention, and what he says is like it's not lovey-dovey or you suck. It's like I'm actually watching, and here's my points. Most people don't even read; they skim through and leave little comments. And I'm like, I can't respect anyone who doesn't actually read the book, even if you criticize me. At least I watch Structure. I'm not impressed by like the half-assed book reports. Book report day. I didn't read the book. Let me skim real quick. Green eggs and ham. Well. It's a great recipe, a great cookbook for eggs and ham that's green. It's delicious. Like, oh yes, it's like you skim the book. It's not what the book is about. But yeah, just yes, that's true for anyone. Anyone, I don't take their opinion seriously.
Again, there may be. Yeah, go and see the main man.
I'm not the main man. If I get flooded with a bunch of assholes, I'm gonna. Yeah. I can't believe I can't share screen. Screen rather. I'm streaming.
Why'd you have to click that box?
Well, I clicked it. This one here, share screen. What? It's giving me instead of giving me all the options. It's giving me a fucking pull down menu. It's only allowing me to share these two. Is there something else?
Are they open in the same browser or a different browser?
Right here. Huh. There's always some quirk to try to fucking figure out.
Yes. How does you click on one?
It just wants to share this, not any tabs I have. Huh. That's so weird.
Yes.
I don't like that. Why do they make things harder? It used to be much easier to make things more complicated for no reason. What were we talking about? Yes, I want neat bucks. That's correct. I've never made any kind of apology or any claims to the contrary. That's what I mean about not paying attention. So I don't understand. What are you surprised by? Where did this asshole go? He's going to tell us about Grok AI. They failed us miserably. I don't know how to pull up screen here. Well, maybe I do that. Well, it doesn't matter, but there's still a principle involved. Like there should be more options up here, shouldn't there?
Open up another screen.
Yes.
Type in dolphin or rainbow or something neutral. See if something.
Right. No, it's not gonna. Dolphin.
Okay. Now try to pull up the dolphin.
No, it's only giving me the one option. It's like ignoring all this other shit.
Why is it only?
Which is the point? What's the point of sharing screen if it won't give me screens to share?
So what if we? What was this?
Is it up there now? Hit that one.
Get rid of this.
How do I stop screen? Oh, well, I have no idea. Hey, give me a sec. I'll figure this out or not. What the hell is this? Okay, I think what's going wrong is the browser, I'm in Firefox, is blocking it. So I got to change the settings. I'm not going to bother. It's a waste of time. So I'm not going to share any screens. I'm not going to be on too long. Yeah. My brother was with me and we said, let's do this. I'm happy for you too, Aiden. I'm glad you have your ODSP disability. Yes, we know. We're well aware.
Yes.
But thank you, Aiden.
Yes, you are.
Now, this is when we did go briefly onto Dev Pike streams. It was a chaotic mess, but I learned what it was like to be the guest. And I'm like telling my brother, okay, here's the, because Danny always tries to give me this private chat thing, which is I'm not even looking at. Danny, say something in the main. I can't see what you want to say. What? Let me on? What is it?
Isn't Zenesis on now?
Is he streaming?
Zenesis said he would join you on your stream. That's why I left ended my stream.
He was lying to you, man. He was playing
What?
it for cool. Yes.
Yeah, he wanted to end it, but didn't know how to end it. So he just made
So he lied and said, okay, I go over to that stream now. Yes, he was lying to you. But come on, man. You're putting your faith in, I don't want to knock anybody. I don't think they're bad people, but you're putting your faith in the wrong folk.
Because you streamed for over 4 hours.
4 hours.
Yeah.
You think these people want to come and keep streaming? Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. And what time is it in England, man? Don't you usually go to bed by now? It's like 2 a.m. there, man.
Yeah, but it's only one day. I'm making an exception.
You're making what? We were debating. See, I said, I'm glad we shut up. We were polite. People are telling me, oh, Danny looks down on you. You're just a little cow to him. I said, maybe. I don't know. I'm a Spurg. I can't.
No, I did not look down on you. I did not do that.
I can't tell. So I rely on other people's opinions to figure out how to navigate life.
No, I never. No. I never punched down. No. I wanted to hear your theory on the Fortism, but you didn't give me
this. We'll talk about it in a minute. Is OC's internet not working or mine? Well, can I?
Oh, we're just talking to Dev Pike, so it appears to be working.
Nothing works in Australia, or America, so probably neither. No, but what do you think of my stream? How bad am I as a streamer? I'm not an authoritarian streamer.
Well, I'll tell you in a minute. He'll think I'm punching down. No, the only what makes it all worth it is my hero. He actually pays attention. That's what I love about him. He pays attention. So yes. Okay. Oh wait. Here we go. How you doing? You didn't have to come on, by the way, but it's nice to see you again.
No, I just wanted to come on for the OC after party, right?
Well, it's not really an after party.
I've been punched off for Chad.
My brother had his shades. I said, "Fuck it, let's stream." No, look, Danny, I'm not knocking your stream. I think you're still new to it. You got to work out your own kinks. You already had a full house, and I couldn't find any kind of way to join in with that. You had like 3 or 4 people there, so you had a good panel going. And I'm like, well, I have nothing to add or offer. My brother said the same thing. We have nothing to say here. So we were watching. We were trying to be the starlings for a change. We get to observe.
Multitask.
Zenesis, you were the least. I even said, listen. I told my brother. I said, listen. And this is something I learned about myself. If anyone wants to pay attention, to learn something about me. One of the ways I realize I can be abrasive is I said to my brother, I don't know this Tisson character, but I recognize everyone else here. I know Aiden. I know Destroyed by Foids. I recognize Zenesis. I know them well enough that I might be more comfortable being critical and saying, I won't share what I was going to say. But I was going to critique the stream, but then I held myself back because it's not my stream.
Just critique it.
It is not my place to say, okay, why is DBF? Is this DBF interviews Jack Tisson with the fuck am I watching here? And why is this thing like a bump on the log? Why isn't the host more proactive? But maybe that works for you guys. I don't want to knock it if that's how you guys run a stream, but I probably would have been very critical. I'm like, this isn't how I would run a stream. Maybe it's just a difference of opinion. But
no, but yeah, I agree. DBF turned into the Saturday Night Live host for a while. It's good. You share the stream. Right.
No, I told my brother, there are times I'll do that. 2 people are having an interesting chat. I might go get a beer and sort of watch and be the observer. But it was just, I didn't even know what the topic was. Zenesis, you're sitting there quietly. You want to come on now. You got to speak now. What would you like to say, Zenesis? Your thoughts on anything since you want to come on?
Yeah, I mean, like, I want to ask you also why you left the stream. Like, Danny's stream. Like, because you
we left because I didn't realize we got to the stream late because we were cooking, and then we came on. You guys, it seemed like it was Tisson being interviewed by DBF, and then we came on. It was like a bunch of people talking, and it was just like this was chaotic. It was just I was a tilt out. It was a sensory overload for a Spurg. I couldn't follow it all, so I was like, Plus, I had nothing to add. Plus, I think Danny is still learning how to become a host, and I didn't want to overwhelm him. I think it was a lot of overwhelm on everyone's part.
I mean, I get it. Yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you mentioned because I don't talk so much. I mean, I'm the same also on this stream, right? On your panel. I don't also talk so much here. So
I suppose not.
Mhm.
And if that works for you, that's great. It was just sort of weird. You're just sitting the whole time, and I couldn't really hear what Danny was saying, and it was just, I'm like, I could watch.
What do you
the
mean?
DBS
Well,
stream. Even right now, what did you just say? I can't
couldn't
remember.
understand.
I don't understand you. What I was going to say was, it would be more appropriate if DBF brought Tisson on, or DBF went on Tisson's. It was more like, whose stream is this? What am I watching?
Yeah.
But yes, I was blown away. Well, yes, Aiden. But apparently Tisson is. What did Aiden say? I'm intimidated by. Tisson is someone that Danny propped up. I went to his streams a few times. He was very unresponsive, not very friendly. So okay, so I have nothing to say to him. And Destroyed by Voids, I've talked to enough times in my life. If he wants to come on, I'll bring him on. But I have nothing to say. I really have nothing to say. Nothing to contribute. Enjoy your stream. You can do a stream some other time if you want.
I was enabling DBF to explore Tisson. You didn't want to explore Tisson. This was your chance to get to know Tisson, but you just tissed him off. That's my new phrase. Not pissed him off. You tissed him off. Why didn't you get to know Tisson? You're right there.
Well, you got Zenesis to come on. Go get if Tisson wants, he can come on here. I'll talk to Tisson.
Tisson's in bed. It's the same time as him for me. He's asleep now.
Yeah, I had really no desire to talk to Tisson. I didn't seem particularly interesting or nothing really to say to him. He was talking about he was
Really? You didn't find Tisson interesting?
He sounded very
You're like
boring.
the only person in the world.
I am.
What?
The only person in the world who finds
Zenesis, what do you think about that? Wait a minute. Zenesis, what do you...
You can play that game on your stream, but not on mine. No, I find what did you think? It was the first time you saw Tisson, I think. Really?
Yeah,
I
I have no real knowledge of who he is, but he and DBF were in the middle of a conversation that we couldn't really get into or add to. It was just a little awkward.
What did you think, Zenesis? Did you like now Danny can ask the question. You thought Tisson was some kind of brilliant genius? Maybe. I don't know.
No, what are your thoughts on...
Answer the question, Zenesis. He can talk in a minute.
I've known Tisson for like over half a year by now. I also talk with him like privately over Discord, so it's a really cool dude, right?
Okay, well, I'm happy for you guys. You guys had, to me, like I said, there might be people who don't like my style of streaming. It's not good or bad. To me, it seemed like that stream was just a giant conference call. It was like a little group, and hey, enjoy yourselves. But it was already two out of the mix, out of the fold. But that's okay. If that's how you like to do it, don't change on my behalf. You do you, Daniel.
No, you made a statement that Tisson is boring, and he's Zenesis. How can you square that? Tisson has never been called boring in his life. Explain it.
The reason why we didn't talk so much is also because we already know Tisson for a long period of time by now. This was the first moment where DBF got exposed to Tisson.
DBF met Tisson.
And we wanted kind of to see do those both kind of people like vibe with each other, right? So we already know Jack. So yeah.
Tisson is not boring.
I agree with the broken clock. I found him boring. One thing, I don't even more criticism. I don't want to criticize. Maybe your stream works your way. I actually couldn't tell who was on at first because there was this giant picture of I don't know who. And I'm like, I'm looking at this tiny little panel. I'm like, who's there? You should do what I do, where no stupid graphics. Okay, you can see right now. You see I brought up a totem comment. Now I'll make it go away. Here's Zenesis, and I'm going to bring you back on. So if someone comes on right now, they can see, okay, it's OC and Zenesis and Danny. I had a hard time. I heard, I think it was Aiden was talking, but I couldn't see him because you left the message up permanently. That's another thing. Don't leave a message up permanently like that. I'm like, what the fuck? So I think you're working out how to do it properly. You're not there yet, and it seemed way too chaotic. You need, for me to jump into, and I don't want to come in and take charge because it's not my place. It's not my stream.
We see Zenesis laughing in agreement.
Yeah, Zenesis, you can agree or disagree. Feel free.
But I also called Dev out because I told Dev also, hey, there is a message over Aiden blocking his view, kind of like, or nobody's seeing it on stream. And it took like Dev 1 hour to realize it. Like,
and that's why you be careful. he can't take constructive criticism. He's going to say, I'm punching down.
No, I can't. But the problem is Aiden was doing nothing during this period. Unfortunately, Aiden was looking at his phone for
It
about an
doesn't
hour.
matter.
Yeah, but
Leaving an irrelevant comment up
It was
for half an hour,
irrelevant.
it gets distracting. It's like, what? Why is this comment up? So I'll leave that up. It's 24 hours says on government sponsorship. We have no idea what that means. Let's just leave that up for like the next half hour and keep talking. Yes. No, you got to be.
That's what you do.
No, that's not what you do.
And then you miss all the chat.
Well, not in my opinion. For me, that makes
That is your style.
that makes it terrible. Well, okay, maybe it's a difference of style. I wasn't really. I couldn't mesh with your style. So maybe some other time. But it was just you already had a full panel. I'm like, how do I jump into this? How do I talk? Even you said the same thing. We don't know what's even going on or where to. I just want to watch. I like to watch, man.
My stream failed. It's already got 100 views. That's interesting.
See, that's another problem. The difference between you and me, and you've said this to me, Danny. You
100
got to
views.
get rid of this guy or that guy. And if you recall, you told me I had to get rid of Zenesis when you first came on. Now you're buddies. You're welcome, Danny. You're always telling me, get rid of him, get rid of him. Your viewership's going to go down. I keep telling you, I'm not DB fucking S. Some of my best, this is true. Some of my best streams, it was just like 3 or 4 people, and kind of like what you did, and we had a nice chat. So those are some of my best. If you're worried about viewership and shit like that, I mean,
I've only told you to get off-grid off because he's a joke. I mean, imagine if you argued with off-grid now. Again, no.
well, I agree.
No,
But I think sometimes it's good to have these jokers around because it's almost like you can see how the sort of people I attract tend to be childlike, not all there mentally, but they know best. He's a great example of that. Anyone who says, I'm independent, and I'll get my mom to prove it. No one else finds this kind of. No one else is like scratching their head. I'm just taking.
That's a hilarious thing.
Yes, it is, but it's good to see these things. Yeah, okay. See, on the internet, you can actually see them. You know, this is the kind of stuff.
That's the genius of OC. You draw it out of them, bro. You draw this out of them.
There's no
You
genius.
would have never said that
No,
if you didn't.
I'm just not quick to the trigger. If it were up to you, Zenesis wouldn't even be here. So you're too quick to the triggers, I think, is my criticism.
But I reversed the trigger. I didn't pull the trigger in the gun. I took my hand off the. I didn't fire it. My hand was on the trigger.
Anyway, we weren't. We weren't playing. Let's change something. We weren't playing to stream too long. We only came on because he had his shades.
Yes.
I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to come across as trying to take away from you. But I'm like, you're here, I'm here. We can't get into that stream right now. We came in too late. Let's stream briefly. We really don't have anything planned. You didn't have to encourage people to come here. I've told you many times, and others don't. You don't have to recruit. You're welcome to come if you want, but we have nothing to discuss. Is there something you and Zenesis? Is there some? No, actually, as Zenesis, what were the highlights? What did I miss? What were the main highlights of? Because maybe there's some great bits that we've missed. What were the great points, Zenesis?
I mean, this is a relative kind of question because because you said like this is boring, right? So by default, everything he says should be boring for you, right?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I have to watch him more, get to know him a little better. What I was seeing there didn't seem like there was nothing interesting. Nothing I could add to the conversation. DBF was very interested in his backstory. Good for them. I just couldn't get interested, so I'm like, oh, I have nothing to say here.
I mean, like Jack also said a little bit about his backstory, right?
About what? He said about what?
Backstory. He also mentioned
his backstory. Okay.
Yeah. But besides this, both of them mainly complained about like, okay, yeah, how it is to be the outcast and stuff like this, and how it is to be like not a normie, right?
Okay.
What else? Then those topics like, okay, yeah, that women in UK are like really have a lot of rights and stuff like this, right? So basically all this stuff which also Danny also speaks of usually. I don't know if we would find anything from him that's interesting to be honest.
Honest and to be honest, not really, but that's to each his own. And Zenesis, you can be honest. You said to me once, I guess the best compliment I ever received was actually from you. If Todd is the genius, my best compliment came from Zenesis. You said when you come here, it forces you to be honest. I don't know if you meant that or not. You said this stream forces you to be honest. So you can be critical, but you're being honest. So if you find that stuff fascinating, that's great. And there's probably stuff about me and my brother that bores you. You can be honest, but you're not going to be fascinated by everyone's everything. So I'm sure there's stuff maybe got bored. Oh, he's doing another girl stream. You can be you're not going to be fascinated by every aspect of everything.
Yeah. I mean, like, I told also Danny, like, during near the end of the stream, because I didn't expect the stream to be like this, right? Because I expected the stream to be like more normish, talk about like video games, right? You know, stuff like this. So I don't know, mainstream stuff, right? But it was basically like, I don't know, brutal black pill talks 24/7.
Right.
There's also like got me off guard, right? Yeah, I mean, regarding you mentioned that that I'm not honest, right? I try to be honest. Maybe I'm not honest 100%. I don't know. It's been a while since I last been on there. I think like half a year or something like this.
No, I said maybe there's a misunderstanding. Some time ago, you were on my stream and you said when you come here, it forces you to be honest. When you're out and about with your normie friends, but when you come here, it's almost like that force to be honest. And I take that as a compliment. I've always wanted, even if it's bad, I've always wanted honesty based on observation, not just feelings. Like this mommy's boy's rambling on about. Someone like him I see as a joke. But if you come on and you come in peace, you say, listen, I enjoy your stuff sometimes, but man, the girl stream bored me. That's fine. And if I say Tisson bored me, we don't have to take offense. Danny, I think, let's ask Danny, are you offended by what? My critique of your
hero Tisson?
I'm not offended. I'm offended you didn't interact with Tisson. That would have been a great
I'll interact with him next time.
So that was your goal.
Your goal was to get me to meet Tisson?
You said, oh, hey, OC, come on and join my stream. But you didn't say, oh, I want you to interact with Tisson. That's my goal. You should have been a little more forthcoming.
In fact, let's be honest, Danny, you told me yourself that in private. Tisson just ended up bowing down to the what you call the normie archetype. He worships the Chad or whatever. That was your criticism of him. Of course, never mind.
Sometimes he has the hierarchy. Me and him differ because the hierarchy is I kind of reject the hierarchy. I don't buy into it, but obviously he says that the hierarchy is undeniable. You can't negotiate with it, which is true.
Well, like I said,
but I say fuck the hierarchy. I'm not buying into it.
Okay, and that's fine. You can disagree on that, but you should, instead of saying Tisson's not boring, he's great, you say, okay, I like Tisson, but I disagree with this. Now, Aiden here says, I would have loved to see Tissington and OC interact. I told you, I tried a couple times. I came in peace. I tried to interact with Tisson. He just blew me off. So you can't force friendship. You can't.
That's rubbish. That was only in the chat. In the chat, he ignored you once or something trivial like that. That doesn't count.
No, not in your stream. You told me about
him. In his stream, yes.
And I thought, what the hell is great about this fucker? Tisson has done absolutely nothing to wow me. Every time I see him, I get less and less interested. That's how I feel. Sorry, I'm not in love with him like you.
But it's clouded. But that's clouded by the fact that he rejected you once in the chat. And that's...
Well, if someone doesn't want to talk to me, I can't force them. Okay. But that wasn't just based on rejection. What does he have to share? I don't...
He has a lot of theories on this area of black pill.
Yeah, this place is turning to a cesspool. Danny, you're bringing in an unwanted element here. What's this asshole doing here? The deal for real?
He's got nothing to do with me.
Okay, I hope not. I don't know. And Zenesis. Okay, actually, real quick, we'll talk about Tisson for a moment. What should I find fascinating about Tisson? What's the wow factor? Just give me like a couple sentences. Because maybe I'm missing something. What is Tisson's great claim to fame?
Insights.
Zenesis.
Okay. I think the reason why Danny wanted you to come on with Jack is because he wanted to see like the interaction between you and Jack, right? That's one thing what Jack is really into, this history, right? He also very well awares of history. And this combination of you guys would be like talking about history or stuff like this would be like, I think, fascinating to see, right?
Well, let me give some constructive criticism. I believe strongly that as the host, if that's what you want to do, you let DBF and what's his name finish their point. You say, hey guys, OC's here. I really like to bring him on. Tisson, as the host, you got to sort of lead that. I'm just sort of sitting here and DBF's talking to Tisson, and like, I'm being begged to come on. I'm just trying to give constructive feedback. I'm not really here to run someone else's stream. But I didn't know if the goal was I want OC to meet Tisson, you should have just told me, Danny. And you should, when I came, you should have said, hey, Tisson.
No, the goal wasn't for you alone to meet him. It was the DBF to meet him. Everyone, Dubs to meet him. Everyone to interact with each other. It's not all about you and Tisson. It's just everyone meeting Tisson. DBF met Tisson for the first time. Dubs met Tisson for the first time.
So you should have said this is the Tisson Appreciation Worship Stream. We would at least know.
And if that was your stream to have DBF meet Tisson, you should do another stream where OC meets Tisson. I mean,
but he won't turn up.
Maybe you were trying to pack in too many people. Because I just felt like I can't get into this. So I think you got to work on your streaming skills. That's all I can say. Well, that's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong.
My streaming sucks.
Yeah, maybe it was brilliant. Other people love it. Mine sucks. I can't. If people don't want to watch me, I tell them to go away. We have different styles, maybe. But in my opinion, your stream, I'm not trying to be punched down. It seemed kind of sloppy, unfocused, and couldn't tell who was who. It was so. But again, maybe that works. I don't know. What did you think, Zenesis? You can be honest. You can critique. You enjoyed talking to Tisson, but was the stream well done, or could have been better? You mentioned a few. On the whole, you'd say it was A+. You give it an American grade, A, B, C. You can give it
I mean, I did mention that it was chaotic, right? With
chaotic, yeah.
Because Aiden was like hidden for 1 hour or something like this.
Right.
The thing is, like, Aiden was also, I think Chris and Aiden were only the few ones who also were willing to turn on the camera, right? And if you try to like hide someone who is
right, the one guy who's actually showing his face is hidden under this bar that never goes away. That has no point. I think chaos kind of turns people off, and maybe I was a little overwhelmed by the chaos of the stream. So I would say work on the chaos factor. That's the host job. And it's not. And it's not a criticism. Well, it's criticism, but it's not punch down. It's work. I think Zenesis is correct. I think I found your stream tonight too chaotic for me to participate in. It was just maybe if I'd come in sooner, it would have been different. It was just too chaotic, and I said I don't know what's going on. We'll back off. So don't take it personally, Danny. I'm happy for you. Maybe we'll do it sometime. But it was too chaotic. I didn't know who was talking, who was what the goal is.
Yeah, but also I had just a sheer amount of media that I had to produce as well. All those pictures. You provide no pictures in your thing. I had 25 pictures, video.
Okay. If you don't have pictures, it didn't happen. I need to show more pictures. Would you like to see my ass? I took a picture of it. I'd love to share it with you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's pull that one.
Everyone needs.
I'm having problems with Moozle. Next stream, remind me. I'll show my ass next stream. Oh, you saw me stand. Actually, you knew I'd walk over. Should I get a beer? Or should I try to walk for a beer?
Sure.
I don't even know Zenesis. See, Zenesis might not even watch me for months. He might not even know that I'm in a wheelchair and trying to go to physical therapy for a car wreck. I don't even know what Zenesis is because he doesn't come around too often. But Danny, I'm starting my physical therapy.
He has no idea.
Good. Well, now you can watch. You can watch too. The right foot doesn't fully bend, but hopefully in time it will. So I'm standing. I expected your well wishes. I expected you to say, "Good job, OC. Look at you. You got out of the chair." Instead, it's just like, "OC, you don't love Tisson the way I do." I'm like, what about me? You didn't tell me how much. Would you want more beer?
I guess
I'm tired of one beer. We're not gonna stand.
OC, you shouldn't put weight on the leg. You've got a fused fucking ankle.
I told you it's called.
You're not.
Jesus Christ, it's called because you had said I should share it more. I had on the right one. I'll type it right.
Subtalar.
It's pronounced subtalar fusion.
It's a big deal.
It is, and you were right. I wish they had told me more during or before. But ultimately, when I spoke to them this past visit on Thursday, the answer is yes. It needed to be done. Had I not done it, it would have been worse. Because that's part of it too. Part of me thinks they forced it on me. Another part of me thinks, well, if I hadn't done it, I'd be even more fucked. The instant arthritis and the misshapen calc, because the calcaneus, or the heel bone, was so bent and screwed up, it would have healed improperly. So there was no option. So yes, in the long run, this was the best way to go. I told him, I wish you could just explain this more to me when I was in the hospital. You said I was doped up and you didn't fucking tell me anything. So yeah, while that's frustrating, the subtalar fusion on the right was the best move. So I can't complain.
Yeah, but what was the prognosis? Can you actually ever run again?
We'll have to see how. Well, either way, I wouldn't be able to. Even if they didn't fuse, the calcaneus was they showed me the X-ray. It was twisted and would have grown back in the wrong shape. I wouldn't be able to put my fucking foot in a shoe. So either way, it would have been a lose-lose. Damned if I do, damned if I don't.
That's brutal.
You're right. I'm
No.
lazy. I'm just lazy anyway, so that's why I don't run. I could get up and run a marathon right now. I just don't feel like it. Yes. Your boy,
I wouldn't engage with any of those trolls. They talk crap.
Well, I think it's good to show.
It's easy to be a troll. Come on, then. JT's punching down. It's as usual. The broken clock.
Well, there's nothing to assume. If JT actually paid attention, he would know, as you guys do, that I've run several marathons. It was one of my passions in life. Clearly, he hasn't watched enough of my videos. This is true. Zenesis is kind of like, well, anyway, I don't really talk about Jack Tisson and JT.
Yeah.
What is it you want to discuss? Should we do one more beer? I can go grab one. You don't want a beer?
One more beer.
I'll grab a beer. Actually, since you're both here, it's been a while, Zenesis, and even you, Danny. What would you like to say to Brosi? Anything you want to ask him? You don't see him too often. He's getting tired.
Yeah.
Once he eats that meal, you gotta go to bed.
Sure. How's life? How are you?
Yeah, I guess I'm doing all right. I've been telling everyone my supervisor had a herniated disc, so we had to leave. So we got a new supervisor. He's much more meticulous. He wants everything very neat, very organized, look very nice. So
I want to be a neat. Oh, never mind.
And they also cut hours at work, so I have a lot more work to do with a lot less time. So I'm getting a little frustrated with what I'm doing. But other than that, nothing much has changed. What about you? Are you working again, or you're still?
I'm still on lead bugs.
Very nice.
Yeah. Did you? It's been a long time since the last on. The last time I think I was on, you guys, I think, had a problem with Dom or something like this, or the person on the band.
I guess my brother and him had like a slight falling out. It got better. They interact every once in a while, but James, he's living his life in Australia, doing what he does, and even though things got better, they've cooled off a bit. There hasn't been much communication.
I mean, because Dev told me that there was an incident where Dom apparently left this place or something like this. And I did talk with Dom for a brief moment before his kind of departure of the space, because I was with Denmark guy and him in a user app called Session, right? We were in a group. It was kind of weird because Dev told me that he left kind of the space out of the blue. While
Yeah.
because Dom didn't look like a person for me who would do this stuff, right?
Well, you told me.
I agree.
No, wait. Dumb. I told you when Dumb blocked me all out of the blue, I was a little taken aback. It seemed too soon. But I think even you, Zenesis, whenever that was, months ago, you said the mate guarding aspect seems normal. That you kind of feel threatened, and maybe he felt like, oh, who are these men that Donna wants to talk to? So there was some mate guarding going on to some extent. I thought it was you who said that. Maybe it was someone else. I thought it was Zenesis who said that. I expected Dumb to simply fade away with time. The blatantness of it was what bothered me. Apparently now, the complaint, Danny, you can tell him, you and Denmark guy and several others are complaining that Dumb won't take your calls or whatever. Zenesis, when was the last time you spoke to Dumb? Right. When was the last time Zenesis spoke to Dumb?
Never.
I spoke to Dom it was maybe a year ago or something like this, because me and Denmark guy had a second.
You guys were in some. You guys were all in some group together.
Yeah,
Four of you: Denmark guy, Danny, Zenesis, and Dumb. And as I recall, one by one, everyone left, and Danny, you were the last one left in the group. Am I correct here?
It was kind of like this that Danny got invited to the session group, but he immediately left the group because he was annoyed by it, something like this.
Mogged. I got mogged. Natalie.
Me and Denmark guy and Dom were in the group. I left the group I think 1 month later because it was too weird for me. Not because I hate those people, I Dom or Denmark guy. It was just
Denmark guy is weird.
It was just talking about this extreme Blackpool stuff 24/7 with views, and which was kind
Spamming.
of okay, yeah, let's
Spamming.
So kind of left it. So kind of left the group. And then this was the last time I talked to like Demo guy or Dom.
Well, for me, when Dumb blocked me out of nowhere, it hurt in the moment because we just had a nice time together a few weeks earlier. It hurt. I took it personally. But now, if Dumb is distancing himself from all of us, I don't take that personally. It's not just me, or it's not just you, or it's not just you. He seems to be an equal opportunity distancer. So I don't take that as offensively. I guess you guys are getting your first taste of Dumb going AWOL. I don't take it as, but I actually answered JT's point. Where was it? JT actually said something. Donna made him. I don't know who he's talking to. No, I still talk to Donna sometimes. She and I get along. I've never had anything against her. I've always said Dumb needed to be domesticated. Or what's his name? It was Chris Dubbs who said that. Chris Dubbs articulated the point very well. Dumb needs to be domesticated. It's what worked for him. And I have nothing against Donna. I talk to her once in a blue moon. She's still friendly. I know you guys think she's some evil whatever, succubus. But no, I have no problems with Donna.
What? That's a wild take.
But you don't
That's
like
an
Donna.
interesting take.
I don't have a problem with her. Every now, like once a month, I'll say hi. How you doing? Here's some biscuits. Is there an American biscuits I like her? Yeah, she's nice. I love to talk to Dumb again. I still try to be friendly-ish, and if I hear from them, great. If not,
Have you not made the link between Dumb and Donna?
The link between Dumb and Donna.
Yeah. Who do you think's controlling Dumb's behavior?
I'm saying Dumb might want and need that control. So even if that's true that Donna's pulling the strings, maybe Dumb, because you saw what Dumb was before. Dumb's whole goal in life is I need a woman to complete me. I'll travel anywhere in the world to find that. So Dumb got his wish. If that's what he needs, then I mean, I wouldn't do it, but what works for him might not work for you, might not work for him. So it just, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I don't see a problem if that's how they want to live. I never, my complaints about Dumb were never about that he went halfway across the world for Donna. My complaints about him were, you don't have to block me a fucking week or so after our cheeseburger. That soon? So too soon. But no, we got over that, and I think he's just drifting off and doing his thing. I think. What does Zenesis think about the whole situation?
He blocked everyone too early.
I think the most important thing is actually that Dom is happy, right? And
everyone else is sad.
And Dom has like he can also decide, right, on his own, right? What he wants to do. Right? He's I don't believe that she's holding a gun to his head, right? For every kind of decision he makes. So I don't know. I look at more like this, yeah. And I think I did tell you this before, that Dom is this kind of person, like maybe I said beta bugs back then or something like this. This kind of line, but I mean there are guys out there who wants to be
right
in this kind of thing. It's like, but I don't see it as a negative thing because it's a relative kind of like thing, right? It's like
you and I and my brother and Chris Dubbs are all agreeing. I wouldn't want to do it, but if it works for him, he's basically an oofy doofy. He needs to be an oofy doofy. Without it, he's just drunk and crying all by himself. So he needs it. Okay. Oh.
And the thing is, like, what people also don't get is like oofy doofies only seem bad in this space for some guys, right? Also, outside of this space, oofy doofy is the norm, right? Like 99% of this kind of transactional kind of relationship, right?
Right.
It's actually rare to find a relationship which is not oofy doofy in real life outside of the space, right? Transaction wise, right? So, yeah.
Right. I feel even if I don't want to be an oofy doofy, and even if I don't really respect oofy doofies, I realize that for some people it works. They're better off being oofy doofies than being on their own, crying in their beer. Some people can't handle it. They need to be in that shelter oofy doofy. So that's where I think we all seem to agree. I don't know what Danny's upset about.
What do you mean? What, that I hate oofy doofies?
What's the saying in the black space? Oofy doofy's law, right?
Oofy doofy works. That doesn't mean it's right. If it works, it's not necessarily right. Why are we heading towards the floor?
Yeah, but oofy doofy is wrong for you, but oofy doofy is right.
No, I'm not saying it's I'm not saying it's wrong. It works. So it works, but then we're going towards a nihilistic future. So it's obviously not in. We're obviously not going the right direction. What works isn't necessarily what's the best move. He's pacified.
Yeah, but this oofy-doofy thing, it's been going on for thousands of years, right?
And it's accelerating. We're in the ultra oofy doofy era. We're in like the fucking neo oofy doofy, Neolithic oofy doofy. Yeah. The evolved form.
Supreme oofy-doofy.
Yeah.
And I think the reason.
And here's one now. The supreme oofy doofy comes on.
Me, I'm a wannabe neat. Have you not been watching my channel or paying attention? Sometimes I think you don't understand me, Danny. That's why when you think me and Tiss are going to like have some deep conversation, I'm not seeing it. But no, what I'm saying is,
no, you're a cross between neat and oofy doofy.
Hold on a minute. While being an oofy doofy may not be ideal, for some people like Dumb, what's the alternative? I don't think Dumb can handle the alternative. I think he needs to be oofy doofy. So while it might not be admirable, it's better than for him. You saw how miserable he was before he met Donna. So it's either oofy doofy or misery for him. So I don't understand what the criticism is. He wants to be an oofy doofy, let him. If it works, I'm happy for him.
Yeah, if it works, but he spent 10 grand on a wedding ring, which he doesn't have, probably. Don't you think that's crazy that a ring would cost that much?
I think it's the kind of thing that I wouldn't do personally, but someone like
It's
that,
a crazy amount of money.
Someone someone who feels they need that no matter what will pay any price to keep that oofy doofy. And I think in Dumb's case, the alternative would be worse for him. So I think he needs. Oh hey. I just got a message. Hold on. I'll let you guys talk. I'm going to take my message off camera and see. I might be in trouble.
Yeah.
It's Donna. Why are we back talking? I was just streaming, for fuck's sake. Wait there. What's the point of me ending the stream if I'm back talking to Zenesis on a stream?
Now we can talk before.
Well, like you said, Danny, sometimes it's good to like. I was like, why is it DBF interviewing Tisson on your channel? Well, sometimes it's good to step aside. Well, now I'm just stepping aside. No, I guess she's watching. No, I guess I have nothing against Donna. And I'm saying that not just to win the term brownie points. I don't know if you guys use that term in England. No, they seem to work. They seem to be happy. Dumb seems better now than he was all those years crying in his beer on the internet. So I don't understand what the problem is with Donna is the evil succubus. She sent me a little video about, some weird, I really can't share. It's just nothing personal. She's in some kind of, I don't know. I'll try it. No, I'll share this. Looks like some cathedral. Or is this an opera house? Stone Symphony. She writes, "Hey, old mate, here's me holding a gun to James's head. LOL. James said I should make this an AI with an actual gun to his head." Yeah, no, I guess she's watching, and they seem happy together. Dumb is still alive if anyone's worried about his well-being.
Yeah, James is having the time of his life. Donna's happy. There's no problems.
Right.
There's no coercion. There's no victimization. There's no problem.
Except he won't talk to us anymore. He forgot about the little people.
Yeah, I mean, this is agree with. This is fucked up. What he did.
So how do you explain that then?
That's a separate issue. Danny was going on.
No, it's not. It's a change of behavior.
Okay, here's what I agree. Okay, if they're watching, I think a lot of people are upset that Dumb seems to have forgotten about the little people. So, okay, let's talk. Okay, go ahead.
Explain the change of behavior, the stark change of behavior. Who's it been elicited by? Somebody else other than Dumb.
Well, like I said, I'm going to say this one more time. It hurt when he blocked me. It hurt when he blocked me so soon after we had our nice cheeseburger moment. That's what hurt. But I expected we would just sort of occasionally say hello. He'd start his new life. I didn't plan to be in contact with him 24/7. So had the blocking never occurred, had that one incident that blotch never occurred, I think this would be perfectly normal. So I don't even see a problem with anything. So maybe I'm missing the point. What do you think? But I guess you guys are upset he's blocked you all too. So I don't know. You guys, you can discuss now. I'll watch off camera.
All I want to know is that the change of behavior is everything. There's something instigating the change of behavior. You've got somebody who's interacting freely with people, and then suddenly a stark change of behavior. Explain.
I think
he no longer needs the interaction he once did. He's at a different phase in life. And it would be nice to get a video or a stream every 2 or 3 months, but he no longer needs this. That's why he went away.
Yeah. When he didn't have a woman, he was drunk and sad and tired, and we were his outlet. Now that he has one, it's like, why am I going to waste time talking to these people? That explains it to me. It might be a bit rude. We could definitely criticize Dumb for being a little. You got to remember the little people every now and then.
Yeah, exactly. He could show up.
But
yeah.
I don't feel any shock at the behavior. You seem shocked, Danny. What does Zenesis think?
I think I stumbled James his channel like a couple of years ago, and his main premise of his channel was to help other men, right? And I think it is kind of like fucked up that he built a kind of community around with this helping other men narrative, right? But then he leaves everyone behind, kind of, and completely like goes against his own narrative, right?
Okay. All right, that's a fair. Okay, you think he went against his narrative, which is, did he ever say? Well, I don't recall him ever saying either way. If I do find the love of my life on the internet, I'm going to forget about you, or you're going to bed, Danny, because what? It's about 3 a.m. What? It must be 4 a.m. in Austria, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to go to bed, Danny. Good. We'll finish this point. I don't really want. I might get off soon too. I didn't plan to talk about Dumb, but no, you guys can talk. Okay, fine. I guess. What did you say to me, my brother? You said these people come to me because I'm like they can't get dumb anymore, so I'm like their one outlet or hope that they can.
Yes.
Not that I'm a replacement Dumb, but I might.
No, you don't replace Dumb for me. I've
You're not paying attention. Not a replacement, an outlet, a connection, a link to Dumb. We can't get a hold of Dumb. Well, that OC guy and his brother met him in real life. Maybe he can be some kind of
exactly.
not a replacement. That's not what I said. I wish Numbnuts had heard that point. Again, I'm not a replacement, but I'm like the closest you can get to Dumb. So you come in. Okay, so we can talk Dumb for a moment. No, I don't know if Dumb ever clarified what he would or wouldn't do if he found his Donna. So I don't think we knew how he'd behave after the fact. So, or maybe he did. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's just like because there were a lot. I think from what I thought, there were a lot of people in there on this channel who were like really loyal to his streams, right? And it was kind of like him, kind of like leaving everyone without any warning. Is kind of a slap in the face for them, right? Yeah.
Okay.
I personally view it like this. I know that most people won't see it like this at all. Maybe.
No, I hear you. It could have been after all that time. There could have been a more diplomatic way.
A gradual departure of,
right.
hey guys, my life has changed.
Yes.
I no longer get from this YouTube world what I got
but I'll still be around. I'll still kind of transition.
And then he slowly trickles away. It could have been a nice subdued goodbye.
Jane, I would say my criticism would be, I'm not upset about anything he's done really. Just I guess there's a lack of tact, a lack of diplomacy, and abruptness that, if you're going to be this big celebrity, because this is a coffee house, I'm a nobody. But if you're going to be like James, you're going to be in the status of like all these eyes on you. There's a more, like I was trying to tell Danny, how do you host a stream? There are things to do and not to do. You got to be cognizant that you're a host. Same with Dumb. If you're going to be that level, you've got to be cognizant of the fact that there's more of an audience. So yes, I think he failed diplomatically. I would agree with that. Yes, that's a fair criticism. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, like what you said back a couple of minutes ago, like the only thing what matters is that he's happy, right? I mean, I think he probably also like realized that this place can be toxic a bit, right?
Yes.
Because there are a lot of people out there who say like, all right. I can also see from his kind of point of view, like if you try to go online every 2 seconds or something, it's like saying to you that you're oofy doofy, something like this, or you're getting like ripped off or something like this. It doesn't do anything to his like mental health, right? Also, contribution wise, I mean, like he probably got sick of it also. The space. Some part of it. I think maybe it's a part of it where it's like he actually enjoys having a community, but there's also part of it where he thinks like, okay, this community got too toxic or something like this, right?
Yes. Okay.
I mean, this is what I think. I didn't watch his stuff, So this is what this is just what came.
Right, and to that point, maybe the reason people are so hurt is because even if the community is toxic, they feel that James is saying they themselves are toxic. Like by ignoring Denmark guy or by ignoring Dev Pike, Danny, by ignoring them, they feel as if Dumb is pointing the finger right at them saying, you're toxic, and they feel hurt by that. It might be that they're taking it personally. They feel it's personally directed at them.
I think there is also a thing in this space which I notice is like anybody who kind of like assent is not the right word. Like someone who like gets out of this place, kind of, right? Of like it's not seen as a good. It's like
like a betrayal. We put our faith in you, and then you turn around and become.
Yeah. It's a crab bucket kind of thing, right?
That's it, a crab bucket mentality.
Yes. But you have this also also in real life, right? When somebody earns more, kind of when you notice that somebody like earns more, and you kind of like in your workplace, right? You tend to get jealous of this person, right? You also try to get this person back to you, kind of like income, right?
Well, you told us before, when you got better looking, you kind of stopped hanging out with your old group of friends, and you only hung out with the better looking people, and you didn't want them to intermix. Remember that?
It's been a while, but I think I said something like this, right?
Yeah, so
right. So
of your old friends, when you weren't as attractive, maybe you still see one or two of them, but you never meet them with your new attractive friends.
In other words, did you do your old friends? You dumped them the way Dumb dumped us. In other words, you said bye-bye to them. I don't need you people. I'm above this now. My brother's trying to ask, like, how do you think your ugly friends felt when you suddenly didn't have to be among them anymore?
Yeah. I didn't ghost them, but I think I did mention this before. I separated the friend groups, right? I tried to combine them, but I noticed early on that this is not a good kind of combination, right? Because the better looking people disapprove like the other ones, but also the other ones disapprove the better looking ones or something like this.
Right.
It was like resentment from both sides, right? Because they all. Yeah.
But I want to ask. I don't want to cut you off. Resentment towards each other, but did either side feel resentment towards you? Like the more popular ones were like, "Why are you hanging with these losers?" Losers are like, "Hey man, I thought you were our friend. Why are you turning your?" Did you get any resentment from anybody?
Yes, I also got resentment, but from both sides.
Right.
But for me, I tried to like find a balance, right? I tried to not. Of course, both sides tell me, why are you hanging out with those guys, right? But for me, it's like, obviously, I can't be that honest with them because, I try to be honest, right? I mean, I don't know if I told you this before, that
Go ahead.
I use kind of like the better looking guys, right, as the social networking, right?
Right.
Kind of thing. And I use the other group more as of like, okay, when it comes to like, because the other group is really into technology, right? And I like also technology, kind of, when it comes to like new stuff. Or
you're like the ugly loser ones, like computer nerds, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it sounds like a stereotype, but they also have like really unique kind of interest, right?
Right.
Which is not mainstream.
Right.
Thing. And I just found it fascinating, kind of.
No, I understand. So you still had a foot in both worlds, but I don't know. But it was hard to navigate the two, I think is what you're saying. And maybe Dumb finds it hard to navigate us now that he's ascended. I'm not even the one complaining about it. I've actually said Donna's fine. I don't have a problem with her. But some of these guys feel that he's turned their back the way you turned your back on your loser friends. But then again, you said you tried to work it out. I really don't know what to say anymore about the whole thing. Personally, it seems like you and I are the same. Me, my brother, and you. Dumb is doing his thing. He could have been more diplomatic, but I don't find any of this heartbreaking. it seems like a contingency does find it heartbreaking. And as I think dumb could have been, maybe you tried a little more, Zenesis. I'll give you credit. Maybe you did try to sort of work it out or try to play both fields, and dumb went full on, you're dead to me. I don't know. I don't know how you guys see it or how you perceive it. I've never been in a position like you were dumb, where I go from one world to another. So I honestly don't know how I would navigate it. I can only speculate and think about it. So I'm not really in a position either way. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're more in a position.
I do get it. It's like, I mean, I take someone like Danny, for example, right?
Right.
Danny is a person, for example, who could have. I mean, he's really he's like, what's the word for it? He dislikes any sort of normal stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, even if he would get the chance to hang up with normies, right, he wouldn't do it, right?
Okay. Well,
And-
I don't know. I'm not sure I'm bought on that. That's a whole other story. You continue with your theory. I'm not so sure about Danny, but we'll talk about it in a minute if you want.
Yeah, no, because for him it's more like what I noticed, because it's been like 1 year since like I've met him, right? Through your panel. It's really it's really the mindset of the normie he dislikes, right? Because he views like anything what normie does, or normies, he just finds like normies that normies are unproductive, right? Like they're a waste of time. There is no kind of like deeper kind of value behind them, right?
Okay.
But you interact with normies and you see something different.
Yeah, I'm completely opposite. I actually find it valuable.
What I want to say, I'm going to say this again. I'm glad you and Dev Pike get along, but if you recall, maybe you don't remember this, I'm going to say it again. You came on once. You came on my panel for the first time, and Danny immediately judged you. He said, this guy is too great of a jawline. He doesn't belong here. Get rid of him now. And I said, no, I don't do that. I let everyone speak their mind. Let him speak. Now you guys are best friends. And Danny might say, well, now that I know about Zenesis, he may have a great jawline, but he has a different mind. Okay, the point is, he wasn't even willing to give you a chance at first. And I said, yes, Danny, if it wasn't for me saying, shut the fuck up and let this man from Austria speak, you wouldn't even gotten the chance to know him. So Danny is too quick to dismiss things, in my opinion, without, and this is my criticism for a lot of these starlings, stop, digest, get the picture, then make up your mind. He's too quick to say, that's normie bullshit, you're dead to me. And you guys wouldn't even be friends. You wouldn't be on a stream if I had taken his advice. And I said, no, Danny, I'm going to let Zenesis speak. You shut up and watch. So I think my criticism of him is you're a normie, you suck. He does that too quickly without at least examining. That's my criticism.
Yeah, I mean, like he's really combative, right? There's a personality trait of his. But I would say he's like the only one who's that combative in this space. I don't know if it's been a while since we last on this panel. I don't know if any new people joined this stream, right? But the thing is, what I found fascinating about Danny is that most people who tend to be combative as him, they have nothing behind them what they're saying, right? They are not, when it comes to information or the reason why they're combative with you in the first place, right? And
well, okay, you're saying people. No, I don't fully understand. You're saying people are combative first, ask questions later. What are you trying to say?
No, the reason why people are combative in the first place is the reasons are not based on any kind of rational or logical kind of argument.
Correct.
Right.
It's based on emotional reaction.
Kind of noticed early on. He's combative with a good reason. Most of his stuff, why it's so passive aggressive, is because there's something behind it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I found really unique about him, right? It's because like. Yeah, you want to say something?
No, I would say, okay, even if you think there's a good reason, I guess the difference between me and Danny is I would say, okay, I got my doubts about this guy, but I'll let him talk, and either it'll prove my bias or I'll see I was wrong. I think my criticism is there's too much, even if you think his quickness to the trigger is justified, I still see it as, even if it turns out you're right, who cares? You can be right or wrong. Let the guy speak, and just as I thought, this guy's a hack, or I was wrong. I think even if you think his combativeness is justified, that's just my opinion. You can at least step back, because he was wrong about some things, and he would never know he was wrong if other people didn't say, no, Danny, shut up a minute, give him a chance, and see if you're correct or not. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I do get your point of view. It's just like I don't know. I think I mean because I also like I noticed this like back then that because I gave him arguments kind of which kind of convinced him to change his position from one second to another, right? And I found it also like really interesting because he was so quickly able to change his kind of stance, right? Like from going from passive aggressive to like, all right, I'm more silence.
Yes,
Right?
and I that's when look, I'm all for. I think this guy sucks. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he's not so bad. Or I thought this guy was my friend. He's an asshole. I was never crazy about the whole, this guy sucks 1,000%, can't stand him. Oh, wait, he's my best buddy now. There seems to be, it seems to be too extreme for my.
Yeah, he's really extreme. That he's really unique on this one
Right.
because this is definitely not normal, right? But for him, it's like, yeah, he's like really emotionally invested and stuff, right?
This is true. Yes, he's very
Yes,
you can call it loyal, but it's not really loyal if you're that hairpin trigger. But he's very devoted either way. He's devoted to extremes. Yes.
But you gotta be honest also, like, he's a really interesting person, right? Did you ever meet someone like him, like in real life or something like this?
I'm not sure because I don't know if Danny would share these thoughts and opinions in real life. Maybe.
You should invite him to Austria. He can stay with you for a few days. You guys can walk around, hang out, see the sights, and stream it. Yeah.
No, meet up in Paris, halfway for both of you. Meet up in Paris. It sounds fun. No, yeah. I've always said I like because I've had people say get rid of Dev Pike, but I like his points. I agree. I think when I criticize him, he takes it personally sometimes. But no, I don't dislike Pike. But the problems I have with him are, I point them out. That's how I talk. I'm going to point out problems and point out flaws. And no, I'm not going to ban someone just because you tell me to. Just like I've had people say ban Dev Pike, and I didn't do it. I said, Danny, if I listened to everyone who told me to do anything, not only would I have banned Zenesis, your new buddy, I would have banned you because half the people here wanted him banned. So I think for myself, I don't just jump on board with bandwagons. I think he's too bandwagony. But
here's the thing. He's also extremely combative with me. So because I talk with him over Discord, and you only saw like the stream where he went from one to another, right? This is the only exposure you got from us both, right? But behind the back, he's still extremely combative with me, right? We always argue a lot. I'm not really a debating kind of person, right? But for me, it's like when I say something he doesn't like, he goes back to this really emotional and passive aggressive, right? It's just the way he is, right? I mean, I don't feel offended because by him because I kind of like knew from the get-go, okay, this is how he is, kind of, right? I don't take it seriously, right? But I know I'm kind of like different with this kind of approach. I also want him about like if you do this stuff to normal people, the probability of them disliking you is very high, right? You should be really be careful with what you do, right? How you interact with people, with your competitiveness, right?
Right, and I think in a space like this, like I said, I criticize Dev Pike, but I don't mind. Like you're basically saying what I say. Like you can be combative. I'm not going to get offended. I'm saying, okay, Danny, you're wrong. Like you and I tolerate it. And it's funny when people say I'm such an asshole. I can be abrasive in real life, but I'm nothing like Dev Pike. So it's almost like you were saying, it's not that big a deal at the end of the day. I can handle it, and I think you can handle it. But it's I know what we're trying to get at here. I just think for his own sake, for his own edification, for his own ability to learn for himself, forget about other people, he should step back a minute and say, okay, I think this guy's a moron, but let him talk and I'll see if I'm right or wrong. My criticism, if he wants to grow intellectually, is just give it a moment. I think he's he wants to be right about something too much without enough information, which is a problem. He's combative about it. A lot of these other starlings do the same thing, but more passively. They're quick to an assumption, jumping to conclusions without getting enough information. So I criticize that in people, 1,000%. And I'll criticize it in him, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Dev is kind of like you either like him or you don't, right? He's He's an extreme kind of case, right?
Okay. Actually, there's something else I want to talk to you about real quick since you're here. Sure. I remember you mentioned your mother's from India, your father basically passport bro, geomaxed, whatever. Your father from Austria, married an Indian bride. she died, right? Your mother passed away how many years ago?
10.
Since then, your father is now dating another woman, correct? Or married to, or
Dating.
She tried.
Relationship. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
She came. She's not really your stepmother. They're not married, but your father's new girlfriend. She came on to you once, right? She made a pass at you, or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was actually Donna who was fascinated by that. And when this has happened once or more than once? That's probably more than once.
Yeah.
You got to think about it.
Did you ever
I mean, it happened like twice extreme, and then after it more subtle, right? Covertly. But I don't mind it. I just ignore it, right?
No, but I mean, when did it start? When they first started dating, a few years later, roughly? Was it like right away, or was it like after 5 years, or?
That happened really like when I first met her, when I first got exposed. Like my dad kind of like introduced her to me, kind of.
Your mother's been dead for 10 years. When did he start seeing this other woman?
2020, I think.
About 5-6 years. And your father doesn't pick up on any of this, or she does it?
I think I did tell you this before, that James kind of reminds me of my dad, kind of, right?
Interesting.
so kind of like the reason why I'm like really so neutral about this kind of thing is because I see this stuff also in real life with that, right?
Right.
It's kind of like oofy doofy kind of stuff, right? To the extreme. And for me, it's like, yeah, I just kind of just gonna accept it, right? And for me, it's like I just look at my dad and think like, hey, he's happy, right?
Okay. Do you ever think about taking her up on her offer, or is she not attracted to you, or you wouldn't do that to your father? Or?
You mean like telling my father?
No. You ever think about fooling around, maybe just kissing your?
No, never.
Because out of loyalty to your father, or because you don't find her
attracted to Rose?
Right. So she's basically an old woman coming on to you, and you're just like disgusted by it. But right. But your father is the happy oofy doofy, and you don't want to mess up that. Yeah.
Do you think she does that with other men?
Probably.
I'll keep it. I'm trying to half read the chat here. It looks like a bunch of boring crap, but James is X. Is this dumb or not? I don't know. I can put a link if James or Don want to come on, but we don't have to bring them on. If you're getting tired, we'll get off soon. You don't have to even.
No, I actually like talking because it's that we talk so rarely.
Rarely. Okay. If you want to go to bed, if you want to stay up a little long, he's got to go to bed too much because he's got to work tomorrow. Yeah. All right. I'll put up a link just for if this is someone real. I'm not going to take on some asshole, but no, it is good to talk. No, James, hey, he's living his life.
He's happy.
Don't know much to say about him, and I think Dev Pike. I get along with him, but he needs to be a little less reactionary.
It's a YouTube kind of link, not the StreamYard.
What'd you say?
Did you want to put on StreamYard link? Or
well, did the link not go through in? Wait a minute.
Because it's a YouTube link.
Oh, is it? Oh, did I use? Oh, good catch. That must be Danny's old stream. Hold on. But wait, I provided a link for this. Hold on. Here it is. That's strange. I guess I posted because you got on. So I must have posted this link at some point. All right, good catch. There's a StreamYard link, but only for a limited few who want it. No. And I wasn't trying to. I just found Dev Pike stream. Quite frankly, I came in the middle of it. I didn't know what was going on. It just seemed like I was too out of sorts and out of place. And I'm like, I wanted to be polite and stop by and say, hey, I'm here. But I really had nothing to say. I wasn't sure what his motives were. I couldn't make out what he wanted me to say or talk about. I didn't even know what we were talking about. It just seemed like
yeah, it's really chaotic, right? I mean, people criticize you for like doing this kind of thing, like where you kind of like drag client kind of back in or something like this push and pull kind of. But actually, this kind of thing is what helps you have some sort of like control or organization or something like this, right? It also prevents you like from this chaotic kind of like death kind of where 5 people talk at the same time, right?
Right. Why it's a good thing because all the chaos. Well, if it works for you guys, it's great.
This is what I don't mind you doing this kind of thing. I don't feel offended because I kind of like see why you do it also, right? Because for you it's like, okay, if 5 people talk at the same time, it's a free fall, right? And
It's a free for all. Yeah, it's a free for all, and maybe it's a difference of style. Like I said, if Danny likes to do it the way, it's fine. On a side note, what I did notice is when Danny comes on my stream as a guest, I usually do stuff like this. I kick him off because he won't shut up. Yeah. He doesn't know how to take turns. When he's the actual host, he doesn't know how to interject. It seems like, again, the extremes. Yeah. As a guest, he's all over the place. As the host, he doesn't even know how to insert himself. Yes.
Chris said something like, he said, like, I could come on if you want.
If Chris Dubs really wants to come on and you want to talk to him, that's fine. He can click the link, but no one's clicked the link yet. So.
I mean, anybody comes on. I'm not saying like.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to talk to you. You want to talk to JT?
I've never talked to JT before. I don't know who this person is.
Well, if he wants to come on, you can talk to JT. It's a waste of time, but okay, we'll bring him on. No one's here. No one's taking it. Yeah. You pointed out it was a YouTube link. I think I've now gotten the StreamYard link, which is odd because I must have. You clicked it and Dev Pike clicked it
right
once, and I guess I don't recall copying. Who knows? So, but
there's the link, everyone.
And Cassandra says, I don't mind when OC brings people in and out of the call in general for crowd control, but it can be frustrating to come on and get cut off when answering something directly. LOL. Okay. That wasn't constructive. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you something. How did you got like your legs injured? Like, because you mentioned that you're in a wheelchair, right? But you never said like the reason why you're in a wheelchair.
I did. You just haven't been watching, which is fine. You haven't been watching. Yeah. But let's see here. Well, Chris Dubs wants to come on, but first I'll tell you. Okay, let's do this. I was in a car accident in December. The landlord was coming. I was all flustered. I went to work. We had a heavy snowstorm. You can go back and watch the video. That night I worked. We had a snowstorm. I got home okay, no problem. I was worried about him coming home. I was like, should I go out and shovel? I had a few beers. I couldn't sleep. I dozed. I got up. So now it's the next night, the night after the snowstorm. I went to work, but I was kind of out of it. I was thinking about shit, the landlord's coming. I got a bunch of stuff to do. I was really flustered. And my brother's pissed because you had to work through it too. Yeah, but I was really flustered. I got into a fight with the one black bitch. I'm going to upload some of my videos. And I said, fuck this. I'm going to go home because the landlord is more important than this stupid bullshit job. So on the way home, I was going on an S curve. I wasn't speeding, but I hit what's called black ice. Do you know what black ice is?
It's like really, how do you call it? Like slippery.
Well, it means you don't see the ice. The ice is clear. Yeah. The road, the black top is black. The road looks black. So you think it's fine, but you hit ice, and I went right into a tree, crashed into a tree. My cell phone was destroyed. The car battery was destroyed. It was bitterly cold. I tried to step out, both feet. Oh, God. I got back in the car. I realized I'd be better off hanging out here. No heat, but I was for hours. Finally, the morning came. It was in the middle of nowhere. Car started going by. I was trying to flag him down. No one stopped. Finally, by the grace of God, the middle of winter, there's a Mexican guy on a bicycle. I said, hey, amigo. And he came over, and he flagged down a landscaping truck that was doing snow plowing, and they called 911 for me. So it was basically, I crashed into a tree because I probably should just called out from work that night. Yeah. That's how I ended up in the wheelchair, car accident. And all that, but don't say I didn't share it. You might not have been watching, and that's fine. I don't expect you to watch every second of everything. But you could have said, hey, OC, how'd you end up in a wheelchair? I haven't been watching. You said I never explained it. I think I've explained it. What? I've explained it millions of times.
Sorry, my
asshole can tell you. What? Who's the other person? Who? What?
What's going on? Hello.
Hello, Dubs.
You gotta go.
How you doing, OC? How you going, bro? C? Hey, Zenesis. Good stream early with Dev Pike. Fuck.
Did you finish watching WrestleMania?
I did. I did watch WrestleMania.
What kind of
wasn't that great? Hey,
like what kind of was SmackDown? Was it like
it was like so it's like everyone blended into one. So it was like a 3-hour show. It's pretty good. I think you got fucking Dumb in chat here. Fucking.
Well, then Dumb can come on. He didn't click the damn link, so I don't have to tell you.
Need some dumb.
Yeah, no shit.
I would love for this
Yeah.
bitch to come on. I want to hear this bitch's story.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
she's pissing me off. Yeah. This Darnell Dodge. We won't see how much longer
Yeah.
my brother's going to bed. So
Yeah.
another 15 minutes and we'll call it. All right, well, go ahead. You guys talk. What would you want to say, Debs? Go ahead. You want to talk to me or want to talk to Zenesis?
I want to talk to you, OC.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to like. Give you
Before you talk to me, I have a question. Did you know I was in a wheelchair? Did you know?
Yeah.
Did you know why?
Yes.
Can you explain to Zenesis? If he doesn't know, that's fine, but don't say you never really explained it. Can you please tell Zenesis I have explained it?
I said I'm sorry.
No,
I
I'm
said
not.
I'm sorry. 2 minutes ago.
No, you fucked up now. You fucked up now, Zenesis. It's over now. Like you
No,
can't get
again.
OC.
What is it you want to say, Dubsy? What was it you have to ask?
No. I just want to like, kind of apologize. Like I was kind of hard on you like a couple weeks
There's
ago.
no need to apologize. It's not about apologizing. It's about, okay, just pay a little more. Don't jump to conclusions. Like you did the Dev Pike move.
Yeah, like I was kind of presuming a lot of things. Like I kind of look at my interactions in the day-to-day basis where I feel like I have similar things, but I don't. Like I try to like draw a line between what I experience and what you experience, and it's like maybe it's not the same because like I think you do have like it's a little harder for you to judge a social situation.
Yes.
Whereas I think I'm getting better at it. So it's not a fair comparison. So like I'm trying to, like climb the stairs, you know what I'm saying? Like so it's like it's a little bit hard, but
Well, it sounds like if you're being sincere, you did kind of make it up a stair, so congratulations. You don't have to apologize. I don't want sympathy. I'm just trying to think. Just think.
No, I know.
Think beyond what's your normal and say maybe that's why I tell my fucking shrink. Think beyond your personal experience and don't assume what you experience is universal. That was my gripe.
Yeah, because it's like I was watching some like the old video with you and Dom, like when you met up with him at his house and all that stuff. And it's just like just seeing how you were like interacting and moving around was like, oh yeah, like this is like different. Like there's something different.
Well, this is interesting. I want you both to interject. Zenesis, did you see any videos when I went to visit Dom? Yes or no?
I did
over the summer, months ago. This is months ago, nothing recent.
Yeah, I didn't see everything, but some part of it is.
It's interesting because I want to hear both of you, bro. I'm sure, but see, I can't see it. So you were watching those videos, Dubs, and Zenesis can chime in. What did you notice that you thought was odd or unusual, or that I wasn't aware of that I was doing? Go ahead. This will be a good learning experience. You can both.
Okay. Well, I mean, it was just basically like the way you're sort of carrying yourself and the way like the volume in your voice, the way you're talking, the way you're projecting yourself. Also, like the way you're kind of like, oh, just go talk to your neighbor about this thing, or how, like let's just go do this, or even just coming into the house, like sort of when he's asleep. It's like, oh yeah, like there's that kind of. The way you're kind of moving through life is a little differently, and like I think it's a good thing, but it can be misinterpreted in a different way. Like what you're coming off, like I just saw like a really good friend who's like trying to like comfort their other friend when they're about to leave or like sell up and shit. But other people might see it as intrusive, like you're overstepping your boundaries, your volume control's a little too high, like. That's what I saw, but like I was kind of envious. I was like, I would like someone like that in my life who's like actively interjecting themselves so that like
one thing I do want to add, I appreciate the feedback, and I tell my shrink this: if I were to meet you in Australia, I probably wouldn't act like that. The nature of my relationship with Dumb, and maybe I misjudged it, was different than with other like he and I had talked about meeting up multiple times. We've done the silly, I love you, James. I love you too, OC. Yeah. So and plus maybe some was for the camera, but I felt comfortable enough for that. James was a decent enough guy that I didn't think I was being overly intrusive, but you feel that behavior was just inappropriate. To be honest, you felt it was inappropriate. To me, I just want to say that I didn't necessarily act like that with everybody, but with James, I felt comfortable enough that I thought, okay. I mean, I thought, maybe I misjudged him. I thought we were comfortable enough with each other at that point that we could play those games, but maybe I was wrong. But go ahead.
No, I think it was appropriate behavior. In like given the fact that you two are close, generally, like I did feel like Dumb maybe was a little but like he also has his own kind of hang-ups in life, as we all do. But like, I guess it's kind of like a little bit of a clearer picture into your day-to-day life. Like, maybe like how like I'm expecting a certain way of a person to act at work, at a job site, or anything like that. But like, you probably don't. There's things that you might not pick up on that you're projecting.
Well, can we be a bit more specific? Because again, it wasn't a job site; it was me meeting some dude.
Yeah.
Okay, but in fairness, what are some things you would have done? Thought was, and Zenesis can chime in too. But I don't think you watched the videos. But you can chime. Give me some more specific. Okay, my volume. But was there some instance where you thought, "Oh my god"?
Well, it's just like maybe like calling beforehand, or like knocking on the door, like not just like going in, or like not like James was like trying to like he was talking about like where he was going to go and stuff, and like you're kind of like interjecting all the time, like, oh, we should like go this way, or have you gone this, have you done this? Like I've noticed that a lot of like normies will like, they're just kind of like chilled out, like even with super close friends sometimes. So it's like, I don't know, that's the only thing I kind of picked up on. And like you kind of asserted yourself into his dwellings, like sort of like, you know, like it was. And like you mentioned that like James had a panic attack while you were there. Like maybe it was a bit much for him and he was trying to internalize it or something like that. Like this much of a person that's like, you have a big personality, like when you're around like someone that you like, I think. So it's maybe that was part of it as well. I'm not a psychologist or anything like that. That's just kind of what
You're right. I got a big personality when I'm around people I like, which is right now my personality seems so small because I'm sitting next to my brother. I'm looking at fucking Zenesis. So you're right. If I actually liked any of you people, I'd be very different. I don't know if Zenesis understands the joke. Isn't it? You understand? I'm joking.
I do understand it.
Yes, what I'm saying. Let's let Zenesis chime in.
I'm just trying to think of, because it's been a while, but from what I remember, it does. I mean, I do agree with Chris that it seemed like a lot that you were trying to kind of like overwhelm Dom a lot. But the thing is with Dom is also he's like a person who has like a lot of social anxiety, right? Like he's a really neurotic, anxious person, right? And you're the complete opposite of him, right?
No, I think I can. Maybe that's part. Part of the problem is people might misjudge me and who I am and what I'm thinking based upon one angle they see me at. Like when I'm talking to my shrink, I know the guy. I'm going to talk to him. I can be very anxious myself, and my brother can tell you in real life. I think it depends on who I'm with and how I might be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be misjudging, but it depends on how I perceive them. I think maybe I was wrong about James, but I perceived him as easygoing, and we had enough of we knew each other well enough from the internet world that I could be, I think what I'm trying to say is while I could easily misjudge, that isn't how I am 24/7 with everyone. I can be anxious and panicky like dumb. You just might not see it if I'm in a good mood or I'm with someone who I think I get along with.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that it goes to this extent where you get like a panic attack, right?
No, I freeze up unaccomplished. I wouldn't have the walk around pace. No, not to that extreme.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't describe you as a neurotic kind of person, right? Because I mean, I did watch some videos of you where you kind of like interact with people in real life, right? You're actually you're like I think you probably had the term like denied extrovert, right?
I'm sorry, which is what term? What
denied extrovert, right? It's
denied
like
extrovert.
A person who is extroverted, but his surroundings or environment doesn't allow him to be an extrovert.
I was denied the ability to be an extrovert. Okay.
No, you are extrovert, but the environment is denying you the ability to practice the extrovert.
Right. No. Okay. Maybe.
There's a term which I made up, kind of.
Okay. I'm like, I've never heard this term, but okay.
Yeah. I mean, because I also view Dev Pike in this kind of category, right? Because I'm like an introvert, right? And I look at you and like Dev, like I mean, like you probably also notice with Dev, like maybe it's different to you, but he messages a lot of stuff, right? Always wants to talk, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, he does, yeah, man.
And he has a lot of social energy, right? And I see also this kind of thing in you also that you want to talk with a lot of people, right? But it's just a problem with you is like you want to talk with people like who kind of understand you, right? Which is understandable, right? You want to talk with people who get your position, right? You don't want to get like talk with trolls all day, right?
I talk to everybody because I'm an extrovert trying to make up for it because I've been denied. But in general, I get the gist of what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, and regarding Dam, I look at Dam, for example, like yes, Dam has a kind of like intrinsic kind of motivation to talk with people, but the thing is like for him, since he's like neurotic and has extreme social anxiety, this kind of blocks him, right, to kind of like to be the kind of person he wants to be, right? And regarding like your trip to kind of like when you went to his house, like Chris mentioned before that that you kind of like overhelped him. The thing is also like I talked with Americans before, right? Several, but I know that America is really big and kind of like the social kind of communication varies from each state, right? And city, right? I don't know how the average kind of normie looks like in Waynesboro versus a normie in New Jersey. I know that you have something, right? That you're autistic, right? But so I can't really say that Dam was behaving completely wrong because I don't know how the average person on Waynesboro like behaves, right?
Right.
There's no comparison.
Right. I was in a different. We're in a different geographic territory. Plus, I'm a Spurg. So me being a New Jersey Spurg might have seemed out of place in what was basically Northern Maryland. Yeah. Maybe I don't know. Hard to say.
If you compare average kind of person from New York versus Jersey, there's a huge difference, right? The way how they navigate life.
I suppose to an extent.
Yes. Yes.
But then don't we factor that in too? Like if a guy from Texas goes to Florida or something like you kind of factor in they're not from around here. So doesn't me being an outsider at least give me some, okay, he doesn't know our ways. You know what I mean? So
there's different boundaries that are being drawn up.
Yeah.
Depending on where you are.
Right. Like if some yokel from Perth went to Sydney, the real world, it would be like a different story. But hopefully the Sydneyites would be a bit more understanding. Oh, he's from Perth. We can, we understand he's, from a different part of the country.
Yeah, or even like inner city versus rural would be massive here. Like if I was to go out back,
Tyrol went to Vienna.
Yeah, if someone from the Tyrol went to Vienna, wouldn't you be a little more okay? He's not from Vienna. We understand. He might act a little different because he's from the Tyrol or he's from wherever. Yeah. So I mean, wouldn't that also play into it and give you some leeway?
Absolutely.
This is why I find your failed normie kind of scale so funny, right? Because it's like a application which you use for everything, right? Which you can't use at all because the world is really complex and nuanced, right? Itself.
You're saying my scale's too simplistic because things are too.
Yeah, it's too simplistic.
Okay.
I mean, you could transfer it like to each area, but you're constantly having to adjust it. Like it's like I don't know. Like I look at OC like he'd fit in no problem in Perth, but like in some sort of areas out like in Australia, like probably not. Like it's just it kind of changes depending on where you are and stuff. But it's like I don't know. I know if I went out back tomorrow, it would be like climbing a fucking mountain, like just trying to fit in socially, because just a lot of the city norms and even like suburban norms are being put into me. But when I look at OC, it's like it's like someone who's got on or off. Like it's like I'm gonna give this my full attention and my full like care, or it's like, all right, well I'm getting treated hostile and I'm just gonna back off. It's like I don't know. It all depends on ability to adapt, like whether you can adapt to varying different situations, like whether it be workplace or like a different area code or another country. It's like how fast can you pick up the normal, and then how much are you willing to push that if you want to push that in your favor, like it's.
Well,
So
I gotta go to bed.
you gotta go to bed. I was gonna say it's 10:30. All right, I'll talk to him a
Yeah.
little bit more. Yeah, Brosy's got to go. You all right? You need some water?
I'm all right.
Yeah, he's got to get up tomorrow. I'll keep going a little bit. What I wanted to say, and I will share my stories. I know I keep doing it as a teaser. I'll share my stories. I want to do them in video form. I want to walk around and be able to walk again. What I would say, here's why I disagree with you. Here's what the problem I have. I've had bizarre experiences in places where they should not happen, in suburban grocery stores or suburban liquor stores. I've experienced, it's like, everyone think if I lived in the ghetto, whatever you call it in Australia, I live in the dump, the slums, or if I was like involved in illegal gambling or drug running or loan shark, it would be different. But I'm getting treated bizarrely in ways that you wouldn't imagine would happen in the environment that I'm in. That's what I find so, And even my shrink will admit, I've never encountered something like this before. That's apparently my brother he went to bed. Damn. My brother used to say to me, he goes, you bring out the worst in others. And what I've come to realize as time goes on, I bring out the truth in others. I bring out the crazy and the functionally crazy, not even by choice. It's just my being a Spurg throws something off enough that the functionally crazy come out of the woodwork.
Yep. So
I think you can disagree. I don't mind if you disagree, but at least know the full story. But know what you're disagreeing with.
Well, no, it's like your shrink is constantly trying to find like that X factor that is causing the set-offs in a seemingly normal environment. So it's like, well, did you look at someone strange? And it's like, well, no. Or did you project it? Like, are you moving around strange? It's like, no. And it's like, are you shadowing someone when you're walking? Like sometimes I had a young woman like go off at me because I was moving too slow in the shops and she was behind me. I had no idea she was behind me, but she was like, fucking move, cunt. And she was like right behind me. I was like, the fuck? And if I wanted to, I could have been like, well, fuck you, bitch. Like, but I was like, you know what? Like, I just want to get home. Like, I can't deal with this shit. So I think your shrink he's trying desperately to find the missing link. Like it's the missing link. Like it's usually you can pin it on something, but with you, it's like he can't seem to do it. And like,
no, that's a good way of putting it. I guess I expected more from him. Ideally, he's this seasoned pro. He should be open to thinking, okay, if I can't find the X factor, I'll look for the Y factor. He just seems to not want to at least even think beyond it. That would be my criticism of him. I don't know if Zenesis watched any of my shrink videos. Probably not. But yeah, I've shared videos of me talking to my shrink before. So, okay. Yeah, and that's what I say. I'm not opposed to criticism, but I look at the shrink not wanting to, even the few times he says, even if you are this, that, and that, it still doesn't explain this. This is weird, but he's got to back off. Maybe he's afraid to take that leap, or he's too old and doesn't want to. Maybe I'm wrong about the whole thing. What do you guys think about my shrink? Go ahead. Talk. I'm going to get a beer real quick. I can hear you. I got to get another beer. I'm not. I'll be right back. I'll let you guys. This is what you tell Dev Pike. It's okay to let the guests talk. You got to be cognizant. You still got to play host. Okay. The host is going bye, but I'm listening. I am listening. Talk about my shrink or whatever you think. And you can criticize, man. If you think, well, see, I think your shrink is right about this, that's fine, as long as you actually watched and have a basis for your opinion. That's all. Good.
Yeah, I think with his shrink, the most funny thing about the shrink is like that he films his stuff without his consent, right? It's the most funny thing, man. It's like that's so hilarious.
That's fucking hilarious.
But besides this, he kind of reminds me like of Jordan Peterson or Kermit the Frog kind of thing. Yeah. He sounds like Kermit the Frog, but acts like Jordan Peterson, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think he's like tried every fucking avenue he can.
Yeah.
And I try to insert myself into the situation. Like if I had a shrink and I look back at my like interactions where it's felt seemingly unwarranted or instigated that something would happen, and I kind of think like, well, fuck, what did I do? And then it's like you did nothing. Like you just were walking, or you looked at something, or you might have made a certain, like I remember another time where I went for a delivery, and like I have these pin holders in the truck that keep the load secure, and I dropped one on the ground, and it was a fucking loud ass fucking noise. But this chick was like, "Will you just shut the fuck up?" And I'm like, and again, so it's like you always get to this crossroads where it's like, do I say something? Do I look at her? Do I? And I just, if you act like nothing happened, it's like you just walk away. And it's like you watch the video with OC and the crazy bitch, the voodoo bitch at the shops. It's like at any point, he could have walked away.
Yeah.
But there's also this factor of like you want to, you're like, well, what the fuck did I do wrong? Like, what have I done?
The problem with what Ossie also has, sorry to interrupt, is like that he has like there's one thing where Danny and him kind of like are similar. They both have a natural kind of tendency to be combative, right? Like, and the thing is that when I watched like the video where with the black woman, right? Yeah. I saw kind of okay that she was crazy, right? Yeah. But he could have walked away and just ignored her, but he didn't, right? He engaged her, right? It's like
maybe that. Well, maybe that's the link. Maybe that's the factor where it's like he's unable to see that for what it is, and it's like this unwarranted bullshit, and he's unable to see that, and it's like that's what's causing the trouble. So you go back to Tall Fag and fucking Ice-T and all that other bullshit, same shit. Maybe in what would have been a 99.9 case scenario of just being like, fuck this, you guys will sleep it off, I'm going to sleep it off.
No, you're wrong, and we'll talk about it in a minute, but I just spilled I went to go like this, my beer knocked over. I'm listening, keep talking, I'll be right back. You're wrong, but go ahead, share your story. You're wrong about, I'll tell you why.
Well, fuck. Oh, no. Well, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But shit, I'd like to know where I was wrong. But it's like, yeah. Well, if you go back to the tall fag and the fucking dude, it's like, I can see the normie punch down on that, but at the same time, it's like there is the factor of like just walking away. But then it's like at the same time, maybe you want to question it. You want to understand why the fuck this is happening. And I've been in that situation too, where it's like this is unjust. Like, so I don't know. I think. What do you think about that, Zenesis?
I look at more like this. If it happened once, I think okay, it's just a pure kind of rare coincidence, right? But if it happens like multiple times in different kind of scenarios, it's kind of similar kind of things occurring, then I would think, okay, maybe there is something where I might fuck up, kind of. Yeah. Which I might contribute to kind of like being angry towards me. Yeah. And I think this is where also he's getting at, like this is his position, like because it happens so many times, right? That he thinks like okay, there is something kind of. He thinks he might not realize it.
Keep talking.
Yeah. Maybe if he thinks it's his aura kind of which draws in people, right? It might not be the aura, or maybe it might be some kind of behavior thing which he does which he's unaware of, right? Yeah. Which kind of triggers those kind of reactions towards it, right?
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like the unaware behavior might be that even just a touch of reaction. Even just there are some people that are so sensitive that even if you give them just a touch of reaction, like say like you react slightly to the tall fag or the voodoo bitch, even just looking at them after they've spouted some crazy fucking shit, that's enough for some. Because I've seen people like that. They just. You look at them the wrong way after they're acting completely fucking abnormal. Yeah. And it's like you're just trying to take in your surroundings. You're just trying to understand shit. They react in a way that's hostile. And as a result, like now you're in fight or flight mode kind of thing. But I'd be interested to know what OC thinks.
Oh, no, look, keep talking. Let Zenesis wants to respond. I can see. Don't cut Zenesis off. Finish.
Yeah.
I'll respond. Go ahead, yeah.
No, I mean, I do agree with Chris. It's just also I mean, those people you interacted with, they were clearly also like mentally fucked up, right?
Yeah, fuck it.
Right. Right. Especially with those kind of demographic, those kind of mini reactions, kind of they have like an amplified reaction, right? So, and I don't think a normal person like a neurotypical normal person with no mental health issue would go to this extreme, right?
Fuck no.
I think it's also with him like this is also one of his kind of main arguments is that he kind of like draws crazy people in, right?
Yeah,
I set them off definitely.
And this goes back to what I said. Like maybe you do something which you are unaware of, which triggers a specific kind of thing in them, which kind of contributes to them doing the thing, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is that with us is like, yes, we see some footage of you kind of doing the stuff, but we only see one angle. We don't see everything, right? Like we don't see you. We don't see your body language, right? And body language is the most important thing in human communication, right?
Yes.
Fuck
well,
yeah.
I guess I don't know. You guys are digging too deep. How dare you ask me this shit? Oh! Like if I were, let me tell you, if I had a problem talking about this stuff, I wouldn't share these videos in the first place. So okay, I should call my mother, have her come and talk to the. No, all right. So what I wanted to say is, the lady who the one lady, the voodoo. In the past, I would not have pulled out my camera on her. And I tell my shrink says the same thing. Oh, well, that was a crazy thing to do. And I said, yeah, numbnuts. I wouldn't have done that a few years ago, just like I wouldn't have seen a shrink a few years ago. And I'm at a point where it's like, fuck it. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. What I did love about that video, you got to pay attention. Don't worry about my body language and don't worry about the crazy lady. What I thought was great about that video. Did you see how the third parties all reacted? They saw a black woman screaming at a white man, assumed the white man must be at fault. They came over to help and were immediately drawn in. For the first time in their normie little lives, they got drawn into crazy. The one dude with the Misfit shirt. I don't know if you remember. I'll try to re-upload that video. It got a strike. It was taken down. There was the one guy, did he hurt you? And the woman said, no, he's one of those people who's been following me and my family for years. We got to call the police. And he was like, oh, and it was great to see these fucking idiot white knight morons for the first time in their shit lives get drawn into craziness because they made an assumption about me, which was wrong. And they made an assumption about her, which was dead wrong. And that was the most fascinating thing. I said to my shrink, in the past, I wouldn't do that, but I'm so glad I actually said, fuck it. This lady's going nuts. I'm going to pull up my camera. Fuck it. Because you get to see forget about me and forget about her. I was hoping more people would pay attention to the third part. Hey, are you okay? Did he hurt you? And she was so crazy. They realized very quickly, wait, this guy didn't do anything. This lady's nuts. Call the police, bro. Hey, man, you were coming to save her, Mr. White Knight. I thought that was the most fascinating thing when you normies have to eventually see the crazy that I got to deal with and you can't process it. That was my favorite part of the video, watching a bunch of bystanders try to come to the rescue. Oh, we know what's going on. The white man is at fault. And then all of a sudden, holy shit, this chick is whacked. What's going on? I thought that was the funniest part. I think you guys all missed the point. What?
I mean, yeah, I can remember there was a thing like this. But naturally, every guy or almost every guy has like this simpish kind of protector instinct, right? And this thing
let me stop you. Early on, when that bitch was going at me about, you've been following me, you're trying to kill me. Who are you people? There was an old black guy who walked by, old black dude, and he didn't say, hey, cracker is a slang term for a white guy. Hey, cracker, why you bothering the homegirl? He just realized, holy shit, this bitch is crazy. I ain't getting involved. He was the wisest person. He just kept, he's like, I'm not getting involved in this shit. I know this. I know the white guy's not at fault. This bitch is he was the wisest. A bunch of fucking morons got involved and they got a taste of crazy. I'm so happy that normies got a taste of my everyday crazy. I'm so happy for that. Yes, that I enjoyed.
I think it was good you filmed
but understand, I want to understand that sort of behavior is not, and I swear to you, I tell my shrink, not the sort of way I would have behaved prior to a few short years ago. And I might not even do that, something like that again. I said, you know what? Let me record this bitch because she's going nuts. I didn't deserve this. Did I look at her the wrong way? Was I too loud? Because what she was saying, she said I was following her around the store. Remember, when I went to that grocery store, supermarket, I went to the meat department. I saw her in the meat department. Not only was I not following her, I wasn't even going around the store. The only place I went to the front door, went to the meat department, was there for a while, talked to my brother, man, the meat sucks. Should I go here? Do you want to pick something up? I was in the meat, and then I left, and I saw her as I was leaving. So not only was she crazy, it's not even like I was just shopping and she thought I was following her. I wasn't even going around the store in the first place. She saw me twice and decided that I was following her around the store. And I'm like, enough of this. I'm going to record this, which I normally would not have done in my younger days. It was a fuck it, let's see where this goes. So you can't, like I tell my shrink, you can't take, yes, it probably would have been better just to walk away. In the past, I would have. At this point, it was more of a fuck it thing. But don't accuse me of doing that all the time, all my life. That was deliberate. I said, normally I would just walk away like everyone else, but I'm tired of this shit, so I'm going to do something different. Let's see where it goes. But that's never been, I swear, that's not how I've behaved all my life up until recent history. So that I want to criticize you on, because you're like, oh, maybe he's doing these things where others would walk away. My shrink says the same fucking thing, and I said up and down. I said, before I even saw you, asshole, I would just walked away, or maybe I would have even apologized. I'm sorry, ma'am, even though it wasn't my fault. I would have done what you guys normally do, but I've had so much crazy. I figured, fuck it, I'm going to record crazy. Fuck it. So that was a conscientious decision I made of late, not something that's been a pattern all my life. That's not true.
Yeah, because like you're in your 40s now, and it's like if you've been experiencing this and like you're constantly being told, "Oh, just walk away,
right?"
Now you want to film it because it's like, well, fuck it, yeah. Otherwise, no one's gonna believe you. Film it. Plus, also film for your safety, because that bitch was fucking crazy as fuck.
Yes. But like I said, she wasn't screaming at everybody in the store. She targeted me. I saw her once, and I was on the phone with my brother. We caught eyes. I didn't think anything of it. Just some lady walking by. Didn't think anything of her until so why did she, of all the people in that store, why was I part of it? Remember, she didn't just say, I think you're a psycho killer trying to kill me because I don't like the way you looked at me. She said, you people, plural, you people have been following me around for years. Who are you people? So what I'm trying to say is it wasn't even like you can argue I gave her a nasty look and she thought I was going to harm her. She was convinced that a group of people was after her and I must be part of this group. Why did she focus on me instead of anybody else in that damn store? Explain that to me and maybe I'll understand better.
I can't explain that. I've been to the shops. I've been like down the same aisle as people before, like multiple times, where it's been like I've even thought to myself, like, "Fuck it, this must look like I'm following this person."
Right. Yes, you're going around the store. So you and someone else are basically on the same shop pattern.
Yeah.
You see each other fairly frequently. In fact, before I pull up the camera, she said to me, "Are you following me around the store?" And I thought she meant it jokingly, like, "Oh, funny to see you again, stranger." I thought it was a joke, and I said, "Huh?" And she goes, "You people." And when I realized she was nuts, I said, "You know what? I'm going to do something different, something I normally would not do." So that's all I want to say is before you say, "Well, maybe OC, you should just walk away and not pull out your camera." Well, understand, normally 99% of the time, that's what I would do. I said, let's make this the exception, so you people get to see it too. But no, to accuse me of doing stuff like that on a regular basis is bullshit. That's all I want to say. I want to point that out. No, I normally I would do what you guys do, but like you said, Dubs, I'm in my 40s. I've been walking away all my goddamn life. I'm still in the wrong, so it's like, fuck it. If I'm going to be in the wrong, let me film it. Let me get something out of it.
Yeah, that's fair.
And you got to admit, it was entertaining. Do you find it a bit entertaining?
It was hilarious. It was fucking hilarious.
It was scary in the moment. In the moment, she's like pulling her car out, but the things she was saying were so whacked that even the white knights and simps had realized immediately, oh my God. If she had said he tried to rape me, they probably would have been sympathetic. When she was going on about he's part of the group trying to kill me, they've been following me. They were all like, huh? And it was so great to see them get some. Do
you think she was on anything at the time, like drugs or anything like that?
Possibly. I have no idea. Possibly.
Yeah, or coming off something, maybe.
What does that
look?
What?
Yeah.
Well, no, maybe that's part of it too. Me being a spurg and so many people being on drugs, the drugs affect them to the point where they can kind of function with like normal people, but they're on edge. And when they get a little spur, like people who are not on drugs can tolerate the spurg weirdo. People on drugs can barely tolerate normies. When they encounter a spurg weirdo, it's time to go nuts. Maybe it's entirely possible she was on something. Zenesis, from what you remember, do you think she was a druggie, or you think she was just crazy, or some combination? Or
it was just extreme. She was probably on something.
Yeah.
Something illegal or some kind of pills she was taking, like the doctor gave her pills for schizophrenia, but she was taking them the wrong way or something. Or when you say she was on something, abusing drugs or taking drugs the wrong way or legal drugs or what?
What I mean, if she was on something that she was clear, she was not from this world. Like when it comes to world wise, she was out of this. She was in a different kind of galaxy, kind of. She was extremely crazy.
Right, but why would someone extremely crazy target me of all the people she could have gone nuts on? What was about seeing me for a sec? She only saw me twice. The second time was enough to send her over the edge.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, like,
Body language, maybe, but I'm not conscientiously doing anything to, it's something I can't control because I'm a spurg is turning her off because she's nuts. And my body language tells her that I must be part of that group trying to get her. How many apologies do I have to make for people is my question. And where did Dubs go? He could have said, excuse me a minute. Where the fuck did he go?
Probably toilet or something like this.
Yeah.
The incident with the tall flag and the black girl, like how far was this away, like time span was like?
All right, tell my stories. The black girl was 2020, Valentine's Day of 2020, just before COVID hit. The tall fag was the summer of 24, so a couple years ago. So about 4.5 years apart.
Okay, so this kind of incidents, they don't really occur frequently in a short period of time, right?
The strangulation happened in 2018, run over in 2020, not quite 2 years, year and a half. I had other problems too at other jobs, which I can share. It seemed to happen every 2 or 3 years.
Okay. Would you say that this is like a really frequent kind of thing, time span wise, for you?
Compared to most people, I would say yes. Most people experience these things zero. Me, multiple times. Yes.
I don't think it's zero. I do think that they kind of like that. I do think that this kind of thing happens occasionally, right? But I won't say it's zero, right?
Right. If it happens once in a blue moon, you can say it's a freak occurrence. When it happens every few years, you say, "What the fuck?"
I don't know. Like I again, like I've had stuff happen where it feels.
Oh wait! Stop.
Unwarranted.
Dubs, I don't want to criticize you, but I'm going to criticize you. I've also had normal bullshit, like some bitch saying, "Why are you following me around?" There's a difference between because I have all the normal bullshit that you have, and then some. A bitch might say, "You follow me around? Hurry up, you slowpoke." I've gotten that too. That's not the same level as you people have been following me around trying to kill me. So I'm trying to make. I think when you say, "Why have abos come up to me?" I've got all of your bullshit and then some. I'm focusing on the and then some, which I don't think you're factoring in. So, yeah, some bitch saying, hurry up, you're going too slow. Someone being nasty, that happens to me too, like it happens to most of us. I'm talking, but I don't think you've ever had someone accuse you of being part of some secret group trying to murder them. Have you? I'm talking about that next level bizarro-ness.
Yeah, I mean, I get hostile treatment.
Yes, I do as well. If I had to share a video of everything, you wouldn't want to watch my channel. It'd be too many hours. I'm not talking about the mundane hostile.
It's like frequent enough where it's like fuck, but it's also like I know to walk away from it. Like I've had those moments where like it's felt like extra in the moment. Like yeah, it was like I could tell you if you care to hear. Like there's been like times where it's like one of my neighbors
shut you up for a minute. I don't want to dismiss you. I'll listen to your stories, but I kind of feel like what to me would be everyday hostility to you is like, wow, intense. If you had to go through what I go through, it would be super duper intense. But I want to address Cassandra's point, then I'll bring you back on. Cassandra says, I don't know how many randos have shouted schizo stuff at you before OC, like the Black Women Super. No, it's completely unrelated. No, it's actually most of the problems I have are with people who they don't know me well, but they're not total strangers. The black lady in the store was more of an outlier in the general sense of things. But I shared that because it was crazy in the moment. No, it's more like I've told my shrink. It's mostly, I'm talking about the crazy stuff, not just the regular hostility. The crazy stuff is with people who know of me. They know who I am. I'm not totally foreign or unknown to them, but they don't know me well. Just to answer her question, but go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about like extra stuff on top of the normal shit. Yeah. It's right. Like I've had like I've had like 2 neighbors in my lifetime where like one of them was like running she was like pretty much coordinating robberies around a street that I was on, and then she would like when I would call out on it, it was like I got gaslit and told like, "Oh, you're fucking crazy! Like you have no idea."
I'm sorry. Stop. I'm interested. Who would you call her out on? Other neighbors, or who were you calling her out on? Or herself?
Well, I saw her on like videotape. Her like basically harboring someone who was robbing places, and it was like.
I'm sorry, but who told you you're wrong? Who was it you complained to?
The neighbor, like
the other neighbors didn't see it. Okay.
Yeah, so it was like I was trying to explain this, like this car that is at the same time a robbery has been occurring is at your house, and they have footage of it, or the neighbor does, and I'm trying to like explain that, and it was like she like put on this coordinated attack against me, and it was like, well, what the fuck? Like, I'm just trying to like look
Well,
after my own.
when you say coordinated attack, she wanted to rob your house, or she tried to turn the neighbors against you, or what do you mean?
Turn the neighbors against me and stuff.
Right.
Like it was like, yeah. And then there was like another neighbor that was the same sort of deal. Like he just all of a sudden just like lashed out completely. Like he smashed my car. He like was completely violent. He just was obnoxious out of like nowhere, and it was like really bizarre. And like those are just some of like they're a couple of things, but like I guess you would call those the extra a little bit. Like to me it was.
What I find the most strange about it is that unless the other neighbors are fucked up too, no one at least listened or tried to say, okay, you're saying the one neighbor lady is coordinated robbing our houses. Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong, but why do you say that? Let me think about it. You're saying that everyone sided with this neighbor, and
like
right.
they folded like instantly.
Well, no, that's strange. It's a different kind of strange. Do you think it's because she very good looking or very well loved around the neighborhood, or why were they so forgiving?
I think it was part intimidation because she has the connections.
Okay.
And I think it was another part that she is good looking as well. So it was like a double whammy. And then like I'm coming out there as like a dude, like fuck, like she's like obviously coordinating shit, like she's got this car pulling up to her house. They're showing up at the exact same time. She hangs out with ex-prison convicts. She's like a drug addict. It's like, you know, it's like, come on, but it's like it fell on deaf ears all the time. So it's like yeah, and then you just live in paranoia where it's like, well, fuck, is my house gonna get fucking robbed? Like and then the other guy, he was even worse. Like he would be in and out of jobs. He would be just 1 minute he'd be nice, and then the next he would just attack like vehicles and stuff.
Right. Well, if you said vehicles, my next question, was he just targeting you personally, or was he attacking other people's vehicles? Were others aware?
He had like a restraining order on one. Like I lived in like, it was like a unit street. So it was like 4 houses like packed onto one street, like an alley. And like he had a restraining order against one place. Well, they put a restraining order against him because one night he just freaked out on them. And then slowly he turned on me and my ex at the time. And then we moved, and he still followed us all the way out to where we moved. And we moved pretty far away. And like he threw a brick through my car, and he was like stealing stuff. And
what I'm not trying to trivialize. Here's my thoughts.
Yeah, no, that's yeah.
I'm gonna tell you. Let's talk about the second story. Scary but mundane because it wasn't just you. Others knew this guy is fucked up. So it's scary, but at least others realize this is fucked up. Your first story is more comparable to what I'm talking about. You see how fucked up things are, and no one believes you. It's kind of comparable. I don't think your house was ever robbed, but there is a difference. While they're both scary stories, everyone agreed that one guy was fucking nuts. That's the one thing I'm saying. As bad as it was, it's not like people thought you were crazy or you must have brought it on. Everyone, when that happened, people probably said, wow, that guy's fucked up. We got a restraining order on him. Yeah, he's fucking nuts. I'm sorry that happened. You at least got the sympathy and the understanding with the second story. Am I correct? People understood.
Yeah.
See, I don't get that kind of sympathy. The first story sounds comparable-ish with you saying this bitch is hanging out with crazy people and she's going to rob us and no one believed you.
Okay.
Okay, so that's kind of a difference. It's not just about the intensity. It's about at least others recognize.
Yeah, you're not getting any sympathy. That's the thing.
Not just sympathy, recognition. I would say
recognition, sympathy, and like relate. So like when you tell your shrink these things, it's not like well, damn, that fucking sucks for you. Like I hate that happened. It's more like, well, what did you do wrong in the moment?
Yes. It's not even, I don't even want to pat me. I want him to say, okay, I'm a shrink. I don't understand what's going on. Let's try to figure it out. Let me use my years of knowledge to try to put this together. Instead, it's just, well, maybe I know in the past with the lady in the store, you pull out your phone. I'm like, that doesn't compare. I'm talking about before I even do. Yes, he's just trying to like grasp at anything rather than try to figure out, like you said, he's looking for the X factor. He won't even contemplate a Y or Z factor. He won't complement other variables. That's my criticism. At least with the nut job with the brick through your window, at least others said it wasn't just you experiencing it. Everyone realized this guy's a fucking bum. Right.
Yeah, that was a mutual thing. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. So it's like you're on your own in these situations and you're trying to make sense of it, and then you're trying to relay it to people, and then it's like,
right. I love where you're going with this. Zenesis, I want you to talk to. I got to right back. I'm getting 0. I got to charge this up and get another one. I'm listening. I'm going to leave. I'm enjoying this. Yes, I think, Dubs, you're getting it. And like I said, Dubs, you can disagree with me. That's fine. At least know what you're disagreeing with. I don't want your sympathy, but I felt the last time, whatever it was, a few streams ago, you don't have enough information to make this call either way. I felt you were making a premature call. That was my gripe. You understand? I don't want you to pat me on the head. I don't make a premature. And if you still understand and disagree, that's fine. But don't make a premature gripe. Yes, you're putting it. You're good at, like you articulated with dumb. He needs to be domesticated. Well said. Yes, it's not just sympathy. It's I'm not getting the recognition when these things are actually happening, and being blamed for it. You guys, in Genesis, you can chime in because you're listening. Do you have anything to say, or you have no idea what he's talking?
I do. I'm aware what he's talking about. It's just like my position is just like it's really hard to say also anything on this because it's like first is this body language kind of thing, which it kind of denies, right?
Yeah.
And then there is this kind of thing with the time spent, right?
Yeah.
Because occasionally I also meet crazy people, right?
Mm.
Like I actually meet crazy people frequently, kind of, because I go out a lot, right?
Mm.
So for me, it's like it kind of is normal for me, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, I also got into fights with crazy people, right?
Yeah. I think the delineation is, though, it's like I do kind of see maybe where he's come from. It's the external factor. It's like there's situations where you encounter a crazy person and you tell that to people, or you're in the environment and you say like, hey, this person's crazy and they're treating me like this, and it's like, and people are like, oh yeah, we see that, like we see that. But then there's the other side of it where it's like you can explain to your heart's content that this person is treating me like differently, or they're doing something, and the external factor, the populace, is like, we don't see that. I think that's maybe where he's coming
well
from.
articulated, but to take it a step further, not only does the populace not see it, they try to blame you. I think the populace does see it, but they don't want to rock the boat. Let's get rid of it. It's easier to sacrifice him, because that's what happened to me in the store. The girl tried to run me over. I think a lot of people knew what happened. They tried to imply I was crazy. Then they buried it. Then they wanted to have me arrested for vaping. They found tapes of me vaping in the back months earlier. It's like they went to a bizarre extreme to like get rid of me rather than have me bring this back up. So it's not just the lack of sympathy or the lack of recognition. It's even.
You got Grotesque Subhuman in the chat.
Dubs, this is why I keep you around. You're good for very little, but here we go. It's irrelevant. These people are crazy. Well, it's not just them. It's the clique around them.
Basically, yeah. I think that's the differing factor is the external. It's like, yeah, you look at my two examples, like one was all external validation was not there. And it was like you're the one that's seeing too deeply.
Yes, the first one I relate to. The second one, it was scary.
The second one is like everyone's on board with that.
I want to make this very clear because you're better at articulating it. You've got my sympathy. But that doesn't compare because it's not like it was a surprise. As scary as it was, others knew. It's not like you're nuts, man. Everyone said this guy's fucked up. So that, as bad as that was and scary as that is, that's not what I'm talking about. I think you're starting to understand a little better now. That was Monday. That is the first one is the better example with the girl that no one wanted to even question if she could be no good. Yes, I think you're understanding now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's funny because I see this as a third party in a lot of places as well where I'm not directly involved, and I'll see like there's a place I deliver to, and there's like two people that have like an ongoing blood feud, and because I'm a pretty chill guy, I guess. It's like I hear both sides. Like it's like they're trying to swing me on to either side. It's like, well, he came at me with a wrench and threatened to bash my head in, and the other guy's like, well, he fucking like threatens to UFC fight me to death and shit. And it's like I'm kind of observing this. I'm like how did it get to this point where it's like it's all like and both sides will deny it, and it's like, well, one of them is one's trying to appeal to the factory workers, like, no, this is my side, and the other one's like, no, like I'm trying to appeal to the factory, like, and this is my side. So it's like it all boils down to who has the populace and not whether the facts are correct. It's like
correct. Yes, well said. Who has, I guess, the populace, for lack of, or some. There's got to be a better word for that. But yes, with the two guys, the knife and the wrench, or maybe they're both hostile. Maybe one is and the other's being honest. Either way, it comes down to what the whatever we're going to call it, what the social dynamic wants to believe, as opposed to cold hard facts.
Yeah.
And you know, with the tall fag wanting to break my jaw, I even told my shrink, it probably wouldn't have bothered me as much if it hadn't been for the strangulation and the run over. If that had been the only thing that happened, I'd say, wow, that guy was a fucking asshole, nut job, but oh well, life goes on. It wouldn't have bothered me as much. That wasn't the worst of my stories, but it's just an example that this shit still goes on. I still got some guy. What was the most amazing about that? Even though he didn't put his hands on me, he had no qualms threatening me in front of the boss. And the boss, after that, basically gave him approval to do so, because the boss didn't scold him and didn't turn away. The boss scolded me, which basically empowers the piece of shit. So it's like, holy, how am I supposed to function in an environment where one guy can break my jaw with the boss's fucking approval? Explain to me how I'm supposed to function here now. But yes.
So even if you do react, you're fucked either way.
Right.
Because it's like you're not going to win the populace vote in that situation. With the subconscious, like nah, he instigated, he did something wrong because of your prior experiences with strangulation. So it's like you've already determined, like, I can see where this is going, and I'm like, it's only going to get worse. So it's like, fuck that, which has now got to this point where it's like, if you're going to have to be in work or social situations all the time, and your life is dependent on it, like in terms of making money and whatnot, you're just waiting for the penny to drop, so to speak. Like you're just waiting for that moment where it's like, well, there it is, and it's like, well, fuck, I'm back to square one, kind of thing. It's like you bypass all this shit, get the neat bucks, and call it a day, and that way you can live your life.
Have a safety net at least, yes. Plus, I still got, in addition to all these problems, I still got to deal with the trauma of these problems, which is like snowballed. So yes, it sucks. This isn't fun and games. This is misery. One other thing about I want to say one last fact. You've summarized it very well, Dubs. With the auto parts job, I was a driver. I was basically by myself on the road all day. I was barely ever there at the warehouse, except you go back to base between your rides. And it was a bunch of old white guys. I was on the younger side, being my early 40s. A lot of there were some 30-year-olds. Most of those people were like, 50s, 60s, retiring in the 70s. It was a bunch of old white Americans. I said, okay, great. Old white American people in a place that I barely have to go to. This should be the best job I've ever had. And even there, I'm getting blatantly, I'll break your fucking, it's like, even here, it's like, is there no good job for me? Which is why it's so disheartening. Well, maybe just get a job. Maybe you're working in a bad environment. Try this place. It's like, if a bunch of old white guys who I barely even have to interact with, I'm still going to get this treatment. It's like, holy fucking shit. But so it's disheartening.
Yeah. The only saving grace I can give to the other side, is maybe there was some subtle fucking social cues you missed, during the lead up to any of these situations that you might not have fucking known. That's the only devil's advocate I can play at this point.
Well, I'm going to respond. I'm going to respond to that point. But first, let's talk about. I disagree with Todd, our hero here. SSDI or SSI, the Social Security, American Social Security, neat bucks, won't be a safety net. Be real on that. What I would say is something is better than zero. Something is better than nothing. So It's like saying, "Oh wow, you bought a lottery ticket. You only won $10 instead of the Mega Millions." Well, it's better than zero. So no, I disagree with him on that. It's still good to have that sort of safety net. It is a safety net of sorts. As far as I can't know what I don't know. You're right. So I mean, how am I supposed to be privy to this information if no one's going to tell me?
I know, and that's the thing. It's going back to the voodoo bitch, right? Mm-hmm. She could have spotted you from a mile away before you'd even entered the store, and she could have seen something in you that she didn't like, and she could have said, "That's the motherfucker right there." Same thing with a tall fag. He could have seen something in you that you had no idea what the fuck you were doing. You were just being yourself, and he's like, keep an eye on that motherfucker. Some people are like that. That's the only devil's advocate I can give to that situation.
No, I've said to my shrink several times, I've told him, I go about my life. I've said something to that effect. I'll bring it up next time. What you just said, I've shared before. I only saw that, like the voodoo lady. I saw her twice. From my perspective, I saw her twice. I said, who knows? Maybe she saw me in the parking lot and decided I was bad news. And his response was, well, why would she think that? You seem normal to me. And I'm just speculating. I don't know who crazy. But I agree. I even said, maybe these people sized me up before I even come along. They've already made up their mind about me before we even interacted. But he's trying to find that X factor, so it must have been something I did. Well, if someone I didn't even notice yet, they noticed me first, and they decided I'm that crazy guy who's following them around. If they've made up their minds before I even know who they are, how did I do something? Intentionally. It's
like pre-judgment. It's like pre-judgment to something. It's like they might have seen you, like, I'm not saying you did, but you might have seen you like scratch your ass and then fucking sniff your nose, right? And they'd be like, "These are dirty cunt." Like, fuck that. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. They might have, or like I've seen people drop rubbish out of a car or spit. I've seen people do some shit, and I'm like, the fuck? And then like you end up face to face with them later on, and you're like, there's something implanted in you, in your subconscious, where it's like, I don't like you. Like I don't fucking like you. And some people are like that, But I think that might be the case with you. There's been some occurrences where people have drawn a conclusion about you without even getting to know you, and then they have acted on that when the time is right, and when they know it's favorable, if they're smart enough. And that's it. Like it's.
And I want to add. I want to hear from Zenesis, but first I'm going to add something. I don't know if either of you paid attention when I've talked about secondhand hatred. Do you know what I'm talking about with secondhand hatred?
No.
I'll tell you what secondhand hatred, because this might also tie into it. You said someone might see me in the parking lot. Decide. I also think something happens where I might have a tiff with, like, let's say me and this coworker don't get along. Maybe they're being the asshole. I don't like them. Next thing I know, him and like 1,000 people, I'm exaggerating, him and a bunch of orbiters, right? I don't know them. They don't know me. I don't have a problem with them, but here's my friend. He said you suck. I don't know you, OC, but he told me you suck, so I believe it. Now I hate you too. So I don't even realize, we have a problem. I don't even fucking know you. That's what I call secondhand hatred. Yeah, they decided to hate me because they were told to. I'm like, I have a problem with this guy. It's between me and him. Who the fuck are you? But that ties in kind of with what you were saying, but it also ties in with my idea of the clique. The idea that it's not just we saw you from a distance and didn't like you. We were told not to like you, so we believe what we're told. Our friend doesn't like you. We don't like you either, even though we don't even fucking know you. So I don't see it coming. Like, who the fuck are you? Who are you again? The secondhand hatred.
Yeah, it's like tribalism or like by proxy hate.
Right.
It's secondhand, like you said, and that has an enormous factor. I've witnessed that firsthand, where one guy got into an altercation with he was a black dude. He got into an altercation with a Maori guy, a New Zealander guy, and suddenly all the Maoris, like, they knew, like, that black guy is the problem. He never spoken to him. He never had nothing to do with him. He was public enemy number fucking one. They knew his address. They knew to like kind of stalk him when he came out of the building. They knew to give offhand comments, like that kind of passive aggressive shit. That's quite common as well. And I believe
I want to say something else. I want to hear from Zenesis, and allegedly Todd wants to come on. I'll believe it when I see it. But one other thing about me,
not worthy, man.
That's all right. Hey, you're here. You're worthy. Listen, I want to say something. I want you both to hear this. I think part of it too is I have a thick skin. My father was a nut job. I've been hated all my life. A lot of stuff which is disappointing doesn't make me break down. I think some of these people they get nasty, and other people bow to them and cower. Whereas I look them in the face and say, "What the fuck's your problem?"
Yeah.
And that's when they realize, it's not all of them, but some of them say, "I got to take it to that next level." And that's when I'm like, whoa, you crossed the line. I think a lot of it is secondhand hatred and the yelling and screaming, or you fucking suck. And you, like you were saying, they knew when to wait for it in the comments. I look at them and say, fine, I don't give a fuck about you. And that drives them nuts where they want to take it to that next fucking level. And what do you do when you're in this position? That's the secondhand hatred and my not reacting the way a more normally socialized person would. Me sort of being indifferent. Like when the nigger bitch, I look at her like, okay.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't cower back. 6 weeks later, she's got to stick it to me because I didn't cower the way she expected me to.
Yeah,
I think it's part of it.
Never underestimate the ability of people to fester hatred and harbor hatred for someone. It can be 6 weeks, it can be 6 months, it can be 6 years. They can cling on to one thing, and that can come out.
And that's when you guys say, just walk away. Even if you walk away, they might still want to come after you. So hey, we got to factor that in. Are we climbing a stair, Dubsy?
I still think if you in the moment, if you feel like this is not worth, like I can record this and have it as proof. It depends on the immediate threat. It depends on like a threat to your livelihood, your income, your earning, or your choices you make in life. There are times when it's like, I know this person is going to keep coming after me no matter what I do, but I can mitigate it to such an extent if I just ignore them. And I think that's where those two guys are at that I mentioned before at the warehouse. They know to walk away from each other because...
Right, but they're almost, what you're describing with them, it's almost like I don't want to, maybe one of them is the innocent victim, but it almost seems like they want to build it up. I'm dead serious when I say, you accuse me what you want. I'm not trying to build up anything with anyone. I'm actually hoping to blow over, but they want to take it to that next level. Your guys sound like they want to.
It does sound like that sometimes. I'm surprised they haven't actually killed each other yet because the way they go on about each other. But
all right, let me stop a moment. I want to talk to Zenesis. You've been quiet. Before we do,
yeah.
What is Cassandra going on about? If only
I would like to see.
I'm starting to think it's not Todd. She keeps saying GS3. First of all, I can't see Grotesque Subhuman 3. Look in your chats. Is Grotesque Subhuman 3? Grotesque Subhuman should be Todd Thundercock, same person. Grotesque Subhuman 3 is a completely different person entirely. Who wants to come on? I don't want to talk to GS3. He's a piece of shit. Is this the actual Grotesque Subhuman or is this GS3? I can't even see a GS3. What link does this bitch want me to post? I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm enjoying our conversation. The chat means nothing to me, but what is going on? Who wants to what? You can't see it. A link for who? Who? Grotesque Subhuman.
He wants the Streamlabs link, I think.
For who? For Grotesque Subhuman 3? Who is she talking? What's going on? I'm confused here. She's got him mixed up. Does Todd want to come on or does GS3 want to come on? I don't want to talk to GS3. I'm enjoying this conversation too much.
Oh, maybe I got that wrong then. Grotesque Subhuman.
You're talking about the actual Grotesque. She doesn't know Todd. She knows Grotesque Subhuman 3 better than the original Grotesque Subhuman 1. Okay. So, Cassandra, shut the fuck up.
Okay.
I'll post the link, and if someone interesting pops up, I'll post them. Now, Zenesis, have you been paying attention? I know English, you're pretty good, but English isn't your first language. Do you understand what Dubs and I are talking? I don't mean that condescendingly. If there's something you missed, don't be embarrassed. Say, I missed, like I even said with you, when you were talking about, what did you say? What was your term? Denied extrovert. I thought this was some term I'd never heard of. Then you confessed. I asked you, so what does that mean? If there's something you don't understand, right, fine, she has it wrong. Zenesis, if there's something you don't understand, by all means, ask for. There's no embarrassment. Ask for clarification. What I'm being cognizant. This is called being cognizant of your audience. We got an Austrian here. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? English? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so if there's anything you missed or understand, what would you like to say? I'd like to hear from Zenesis now.
No, I did understand most of the things. It's just like I don't watch your stuff, right? So
right.
I don't know.
And that's on you, asshole. But anyway, this is a joke.
And the thing is also like when you tell me, oh, the stories about the black woman doing this crazy stuff, right? This was like, I don't know, half a year ago or 1 year ago or something like this. Also, timeline wise, for me, also when I watch this stuff, like, and for me, it's like since I don't watch your stuff, I need to listen more, kind of, and to make up a kind of like opinion for myself, right? This is the way how I am.
What I would say is this. This is why when I tell people, go back and watch my shit, what I'm saying is, if all you had was my word, then you can say, well, OC, I hear your side of the story, but I don't know the other person's side. I try to give you people a little bit more. So before you, Dubs, this is why I complained about you, Dubs. You can judge me, but at least I'm giving you material to work with. You can watch that material and say, okay, OC, now I get it. Or wait a minute, I disagree, but at least I understand. All I ask is that you use whatever material is at your disposal. So you're admitting yourself, Zenesis, you don't have enough information because you don't watch my shit. So you're not really even in a position to, I'd still like to hear your opinion, but there's more that I've actually most people won't share. They'll just tell you he came out with a wrench. At least, by the way, I thought you guys, Dubs, I thought you guys called them spanners. Spanners. You call them wrenches like we do. The British call them spanners. We call them wrenches. What do you call them in Australia? Wrench, or you just use them?
We call them wrenches. We call them the right way.
Cool. Yeah, but anyway, if that guy posted a video, that would give him some more clout. Now, maybe the wrench guy is posting a video and the other guy didn't. They're both equally, but at least you have a little something more. I try to give something more. But I'm sorry, what were you saying, Zenesis?
My position, from what I know, kind of, or observed, is kind of like from all your stories, is kind of, I don't know everything in life, right? So for me, it's like I look at your cases, maybe there is something to it, right? Probably there is something to it. It's like the same, like it's like the same stuff if you just stairs analogy kind of thing, right?
Yes.
There might be a probability that you might have awareness, which we don't have, kind of.
Well, I think just experience itself would bring awareness that I myself, I've told my shrink, I wouldn't be aware of these things either if I didn't have to live through them. All I'm asking you to do is to try to use what I call cognitive empathy. Empathy, do we know what empathy means? Empathy does not mean sympathy, poor baby. Empathy means I know what it's like to be in your shoes. You broke your leg. I broke my leg 10 years ago. I know exactly what you're going through. Even if I hate your guts and you're my enemy, I know what you're going through. Empathy, I've been there. Cognitive empathy is saying, I haven't been there, but I'm going to try to put myself in your shoes and figure it out. All I ask is people try to have cognitive empathy. Yes, okay. I know things that many people won't because it's a lived experience. Hey, Dubs, remember to mention Destroyed by Freud's, what a lived experience is. I can't expect you to know what my experience is because you've never lived it yourself, but try to put yourself in my shoes before lecturing me on your personal stories. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, but you can apply this kind of thing like to every situation. It's the same like with people like in this blacklist space, right? People always like say like, okay, yeah, sub 5 is the worst kind of like the worst kind of demographic when it comes to this stuff happening to them. But there's also a second category in there, this the like 1 to 3 true self kind of tier, right? And I would say like there's a huge difference between like this kind of group versus actually like sub 5s who are like 4 to 5, kind of, because like
you're saying a difference between people who are kind of ugly versus people who are like totally hopeless. You're trying to say?
Yes, there's a huge difference also.
Yeah,
this kind of thing, and it's like, and the thing is like for me, the only thing what I can do is that I can try to listen to the experience kind of and try to put myself into the shoes. I know it's impossible to do it kind of 100%ly because I need to live it through.
Right, you're never going to do it 100%ly, but try to do it a little bit. Try to do it some percently. My gripe is that people aren't even attempting it. But okay.
Yes, but for me, it's also like it's the same with me, kind of like when I'm gonna try to share my kind of experiences, like most people won't even get it, right? Or even kind of
listen, man. A lot of people didn't like you because basically with you, it revolves around the jawline. We talk about Jaws law. You have one hell of a jaw. Yeah. Although on a side note, on Dubs, I gotta confess something. Danny DBF showed me the pictures where you turned men into women and women into men.
Oh God, no,
you look kind of cute. You were like Christina Ricci. You were kind of cute as a chick. But anyway, I think a lot of people said, get rid of this guy. His jawline is too good. I said, no, I'm going to talk to anybody. I'm going to try to hear him out. And while I can't know what it's like to be in your shoes, Zenesis, I've tried to hear you out. That's all I ask in return. I think some people don't even attempt to. They take their own personal experience and project that onto someone else. So I might not know what it's like to be you, but I've tried to listen to Zenesis, and maybe I'll never get it, but I've tried. That's all I ask in return, is that people at least try. Right.
Yeah, there's one thing I want to say. I find the jawline kind of thing so funny, because it's like,
but
you know, attractiveness.
But it's not. It's no stop. It's not just me. It was what was the main reason a bunch of guys, including Dev Pike, said kick this guy off? Because the first thing they honed on, it wasn't your brown skin or your hair. The first thing they said is his jawline mogs us to infinity. Why the fuck is he here? That was the go-to thing. Your jawline. That's what the women. Listen. The women might disagree. They might say his eyes are sexy, or my God, look at those ears. The men were like, his jawline mogs us to oblivion. Get rid of this fucker. And I said, no, let him talk. I welcome everybody. No, for the men, it was the jawline, 1,000%. But what were we going to say about the jawline?
I remembered like this, that you guys just told me, hey, I don't belong here because I look like a model or something like this. But you were.
No, I actually said you look like the bad guy in a movie. It's like they go to the island. Yeah. You're the movie bad guy. And why would you be an actor? Because of that jawline. Now, I think for most of the men, DBF, I don't want to name names, DBF, Dev Pike, we're all like, why is this guy such a killer jawline, no glove, and he's lecturing us? It was the jawline for the men. That was definitely the defining factor. But go ahead, what were you saying?
There's one thing which I have a problem in this space, is that people always think like that jawline equals attractiveness to females. This is not the case, right? Because like one particular feature doesn't mean like.
Well, actually, I got another confession. Dev Pike showed me the picture of you, Zenesis, as a woman, and I said, I don't know. The problem with Dev Pike, with the problem with Zenesis as a woman, too masculine a jawline. I think the jawline. Well, the jawline definitely indicates masculinity. But why is it that you think, Zenesis, that you suddenly went from ugly duckling to good looking? What is it you think is your best looking feature? And we can ask the few women here why you're so good.
I don't want to talk about my features. I just want to point
I just asked you about your damn features. Why don't you go ahead, expound upon it?
I just want to explain that there is a thing. I did mention this before: male gaze versus female gaze, right? How people perceive attractiveness, right? From depending on the gender, right? It's like men think like.
I agree with where you're going. Continue.
Men think if you have masculine traits like a wide jaw, being buff, being like shredded, being really tall, this is seen as the ultimate attractive kind of thing for women, right? With the woman, this is not really the case. It's actually, you have this kind of thing going on where they look at the kind of like, they look at the whole package, like, and they don't really look at the individual.
I'm going to cut you off. Here's what bugs me about it. If I had a lot of women here and all the women were saying Zenesis is sexy, and the men said we feel threatened by this, the women love him, get rid of him, then your theory might hold water. There are barely any women here. All the men were going on about your jawline. So maybe you're right. Maybe women don't care about your jawline, but from a male perspective, this guy is too nice of a lower third to even be on this panel. That's what I was told. I believe me. There are no women. So even if you're right, even if women don't care about your jawlines per se, the men here didn't say, wow, he's gorgeous. They're not women. They don't think like women. The men here said, his jawline mogs ours to oblivion. What's he doing here? It was for the men, it was your lower third. Maybe women find you attractive for a different reason. Yeah, you might be right, but that was not the reason they wanted me to kick you off. It was your lower third 1,000%. Go ahead.
I just want to explain this thing, right? In the female gaze, right, the most important thing is harmony in the whole package of your face. Like, it's not one individual kind of features, like how the other features kind of like balance your face out, right? The idea would be like having a features of masculine and feminine features, right? Because this is like the complete opposite of the male gaze, because male gaze think like, okay, if I'm shredded, if I have like ultra kind of extreme kind of features, this will make you attractive, right? This is also why people rate. I don't know. One case is like, okay, baldness is really seen as an attractive thing in the male gaze, right?
I wouldn't know. Neither would you. Neither would Dubs. One thing we have, those baldy losers, we all mog them with our hairline. So okay, but I wouldn't know personally. But okay, I'll take your word for it.
And this, or even like the gym, like having a really strong physique, right?
Well, no, stop. First of all, I've heard gym maxing doesn't work. You can gym max, maybe it'll help you a little bit, but it's not going to. An emaciated Chad still mogs a gym maxed ugly fuck. Plus, we can't see your full body. If you want to stand up and flex for us, but none of the men were judging you on your body or your beautiful face. They were judging you on your jawline. For the men, that was the men's.
Yeah, it's the male gaze.
Right, and I understand women. I fully agree with you. Men and women have different theory of mind when it comes to attraction. I agree. I'm saying when the men wanted me to kick you off, it was all 1,000% your jawline. That was and you're saying you find that strange. I wouldn't even ask Dubs. I could say, Dubs, who do you think is sexier, me or Zenesis? It wouldn't matter because Dubs is a man. So no matter which one of us he picked, that has no bearing on how women perceive us. You'd have to ask 100 women who they think is the best looking and why, and that would be your answer. What men think is ultimately irrelevant, which is why I let you stay on and why Danny wanted me to ban you, but now you're best friends, and I'm happy for you, but I understand why I don't jump on board that nonsense. So from our perspective, I think, man, I got terrible glove. It is what it is. It would be nice to have like a killer jawline. That's what I admire in you. And a bodybuilder might say, man, I'm a pipsqueak. I wish I had jacked muscles like him, but I don't think you're saying women have a different sense of attraction. So your jawline or your physique aren't really the mitigating factors for a woman, but there are no women here to begin with. So I understand what the point we're trying to make is. And yeah, Dubs, you were cute as a girl. You look like Christina Ricci. You were cute, Dubs. I'll admit that. Am I a faggot? Well, I'm like, he looks like Christina Ricci. I'm like, he looks better. Dubs looks, Zenesis was kind of like a dude with that jawline. You, as a girl, you look kind of like Christina Ricci. I thought, but I didn't like mine because my brother agreed. I look too much like my mother. My brother agreed. I'm like, that looks like our mother. I wouldn't want to fuck a woman who looks. I don't have an Oedipus complex. But anyway, I'm sorry to digress. Zenesis, what were you saying? Go ahead.
What I wanted to say is like, I just wanted to kind of elaborate. I wasn't criticizing you guys for focusing on my genre. I just wanted to give you this information because there's a bias kind of thing going on in this space, right? Kind of, right?
Okay. I agree.
And people don't really talk about female gaze at all in this space.
Well, we call them. You call it female gaze. Let me say something real quick. I understand what you're saying. I think what you're talking, in a way, it ties in with IOIs in a way. You know what an IOI is? A female. I think we're on the same track. You know what IOI stands for?
No, it's not really IOI. It's just like female gaze. Just it's basically how females perceive attractiveness in
oh, you're okay. Yeah, and I agree with you. That's why I always agree with what's his name? Your buddy Destroyed by Foids. I like to get bussy. I can judge a good-looking man from an ugly man. I said to him, look, man, it doesn't matter if you think I'm good-looking or ugly or Dubs is good-looking or ugly. Who you think isn't attractive, that's not how a woman thinks. Women think, I agree with you 1,000%, Zenesis. Women have a different perception of attractiveness. I think that's what you're saying. Are we correct? I agree with that. I've said that many times. It's still a hard concept for people, even, borderline, like DBF to understand. Yeah.
I think women can... this is going to sound so blue-pilled.
Go ahead, Christine. By the way, did I tell you, I think you look good as a girl according to AI. No, go ahead, Christina. Go ahead. What are you going to say? By the way, don't feel offended. I'm not into bussy, and even if I was, as a dude, you're not very good looking. But as a chick, you were kind of cute. The AI did a good job. But go ahead.
I think women can sense like your. I don't know. It's so blue pill, but I think
your aura. Yes, your aura.
Yeah, bro. like something in you as a woman can sense something in you as a man. Like I think earnesty, honesty, that kind of shit. Like I think women can sense that. I don't know.
It doesn't explain all the women. Stop. All the women in abusive relationships. You seem like so nice to me, or it's like earnesty. Come on, Dubs. Now we're going down La La Land path. Okay, wait.
I know. I just think there's like an.
Yeah. The one woman here agrees with you. Oh, good point, Dubs.
No,
hey, OC, Grotesque Subhuman 3 wants to come on. Oh, gee, he's all upset because I got to. If you know who the fuck Grotesque Subhuman versus Grotesque Subhuman 3 is, they go fuck yourself. Okay, but hey, the woman knows best. Okay, but go ahead.
No, I just think there's some kind of. Is that Hormax though? No.
I have no idea. That's his image, but I don't know who this. Okay, but go ahead. Go ahead.
It's probably a bash alt. No, I don't know. It sounds crazy. It sounds like pseudoscience, but I just feel like women, they have this sort of sense. They can look at a man and they can sense like that kind of, like if you're earnest or if you're like willing to be something more. Like I don't know, man. Like it sounds so corny, and it contradicts a lot of shit that you do see, where it's like there are women that are like just getting fucked over by chads and shit, but at the same time, it's like women are very like like I feel like the most like women that get fucked over by chad, they get into that relationship at the start of it not believing that he is gonna fuck them over. Like I know that sounds crazy, right?
I want to say something, and maybe Zenesis can pay attention. I actually agree with you, Dubs, when it comes to people who are normie tier. Now, you can't know if you're a normie or not. Chad, we can see the Chads and the elephant men, but ask 100 women if, according to 100 women, you're a normie. Let's say you're definitely normie in looks. You're not super good looking or super ugly. Then yes, if you have two normies who women feel are normies, yeah, the guy who's got it together is more attractive than the loser. The guy who takes a shower is more attractive than the guy who's a bum on the street corner. But a bum, unshowered asshole Chad is more attractive than the ugly dude in a suit. So I think what you're saying is true, but in a very limited range. And I like to hear what Zenesis, who claims he's gone from ugly duckling to normie to gorgeous, feels about that, because I think I'm going to say one more time, what you're saying is true, but only in a limited range. It doesn't apply to the asshole unshowered Chad or the really, prim and proper suited ugly fuck. I think it's only towards a narrow band of the male population.
No, actually, I think you kind of strengthened my argument when you said the unshowered Chad, because it's like, again, it's like this external thing that it's like there's this. I don't know how to describe, but it's like women can pick up on something in a man. And like you can look at the unshowered Chad. He might be volunteering at a puppy shelter on weekends or fucking
selling drugs and living in a cardboard box. Okay,
he might be doing that too. But he still might have a heart of gold. There could be that factor in.
Okay,
I know. Look, no, but hold on, please.
You were so brilliant before. Now I'm like, where is this going on? Here we go. Go ahead.
I'm just trying, it's like, I don't know. Women have this ability to pick up on certain things, and it's like, who was the major cope? I don't know. Like, it's the women that end up in these abusive, fucked up relationships. That's not their intention from the start. Obviously, no woman wants to go out and be cucked, bashed, and beaten and cheated on, and later in the relationship. But there's that kind of.
I disagree. They don't want it, but they'd rather have that from a Chad than all the love and affection from. This is where I do agree with the whole black pill thing. Even though they want the ideal, they'll settle for horrible treatment from a Chad versus good treatment from an ugly fuck. So I agree, but only to an extent. I think you're on the right track, but only in a limited band. But you can go ahead. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting like flamed now.
No. Listen, Dubs, I don't want you to feel like you can't speak your mind. I might criticize, but please, maybe you're right. Speak your mind.
Like I'm reading the comments, and it's like they want the monster and major cope.
Ignore the comments.
I feel like the monster comes out later. That's all I'm saying. That's all. I feel like they don't want the monster off the bat, but the monster comes out later, and like our interpretation of it as guys who aren't getting any action is like they just want the fucking monster at the end of the day, and it's like, well,
I would counter argue, if you're that good looking and attractive to women, you can get away with being a monster. But I want to hear what Zenesis, who everyone agrees is the best looking out of all of us, even though they tell us just be white, man. White guys get all the privileges. Here we got a half curry. What does half curry have?
Can I? No,
you cannot. No. I'm joking, of course. Go ahead.
Well, you said like the attractive guy can act like the monster, right? But that's the thing.
It might not be ideal. They might not want it, but they'd rather tolerate that because cost effectiveness. He's a monster. It sucks, but he's a Chad versus nice behavior from a loser. But go ahead. I won't cut you off again.
No, I mean that's a fair point. they might override the monster element because it's Chad. But yeah, I don't know. I think I've seen examples where it's like the woman's like, he just changed in an instant, and once like he changed, or I have seen what you're saying where it's like I stuck with him even though he was terrible, but like he was good in bed or some shit like that. So it's like I can see that. So it's like, yeah, I guess it's kind of it can be seen as cope, but at the same time it's like, I don't know, not all of them. I guess I feel like I need someone else to come on now, because like maybe Grotesque, Subhuman, or
let's stop. Basically, your argument is not all women are like that. Fair enough. Let's have Zenesis respond, and then we might change it up. Zenesis, what do you want to respond to? You can agree or disagree. And Zenesis, when you got more female attention, did you find yourself changing? Like, did you find when you were uglier, you were all happy to be around a woman? As you got, more attention from women, you started saying, I can be a bitch to, I can be an asshole to this bitch. And I actually love the fact that she takes it. Have you found yourself shifting, Zenesis, as you got more attractive or more desirable by women? Did you find yourself doing things you wouldn't have thought of doing in your younger days? Or whatever you want to say, Zenesis, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like, when I was sub 5, the thing is, like, I was really blue pill back then, right? And as I got, what's the word for it? As I got better looking, I kind of like realized kind of how it actually is more. I witnessed the black pill kind of in front of me without knowing kind of what the black pill is, kind of, which
is interesting because some of us ugly fucks learn the black pill from being ugly. Other ugly fucks don't. Some good-looking people think they did it all themselves. Others, so it's in other words, what leads us to the black pill isn't actually looks. Some ugly fucks get it. Others go through life being blue-pilled. And in your case, when you were ugly, you were blue-pilled. It was becoming good-looking that black-pilled you, whereas other good-looking people might not be black. So it's interesting. How does one come to the black pill? It must be more than looks. It must be some kind of perception. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I did realize kind of like later on in life the contrast of treatment I got in the present versus the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it made me kind of question a lot of things, right? And eventually kind of like found Saint Mood and stuff like this, right? But regarding Chris' point, I want to say, like, there is some truth to what he's saying, but there's a lot of context missing, right?
I listen, let me just say this real quick. I agreed with Dubs to an extent. I'm not saying he's totally wrong, but I feel his theory is in a limited band. It's not a catch-all. He's presenting it as a catch-all, whereas I feel it's a limited band. So yes, there's truth to it, but not to the extent he's presenting it. That's no offense, Dubs. So I agree with you, Zenesis, but go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna try to be brutally honest.
That's the whole point of this place. Please do so. And Dubs, I think you can handle it. We're all big boys here. Go ahead. Be brutally honest, please. I'm occupational quick. You know who you are right now. Good.
Yeah. I mean, like, the thing is, like, about the aura kind of thing, right? And the if you're good looking, right? There's a psychology called halo effect, right? This halo effect is basically where people contribute by default positive traits upon you, right? Aura, and the thing is with girls, usually, since they naturally go after these guys nowadays, they kind of project those kind of things upon them. But later down, and this is where context is really important. Short term is long term, right? Because naturally, 99% of girls, or most of the girls, want to have those kind of guys in long term relationships, right? But there's a thing also called the positive illusion effect, right? This is basically
the what effect? You're going a little faster. There's something
positive illusion. It's like a halo. Positive illusion is like the honeymoon thing.
I'll cut you off. You're saying positive illusion? Positive? Is that what you're saying? I can't. I want to understand. Make sure we get you. Positive illusion. Okay.
Right. So and basically, it's this kind of like this rose kind of glasses you put put on, kind of like. You can also have this kind of thing outside of the dating context, like when you buy a new kind of PlayStation, you like it in the beginning, but eventually you get bored of it, right? And the thing is with girls, usually like, okay, they kind of really like these guys. They think that they project a lot of things upon them, kind of.
Yeah.
But later on, especially in the context of long-term relationship, they might realize, hey, this is not the kind of person I thought he is like, right?
Yeah.
And this is what fucks them up. This is where they try to break off or cheat on another guy. And the thing is, what guys also don't get is like people think that chats kind of are safe from the female nature, right? I think that all kind of people are stuck in the same boat, right? Demographic wise.
No, wait. I'm gonna disagree. I think maybe some young or naive people might think that chads are safe. I think when I was talking about neat bucks, Social Security might not be that great of a safety net, but it's better than zero. I think a lot of people realize, yes, chads have problems with women too, but it's better than our problems. In other words, I wish I had your problems. Yeah, maybe neat bucks won't pay for everything, but it's better than zero. Maybe being a chad isn't all fun and games, but it's better than being a fucking ugly weirdo spurd. So I disagree that most people, some might be naive. I disagree with what you're saying personally, but okay.
I wanted to say also, like, I forgot to say, is on the context of, because there's beta boxing is seen as the worst thing here, right? But there's a high probability chats can also land in the beta box situation.
Well, it depends on who you stop. It depends on who you ask. It depends who you ask. Everyone's knocking dumb from an oofy doofy. I said, well, if that's what works for him, fine. Yeah, a Chad can up a beta bucks. At least he gets to have his fun in the meantime. So in other words, if we're all ended up in shit territory, at least you had less shit than I did getting there. So it's hard to feel sympathy. You know, I understand what you're trying to say. It's not all roses, a bed of roses. It's not all wonderful, wonderful. But it's still better than, you know, the alternative. Yeah, how the other half lives, right?
Yeah, but there's this argument where people always say, like, hey, I want genuine desire for a girl, right? But people don't realize that genuine desire is only a limited kind of there's a limited time span of genuine desire, because it's genuine desire.
Hold on. Stop. Chads learn that. They get the desire and they realize it's limited. There are guys who've never even had it, who have no idea. They have no way to compare it to anything. So you're right. They might not realize how limited a woman's desire is, but just like the neat bucks, it might not be much, but peanuts is better than zero. Limited desire is better than nothing. But a lot of these guys who've never gotten zero don't even realize they can't know how limited it is, or how, you know, because they've never even gotten the crumbs that Chad at least got. I think, yeah. So I hear what you're saying, but you're not taking into effect the other half. You know what I mean?
I do. Naturally, okay, yeah. Some food is better than no food, right? But I just want to kind of elaborate, kind of like there is a lot of coping going on in space where they think, like, if I'm gonna be Chad, every problem's fixed, right? That's not the case, right? Yeah. You can't fix female nature.
Right, I agree.
And I just wanted to say this kind of, because like I think you don't hear this thing at all in this coffee house, right? Those kind of positions.
You've heard it, boyos. Having a woman be somewhat interested in you is not all it's cracked up to be. So don't get excited. I think what I'm trying to say to you is some of these people would be happy for the crumbs, regardless of they might not know. They might think it's more than crumbs and be shocked when it's crumbs, but they didn't even get a chance to explore it. So yeah, we don't hear this too often, but you know, I'm not some blue-pilled weirdo who thinks, if only I had a girlfriend, if only I was a better, but I don't, my channel is even about women, but I disagree with the premise that, yeah, it's not what it's cut out to be. You're in a position to know that. But I think a lot of people would be happy just to have the position, to be in the position to find that out for themselves. We're dealing, like you said, we don't hear this too often because a lot of these people aren't in that position in the first place, so they wouldn't have a point of comparison. So you telling us it's not a bed of roses, okay, but we can't even get, like, you know, the illusion of a bed of roses. I understand if I'm making sense to you or not, but
I think it also depends on. I look at more like this: if you're a guy who only wants sex, great, right? But right. I think most people on this space want a long-term relationship, right?
Well, people often say, what would you do if you woke up Chad tomorrow? If I woke up as Chad tomorrow, I guess I'd be a middle-aged Chad, but with all of my knowledge of the past, I would not try to be a normie. I would say I know the truth about human nature. I'll fuck as many women as I can and just dump them. Who cares? Because I kind of part of it is age too. At my age, I've already come to the conclusions you have. I think a lot of younger, ugly or spurred people, guys, don't realize this yet. So I can't blame them for not knowing what they don't have the experience to know, whether it be because of age or because of getting good looking. I don't blame them. But no, if I turned to a Chad, I would not think, oh, I'm a normie. Or maybe I would. I don't know. I'm not in that position. But I think you can't. The longer you live, and I'll tell you both this because you're both younger than me. This is the one thing I will say about age. The longer you live, the harder it is for you to forget about all that bullshit. I'm going about me now. I think it depends on what demographic we're not just ugly versus good looking versus Chad versus. I think it also depends on age and experience. Dubs, you were saying earlier, I'm in my 40s now. I can't just brush off all these fucked up things like I did in my 20s or 30s. I think being of a certain age also adds perspective. I'm just sort of rambling now, but I agree with you, Zenesis, to an extent. I agree with you, Dubs, to an extent. I'm getting drunk, but I'll shut up.
Yeah, I think you did a great job of cleaning up the point I was trying to make, Zenesis, with the
I thought you were praising me. Good job, Zenesis.
No, I was trying to articulate it, but like there was that element of like the honeymoon phase, which was like, yeah, because it's like a woman will take on a Chad, and she's projected a bunch of shit onto him, is like expectations, like, you know. And then when that starts to fall short, it's like, fuck. Like I've already fucked him 500 times and whatever the fuck else. And now like I'm coming to the realization that like maybe he's not all that he was. And is he willing to change that? And 9 times out of 10, like if it's a Chad, like he's just gonna be like, well, fuck that. Like I'm gonna move on to the next thing. Like. And then there's the other side of it, the other spectrum of it, where there's guys who aren't Chad, who feel like they have something to bring to the table, and a woman can pick up on that, like whether it's like, well,
I'm going to cut him off, and I'm going to ask you a question. I'm actually going to cut him off. I don't care if it's rude. Hey, Zenesis, let's say I could wave a magic wand, and we can go back in time. Well, let's go back in time to whenever it was you blossomed and turned good looking. Let's say we can go back to that point in time, and I can make you ugly. And I can say, Zenesis, you're not going to blossom. You're going to be ugly till the day you die, but you'll still have the knowledge of having been good looking. Would you want that? If I gave you the choice, would you rather be what you are now or what you used to be for the rest of your life? And if I made you ugly again, but you still have the knowledge of what was to come, what would you prefer? Well, Chad doesn't have it the way it's not all it's cracked up to be, or would you want to live? I mean, I'm being dead serious. If I can make you ugly again, back at that point, you'll be ugly for all your life, start to finish, but you'll have the knowledge of having once been this. What would you prefer? What would you do differently? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Dubs, but this is a more important question.
I did spoke with Dev about this kind of scenario once. Like, I think it's the most brutal thing you kind of see is, I think the most kind of demographic of people who get fucked up mentally, usually via the age pill, is usually people who were good looking when they were younger. And the natural, and they
get ugly. You're right. The opposite of what you're claiming. They go from good to ugly, and they realize there's a whole side of life I was never aware of. Okay.
Yes, and they kind of like descend and kind of like realize how it actually is to not get away with so much things as they used to, right?
And also how much of their luck and how much of their success in the past was really not their doing. They had no control over it. I think that fucks with a lot of people. Good-looking guys who become ugly realize, holy shit, all that stuff I did that I thought was my hard work was really just favoritism for me. And I think it fucks with a lot of people who go from good to ugly. But that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if I say, right, good.
I just want to say, in my case, for example, since I'm kind of like unique, since I already experienced this kind of stage before, because I know I'm kind of aware, right? I was born not good looking. I'm gonna end probably my life with not being good looking when I'm older.
If you think you'll revert? Alive. Okay, you'll revert.
I'm gonna be still alive at this stage, right? So I'm kind of like content, not content, but already like I already internalized this kind of state, right? So for me, I look at me and kind of like, okay, yes, it might fuck me up a bit, but it won't fuck me up as someone who didn't experience this kind of thing before what I did, right?
Right, but I'm saying, I'm saying if I deny you the chance to be good looking, but you'll still have a memory of this alternate reality. You'll still remember your current life, but in this new reality, you just stay ugly. Which would you pick? Would you say, I'll stay ugly with the memories of what it's like to be good looking, or I'd still rather be good looking? What would you pick? Be honest.
Good looking.
Okay, so right off the bat, any complaints you have about being good looking, it's not all it's cracked up to be. It's still a better alternative to being an ugly fuck. So
I'm just trying to be objective, right? I don't.
Not really. Not really. You're telling us, well, it's all it's cracked up to be, but you still wouldn't trade it. So I'm.
No, here's the thing. I never claimed that that my kind of position is worse than being survived.
I didn't say you claimed that, but I was saying if given a choice, it's still better to be good looking than ugly. So I mean, for all the pitfalls of being good looking, they're not as bad as the pitfalls of being ugly. So it's kind of a moot point. You're right. A lot of ugly people might not realize the pitfalls of good looking folks because they're not good looking. They might not be aware of those pitfalls, but those pitfalls are still better than the pitfalls of being ugly. That's my argument. Pitfall.
I'm just trying to give some nuance in this space, because in this space there's a common kind of like thing to go for extremes, right? I'm just saying, okay, because I get this image from this space that people think, oh, if I'm gonna be Chad or something like this, every problem is fixed, which I have, right? I'm just trying to kind of push back on this one, but I'm not denying that this position itself. I'm not denying that this position is still better off than being survived. I'm just trying to give some.
Right, yeah, it ties. Okay, I'm poor. If I had money, I'd be so happy. Well, now I have money. I'm still miserable. But even though I'm still miserable, would I rather be poor and miserable or rich and miserable? It's kind of like, I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't even seem worth arguing. Okay, the poor man might think the rich man has everything wonderful. He suddenly wins the lottery and realizes, man, there are problems I never thought of. But at the end of the day, I'd rather be rich than poor. If I'm going to be miserable anyway, I'd rather be rich miserable than poor miserable. So, okay, they're not ugly people aren't aware of Chad's problems, and poor people aren't aware of the millionaire's problems. But at the end of the day, it's still better to be Chad millionaire than ugly and poor. So I hear what you're saying.
Well, I don't know. Like, it's like when you look at those Hallmark movies, it's like the poor dude's like up, he's with his family with the fireplace. They're all fucking bundled together. The rich dude's fucking out there isolated. Everyone's trying to get his fucking money at some point. Like, they're trying to get their name on the fucking will. He's got gold diggers at his fucking door. Like, I don't know, man. Like, if you can have differing value systems, like, whatever. Would you rather be Chad or not? Like, Chad comes with his own fucking problems. Like, yeah, he's getting some crumbs, but like, I don't know how much worth are those crumbs when, like, if you're an ugly guy who's finally got, and there's been success stories online and YouTube and whatnot. Like, there was that dude with the fucked up face, completely like destroyed looking motherfucker. He gets a girlfriend, he gets a wife. Like, there's guys like Ricky Burke who are like practically crippled for the rest of their fucking lives. They managed to get someone. It's like the greatest thing. They will cherish that for the rest of their fucking lives. Chad won't know that. Like, and I know this sounds like cope again, but it's like, he's not going to know, like, shit, is she going to, like, look after me when I'm pissing and shitting myself when I'm 80 years old on my fucking deathbed? Like, probably not. She's going to be, like, money time or whatever the fuck. And then the other guy, it's like he knows his attraction that has come to him is solely based on what he has to provide internally. The external factor comes after. And there are a lot of examples of that. And he knows that he's going to – I know you –
unless he's an oofy doofy who is happy to get anything, and the bitch is settling because she can't get a Chad. But okay, she sincerely loves him. Okay, all right, maybe I'm wrong. Okay.
Look, I mean, it's not impossible, man. And there have been examples nowadays, and what's this? I don't know what he's referring to.
Well, I want to change up real quick. I like what you're saying. Basically, Dubs, you're saying the ugly fuck will have things that the Chad can never know. And Zenesis is saying the Chad has problems that the ugly fuck will never know. I'm saying I'd rather be a Chad than an ugly fuck. But the point is, on a side note, someone named Todd wants to come on. He's been waiting, but there's no face. I am a lookist. So this is the real Todd. If Todd wants to come on, He's got to show. Is he going to show me his face? There's someone waiting. I'm going to kick him and post link again. I'll bring a Todd on if it's the real Todd. I am a lookist. I got to see his face. And I gotta be honest. While Todd is a genius, I'm making an exception. I hate talking to baldies. At least the three of us have beautiful heads of hair. I really don't trust baldies. My God, they're disgusting. But I'll make an exception for the one genius, the one exception to the rule. I'll bring baldy Todd. I'm joking, of course. Shit. I'm talking about how lookism affects it. I don't care if you have hair or not. What I'm saying is, I need to see his face to know if it's the real Todd, because someone who calls himself Todd could be anybody. So if Todd wants to come on, he's more than welcome. If not, we can end it soon. I don't know, but I'm enjoying this. Dubs, I think you had some great points before, and I don't want to be one of these people who, well, I agree with you on this. It's great. I disagree here. Fuck you. It's not that. It's just some of your stuff. I think you're with me. The stories I tell you, I think this is why I like you. You may disagree and you may not get it right away, but I think you're trying to apply logic or some kind of comprehension to what I'm saying. But now we're talking about stuff that's not really my main topic. And Zenesis, in this space, my main concern was never really women or pills. We'll talk about it. I don't mind. I generally ascribe to the black pill, but I'm more of I want to become a neat because I'm a spurg fuck who can't even hold a job. Forget about fucking women. I can't even hold a job without getting murdered. But that's my gripe. But hold on. Someone named Todd wants to come on again. Todd, put your goddamn camera on. I'm not bringing you on, Todd.
No. Shit.
Yes. So I got to see his face. I'm not going to go by voice. I got to see his face. There's no point in bringing on. It could be Jade. It could be anybody. It could be who knows. I want to see. I'm a lookist. I'm showing my face, as are these two. Zenesis is a male model, and Dubs, he's even sexier because as a woman he'd be pretty hot. So I'm looking at two sexy dudes. Don't be afraid, Todd. I'm an ugly fuck too. So you got me. So don't be intimidated by these gorgeous men. You got me. I want to see your fucking face, Todd.
Come on, Todd. I was listening to you when I was working, man.
I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. Ozzy. I got a guy named Todd with no face, and I got Ozzy the mouse showing me.
Is that Aiden? He has pet mouse.
Oh, this is Aiden.
Look at that mouse.
Okay, the mouse. I don't know who this is, but I'll kick him off. I don't know who Ozzy is. There's a guy named Todd who wants to come on but won't show his fucking face. I don't trust. And even if this is the real Todd, why is he afraid? I'm a lookist, man. I want to see your beautiful bald head, man. Where's the real Todd?
That was cool. He's gonna show his penile, dude.
That wasn't Aiden. That's probably Nostalgia Bash. I think the mouse was Nostalgia Bash. I don't know who this is. I don't think it's the real. Had pet noise. He might, but that wasn't him. Okay, so we have no idea who this is. So the real Todd has no desire to come on. All he has to do is, if you want to come on,
Off-Grid. Can Off-Grid come on?
I've talked to. If he wants to wake his mother up, bring his mother on. I'll talk to his mother. That'd be more interesting. I've talked to Off-Grid too many times to count, and nothing ever comes from it. So we can bring him on if you really want. I'd rather talk to his mommy.
It was Bash. Bash was the mouse.
That's what I said. Did I just say you weren't paying attention? You get kicked for a minute. Didn't you hear me, Zenesis? I said I think the mouse is Nostalgia Bash. Well, it's Dubs. Well, Aiden has a pet mouse. That may be so, but that doesn't mean it's him. Other people have pet mice. That was Nostalgia Bash. Yes, okay, that was Nostalgia Bash. Fake Todd, indeed. We have no idea who that quote unquote Todd was. The real Todd would prove. I am a lookist. I joke around. It's not even about if you're good or ugly. It's about I can see who you are. I don't trust people who don't want to show their face. So I like being able to see your faces, not because you're gorgeous or ugly. I like seeing, there's Chris Dubs. There's that. I know what you people look like. Hey, Zenesis, can I ask you a question? I've seen pictures, as you probably have, and maybe you too, Dubs. Have you guys seen pictures of someone claiming to be, what's his name? Dev Pike. He's shown me a couple pictures here and there, but he never does a video. I always tell Dev Pike, don't be afraid. Ugly or not, show your fucking face. Have you seen pictures of Dev Pike? Alleged pictures?
I think I've seen a half of his eyeball when he was punched in the face.
Do you believe that's him?
I have it from a good source.
Zenesis.
I've saw multiple pics of him. And it was.
Well, you've seen multiple pictures of someone. How do you know it's him? Why doesn't he just come on and say, "Hi, I'm Dev Pike. Look at me," in real time?
I look at more like this, like why the hell should he lie about being an average looking guy?
Oh, you heard about Chad fishing and
Yeah, but
catfishing
I
and
mean,
all
like
that
the
shit?
things that for me, I always told him to his face that he has like a mentally he's like sub 5.
You didn't tell him to his face. You told the image you saw. But okay, go ahead, continue.
I did tell him kind of like over calls before, like that he's kind of like, mentally sub 5, right? So, and for me, it's like I'm also aware in this space that there are a lot of mental cells in there, right? In the black space, especially, there are a lot of people there who are like objectively a 5-6, but they think they're like true self here, right? Because of like low self-esteem, neuroticism, and stuff like this, right?
Okay, all right. You don't talk much. I'm glad when you talk, but you're babbling now. No, I'm saying Dev Pike's just come on and say, fuck it. I'll man up. Here's who I am. Okay, but what were you trying to say about that picture here or there?
I do believe it's him.
Okay, I'm skeptical. But okay. But we know...
James, can you come?
We know what I look like. We know what Zenesis looks like. We know what Chris Dubs look like. We know what Todd and Dumb look like. So if someone wants to come on claiming to be them, they should show their fucking face. I am a lookist. Show me your beautiful or ugly fucking face. Come as you are. Gorgeous or ugly, come as you are. But I got to see your face or it's not you. All right. That's all I wanted to say. Yes.
Cass, I think Cass should come on. She's got some.
First, I agree that's fake. I don't think James is really here, and I don't think Todd might be here, but he's not coming on. And it bugs me that Cassandra, Grotesque Subhuman 3 wants GS3. If you know anything about these spaces, do you know
she mistyped? She mistyped. She admitted that.
She doesn't even know who Todd is. She doesn't even know who the fuck he is. Meaning she shouldn't be advocating for him, so she should go fuck herself. That's how. OC's so upset. Yeah, you don't know Grotesque Subhuman versus 2 and 2. Grotesque Subhuman 2 is what's his name? Proud a-hole. Grotesque Subhuman 3 is some asshole from Dumb's chat. She knows GS3. She remembers the name. To her, Grotesque Subhuman means Grotesque Subhuman 3. She doesn't know the real Todd, and I don't. When it comes to this grown-up stuff, I don't take a woman's advice on anything. So that's why I'm pissed with her. Go fuck yourself. GS3 is here. Why don't you take that? Give him a link. GS3? I don't want to talk to him. If you don't know the difference, no interest in me. But okay. Anything else you want to talk about? I can get another beer. I don't care. I'm getting a little drunk, but I can another 20 minutes or so. I'm enjoying these talks for when I agree and disagree. But what? What are you laughing at, Zen? Is this something funny?
I mean, like, I mean, also enjoy the talk. It's like I get different perspectives, also angles. I mean, what did we talk about earlier? Female gaze, right? I mean, there's a lot of stuff.
Female gaze, which is not the same as IOI's indicators of interest. Okay, what's female gaze? Okay,
there's a lot to this.
I'll tell you what. Stop. Yeah. Zenesis, here's what I don't know what to do. I'll listen. Zenesis, you tell us your theory, and Dubs, you can chime in or add to it. I want to hear this. Okay, go ahead. I won't interrupt. I know I'm bad at that. I kick people off and they piss me off, but all right, I won't get no one's going to.
All right. I mean, this female gaze is basically what I mentioned before, like that a session that there is a different kind of perception when it comes to attractiveness between males and females, how female view attractiveness in men, vice versa, kind of. And the female gaze, it's not only looks based, there's also behavior based and other things based, which also contributes to this kind of gaze, right? And this is why I said to Chris earlier that his kind of thing with the aura is not a cope itself, but I want to elaborate on this kind of thing because it's like I only mentioned the good-looking people, like with the vibe, right? Because this vibe is getting overwritten with good-looking people, right? They get the halo effect, right? For people who are like sub 5, right? They get the halo effect, right? It's a negative, right? They get like negative kind of things distributed to them.
Okay.
And then you have like the people in between, kind of, the normies, kind of.
Like this dude, right? Like this dude. Okay. James wants to join, but I want to hear your theory. James, we'll bring you on in a minute. Let Zenesis share his theory because now we're being rude. You come on at the wrong time. We needed you like 2 hours ago. Thanks for joining. We'll bring him on in a minute. Go. I want to hear your theory, and we'll bring James.
Yeah, and then you have to people in the middle where actually your personality can it can really have an impact, kind of like when it comes to like some sort of attraction from women. I know that I always say like, okay, like we know in this space, like if you're in the range from 4 to 6, you're usually in the oofy doofy range, right? Where people use where people see you as a safe kind of, or where women see you as a safe net, right?
Right.
And because I always say also like 0 to 3, this is actually this crucial tier kind of this is a kind of category where people don't even get a chance to be a relationship or even get picked as a beta boxer.
I've seen.
And then you have like the 4 to 6 kind of range. It's more like the okay, yes.
No, I'm half listening, but I want to object. Continue. Continue. I don't want to interrupt.
And yeah, but this also depends like how this kind of scale also depends on kind of like how the woman itself looks like, right? Because it's like if a woman is like a 3 out of 10 or 4 out of 10 kind of a 6 out of 10 might be really the chat kind of, right?
Yeah.
And but naturally every woman wants to date up, right? Hypergamy, right?
I think it's the natural thing until it can be contested.
Yeah. And
well, I mean there is a point of ridiculousness. If some fat, ugly cunt thinks she's going to get Chad, at some point, even women themselves tend to be. I think women are actually collectively less realistic than men. So while hypergamy is a thing, some women really overestimate their own attractiveness, and they want to shoot even higher than they could ever possibly hope. But that's just side.
Yeah, you're right. Also, they are unrealistic, but I always say like they kind of like operate on solipsism, I would say more. But yeah, I mean, you just gotta, I mean, accept it kind of. And I wanted to say regarding female gaze, it's also like, it's basically, you now see all this kind of filtered, kind of artificial kind of stuff on social media, right? And the female gaze is basically it kind of rejects it. They want basically a guy who looks natural but still looks good, and his look must look kind of effortless, right? That he kind of naturally looks like this way, right? This is also a huge part about female gaze, right? And there's also like subcategories to it. There's like the goth, dark academia, they like different kind of things, right? There's also a lot of sub kind of things also, right? I think also every guy should kind of like find his kind of like phenotype, kind of, or find kind of like his thing where he should lean in, kind of, to get some success. Because for me, I know I don't have mainstream appeal at all, right? Because I'm like really like a unique kind of phenotype, right?
Well, actually, hold on. Let me stop you right there. On the whole, I would actually agree with you. But don't you think you could be the one outlier for that one girl who wants the exotic because you're brown-skinned in Austria? I agree. On the whole, you're an outlier. But wouldn't there be a small minority of women who are like, he's exotic, he doesn't look like the average Austrian boy? Wouldn't that give you an edge with a small subset of women, I would imagine? Or are you telling me?
Yeah. What I mean is like I don't have a mainstream appeal in the sense of like I'm not the typical golden retriever boy, right? I look like I always get described as the like dark.
You look like a pirate, the bad guy in the movie on the island. Ha ha ha! I'm Dr. Evil. Come to my island. You look exotic in Austria, which might turn off a lot of women, but I'm assuming some women would find that exotic. That could actually be a bonus for some women.
Yeah,
I would imagine, right?
This is also where location comes in, actually, because I live like in Austria, right? And curries are actually rare here, right? There are only like 30,000 curries in Austria.
Austria is a paradise, my God. In America and Australia, we're getting flooded by these garbage people. But anyway, he's saying he's a minority. He's half curry. Curries are rare in Austria.
Yeah, my phenotype is extremely rare, right? So I've kind of lucked out, kind of, with this kind of. I know if I would be running around, Sydney or I don't know London or I don't know New York, I wouldn't have so much success at all. I'm aware of it, right? I think location is the biggest kind of most important thing, right? when it comes to like success.
Yeah, I guess.
And yeah, and regarding female gaze, it's like what I was gonna say. It's not that hard to understand. It's just like, I mean, if you look at kind of like, okay, nowadays on social media, you see a lot of things which girls really kind of like are into, like, which are popular, like K-pop stuff, right? If you look at K-pop things, right, look at the guys. Do they look ultra masculine? No.
No, not at all.
Yes.
Not at all.
And not only that, on TikTok you have like e-boys. Do they look ultra masculine? No.
Yeah. No.
So you kind of see already.
This is what we were talking about in Dev's stream a little bit, weren't we? This whole thing about was it Dev's stream? We were talking about like how like the new attractive presentation is like kind of like the twink, like
the twink.
That's right,
yeah. I mean, nowadays you get bombarded with this kind of stuff, right, from left and right. So it's kind of like you kind of see kind of from the get-go kind of what is more popular.
Yeah.
In the perception of girls, right? So it shouldn't be that hard to understand it, kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, but the problem with us guys is like we have a problem accepting this stuff, right?
I think so. Yeah. I think you're right. What do you do? What do you do for copes, Zenesis? Do you play like music or anything? Like you into music or anything like that, or?
I mean, I do have a guitar. I don't play it so much.
Yeah. Oh, we could do a collab right now.
I do play video games a lot, kind of lately.
Oh, what have you been playing lately?
I'm more into single player games. So like stuff like Resident Evil, like Resident Evil 9 came out recently, right?
No, not right. Darnell Dodge says you're very sexy. She loves that curry look. Of course, she claims she's also a man. I would love for this bitch to come on and tell her story, but she's a fucking cunt. She's one of the ones who pisses me off. Anyway, I was going to bring Dumb on, but I think I accidentally kicked him. If he wants to come back, I'll bring him back. Zenesis, I envy you. You get to neat, and you probably don't even have to, but you get to. Ugly fucks like me have to fight for it. You actually get to live the life I want, and no one criticizes you for it. Whereas me, when I say, man, I'm treated like shit, I want to neat, I get, you should just work harder. So no one bothers you about being a neat. And in fact, you said your job, you quit, but you had them lie and say you were fired so you collect neat bucks. Is that correct? You quit, but you cajoled them, buttered them up. You buttered them up to write down that you were fired so that you could file for neat bucks, right? So you got privileges. I don't. I'm jelly. Where did numbnuts go? This asshole walks off during a very good point. Typical. Yes, he's still very much a neat. Yes. Where are you, asshole? And I don't know if Dunn wants to come back on or where he went. I think I kicked him by accident, but who knows? You hear what I just said, Dubs? Were you paying attention? No, you weren't. You can be honest. Did you hear what I said? You weren't paying attention.
Look, this is my waifu.
Are you paying attention or are you playing with dolls? I'm not here to watch you play with Barbie.
This is my other one. See?
Okay. Dubs is falling asleep. I'm getting tired. We'll go on a little longer. If Dumb wants to come back on, I'll take him. If not, I'll say goodbye. Zenesis gets to...
Sorry, man.
I think Dubs is going bye-bye. I'm going bye-bye too, but in a different way. You paying attention, Dubs?
Sorry, what? No. What? I was paying attention to the female gaze. Sorry, man.
That was 20 minutes ago.
That was like 2 minutes ago, man. Come on, man.
Yo, Grotesque Subhuman. Are you the real Grotesque Subhuman?
That was like 2 minutes ago, man. Come on, man.
Are you the real Grotesque Subhuman? Mute your live chat. Yeah, turn down your radio. Is this the real Grotesque Subhuman? Mute your live chat. Yeah, turn down your radio. Is this the real Grotesque Subhuman? Mute your live chat. Yeah, turn down your radio. Is this the real Grotesque Subhuman? All right, I have no idea who or what this is. I gave him a chance. Maybe he'll turn his camera up. We're lookists. Let's see you. I have no idea who or what this is. I give him a chance. Maybe he'll turn his camera up. We're locusts. Let's see you. Who a locust is. I give him a chance. Maybe he'll turn his camera up. We're locusts. Let's see you. Who a locust is. I give him a chance. Maybe he'll turn his camera up. We're locusts. All right, I don't know who or what that is, but it's going nowhere. Sorry. Yeah, I get this. I get people wanting to come on, but I have no idea who they are.
Where's your guitar AC?
Over there somewhere.
Oh, damn.
You want to watch me play guitar for real or no?
We could collab, man. We could fucking...
We'll do that in a minute. But first, Zenesis is like me. He collects neat bucks. In fact, he quit his job as a kindergarten teacher, but he convinced his employer to lie and say, even though Zenesis is quitting, we're going to lie and say, we fired him. Because if you quit, you don't get neat bucks. If you get fired, you get neat bucks. I'm not knocking him. I think it's great. I wish I had the ability to do that. But no one calls Zenesis out on wanting to neat. Me, I say, I've worked like a dog all my life. I'm treated like shit. I want to get neat bucks. And people say, work harder. With Zenesis, hi, Zenesis. Answer my question. So I'm not knocking Zenesis. I'm knocking he neats. He doesn't have to, but he does. He wouldn't have the experiences I do, but he still chooses to neat, which is why I think he's a fucking genius in his own right. And he even convinced his employer to say, even though he quit, we'll say he was fired so he can get his neat bucks. They went to bat for him. What do you think of that, Dubsy?
That's genius. It's fucking genius, man. It's why play the game, you know? Fuck that shit. If you can get out, you can get out, man. Was that your mindset, or like was there a sort of different thing to that?
By the way, I want to hear his answer. Nostalgia Bash wants to come on. You want to talk to Nostalgia Bash? Please take his face. But I want to hear Zenesis' answer. Go ahead. Forget Dubs and Nostalgia Bash. We want to hear your answer.
I think you can acknowledge. I mean, I get where you guys are coming from, because you're telling me.
By the way, I'm not knocking you. I would do it too if I could. I'm just saying the hypocrisy. No one cares when you do it. When I do it, I'm a fucking leech and a bum. Yeah, good.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's a good call. For me, it was just I think I kind of always realized from the get-go that working is a scam, right?
It is.
I always had a problem working for someone else.
Listen, when Chad Preet says it, you listen. When an ugly fuck says it, no one cares. When Chad Preet says it, pay attention. Plus, he's got the accent, so you know he's European.
I didn't hear you say. I was.
Then go back to when the guy with the accent says it, you know it's more real. So go ahead, Zenesis. You got.
Yeah, basically, I said I always realized from the beginning, kind of like that working is a scam, right? And I think it's a personality trait also of mine that I've also a problem working for somebody else, right? And since I live in Austria, kind of lucked out, especially with the neat bucks kind of situation, that I can get neat bucks very, I would say, more easily here than in America, right? So I thought, why not do it, right? I think that's it.
Spot on. Bash.
Hello.
Yeah, what's going on, Bash?
Not much. I heard that someone in chat said toys. I do like anime figurines. I would like to buy some. Yeah, that's pretty sick too.
Yeah. I got a couple. I got gifted from friends at work.
So someone said toys. What was said, dear? Toys are not masculine.
Don't bring me into this.
Yeah.
But she read something in chat. I just surrounded.
Toys are for
Boys
kids.
want cute girls or something like that.
Toys.
I think it was
Hold on.
Yo, numbnuts, bring your girlfriend on. We all want to see your face. Bring the bride to be on.
Here's my girlfriend.
No,
No.
girlfriend, come on, or I'm kicking this numbnuts off. Bring your girlfriend on briefly. Let's say we all want to see your girlfriend. Show, come on.
Bash has been on before.
Go ahead, brag, boast, show us your trophy. Bring her on.
You like Bash? I see. Remember, he was on before. He was on when Dumb was on.
I know who Bash is, and he's pissed me off. Okay, My Little Ponies and Barbie dolls. We're getting to a point where it's like, why am I doing this? But okay,
This is not a Barbie doll. This is an anime figure. Huh?
Why did you buy that? To look at it or stare at it or?
What do you think?
Pleasure yourself with a Barbie doll.
It's part of the mantelpiece, right? It's part of the decor of the house. All right, you wouldn't understand. Right? It adds when the ladies come over and they see this, they know that they're in for a crazy time.
I don't think any ladies are coming over. I'm not saying that to be mean. Anyway, what was I going to say? No, Nostalgia Bash. If his girlfriend's off camera, don't be an asshole. Bring her on briefly. She doesn't have to say the whole time. If you don't want to do that, then go bye-bye. I don't. We're looking at Zenesis. You can explain to me why we're looking at My Little Ponies and Barbie dolls. Maybe I am a bit hyper masculine in that sense of I'm here to discuss things, and you want to show me your toys, and you're grown men playing with. Reminds me of my sister. When my sister was young, she had the My Little Ponies and the Barbie, and she was a fucking twat. I don't want to look at fucking Barbie dolls and My Little Ponies. What's even going on here?
I don't know. This toy things. I don't know. Is this the first time it happened?
I don't get it. No, yeah, the first. I mean, Nostalgia Bash was always in love with My Little Pony. Now Chris Dubs is in love with Barbie dolls. The Donkey Kong?
Yeah. It's cool, isn't it?
It's awesome. Are you old enough to drink that beer?
I think so, yeah. Yeah. What, is it not cool to like video game stuff or like what? Did I miss the memo on that or something or?
No, it's awesome. Let's talk about toys. Let me see, what toys do I have?
Well, no, we can talk about women for the next 2 hours again. Like, I mean, fuck.
No, not women. We had a good chat. We're probably winding down, but now it's just we're getting to silly territory. But like I said, Zenesis doesn't come on too often. He came on. We wanted to say hi to Zenesis. Does Zenesis want to add anything? I think you were talking about the female gaze. I still don't fully understand what you're trying to get at. The female gaze is what? They might gaze at a sub 5 better than they would a 7 out of 10 because the sub 5 has some value at the 7. Is that what you're saying? Or what was the story about the gaze? Somehow we transitioned.
I mean, explaining this in detail would take too long. I would just kind of explain it in 2 sentences, something like this. Like, it's basically like female gaze is just basically the realization of how different they perceive man attractiveness in comparison how men perceive their own attractiveness, right?
I agree with that ultimately women are the choosers. And you might look at a guy and say, he is good looking, he is ugly, he's average. And you might be shocked that women collectively think the ugly guy is cute and the cute guy is kind of ugly and the real ugly guy is average. You might be shocked to know how women see men. I agree with you. There's no disagreement there. I've discussed this many times. I think I agree with you. And this shouldn't take 3 hours to discuss unless there's something major I'm missing about your theory. And Dubs, chime in. Am I missing something about the theory? What am I missing?
I don't think so. I think it's pretty much wrapped up. I
actually didn't want to. I was open to talking about women. That wasn't the main point. I liked earlier. You had great points, Dubs, about my experience and how not just sympathy. I'm not getting that cognitive empathy. There were some great points earlier. Now we're getting into here's My Little Pony. It's like now we're getting into just weird territory that doesn't really interest me, and I can't pretend to be interested in. No, I'm glad you want to share. Well, what's on your shirt, Dubs? Share your shirt. What is that?
No, fuck.
Share your shirt. What do you got there?
It's wrestling. It's pro wrestling, man.
Okay.
It's WrestleMania weekend. Come on, man. In Vegas.
And I was hoping we would get a Dumb or a Todd, but that's too much to ask for. I got to settle for a Zenesis and
You fucking had
a Zenesis and a Chris fucking Dubs. Hey,
you had Dumb on, then you fucking muted him. Dumb was ready to go.
Well, you can come back on, or not.
He's not coming back. Maybe someone else will come on though. What about Darnell? She's typing a lot.
Smartest thing you've said in the past 2 hours. I would love for Darnell Dodge to come on and tell her she's a woman, but she's also a man with a Y chromosome, but she's a vagina, and she's given birth to a bunch of children. She has one son. She has 2 other children that were stolen from her. But the people that I would love to hear her story. She won't come on. Beg her. You go ahead.
Darnell, look. look, just from how you've been typing in the chat, I can tell that you're like a woman of like stature, and I think like now's the time to like bring yourself on and like let the world know. Like we got to hear your point of view, and I don't know what else. Zenesis, you got anything to add?
That was a lovely plea, Dubs. But more importantly, Zenesis. Hello, Darnell. I know you like brown-skinned men with accents. Come on for me. Can you give a real plea? Go ahead.
Yeah, Donnell, come on.
Yeah, that's better than anything Dubs can say. But no, she won't come on. She's a twat. Or whatever she is. I don't even know what her story is. She can come on and explain it, but I don't know. Oh my fucking Christ!
Oh
better
shit!
Than
Oh!
Better than Darnell fucking Dodge. No, you motherfucker. You're my philosophical hero, but awesome. I'll even kick the gorgeous curry off it. Oh my fuck. Okay. Turn down your radio, brother.
Come on, Todd. Shit, man. Come on.
I was not expecting this. Yes. Hello.
Hi.
Get him.
Hello.
He's pumping the fuck out of his mouth.
All right. Todd, you don't want to show your face? Fine. Can you show us
No, I don't.
one more time to prove it's you? I wasn't sure. That could have been, AI. Show me one more time, because it's an honor to see your face on my bed. One more time, briefly.
100%.
I'm here.
Gorgeous. For all you don't have hair like the rest of us, but you're gorgeous. Okay, this is the real. Okay, some. Okay, this is the real Grotesque Subhuman 1. Todd Thundercock, what's up?
I don't know.
What brings you on? I'm happy to talk to you. Like I said, I guess I figured if you ever came on, I'd be on and you'd be the first to come on. I didn't think I'd be 4 hours in and drunk and talking to these assholes, but this is my hero. And go ahead, whatever you want to talk about. Hey.
I don't know. I mean, I wanted to talk to you about neat bucks sometime, but I don't know. You're drunk now, so it's
yes. No, I'd love to do that. I would love to do it some other time. We'll work something out. I would love to do that. You can mention something now, but thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm tired too, so I don't know.
Well, I know it's where we are. It's 12:30 in the morning where Todd and I are, so it's late. It's getting late, but hey, it's great to see him.
He saw the anime figures, and that's why he jumped on. Like, let's
ask him. What brings you on now? You want to talk about? Is there anything offhand pressing about Neat Bucks you want to discuss?
No.
Okay. How's life up? People have been asking about you, and I get it, man. I'm not just saying this because you're my hero. I get it. You're a Spurg. You're a Neat Bucks. You don't want to participate. That's fine. You want to go away. I get it. But people are curious what's going on. Everything good in life or what?
Yeah, I guess.
This is enthralling. this is exactly what I thought.
What did you expect, man? It's fucking Todd. Like, this is how he...
Now, Todd, do you recall several years back, my brother and I actually went on one of your streams. You remember this?
Yeah.
What I remember best about that, at the time, I had yet to be diagnosed with an autism diagnosis. And I remember half the people were saying I was a fed to get rid of them. The other half were saying, this guy seems like a Spurg. What is your take? And you can be honest, you don't think I'm Spurgy enough for you? I'm too this and that? Because you actually, I love the fact that you're not cuddly wuddly, but you're just very honest and straightforward. So I'd like to hear your take.
I mean, back then I was suspicious you're a fed.
Yeah, but
you really were very interested in my backstory a little too much.
Well, here's what I find strange. I thought more people would be interested in your backstory. You were a huge phenomenon, but what I saw in you is not what others saw in you, apparently. So I used to wonder, wouldn't other middle-aged white Americans from the Northeast also want to hear this guy's story and get on Neat Bucks? Apparently, I'm a minority among minorities. And I remember...
Nobody cares, yeah.
Well, there was a Puerto Rican girl named Toasty for the Mosty, and apparently she had a bunch of followers who came on and they were all trolling you that night. So by the time you brought me on, I distinctly remember everyone was a troll. I didn't even know who the fuck Toasty with the most he was. You were clearly simping for her, but I remember thinking, it's great. I said, my brother, it's great. We get to meet my fucking hero here. So even if you're an asshole, it's still great to meet my fucking hero.
Thanks.
You can thank me in person when I come up to Buffalo. How's that sound?
Please don't.
You don't care for Zenesis. You think he's somewhat interloper or some fraud. That's fine. Why don't you share your thoughts on this half curry, half white guy from Austria?
I don't have a problem with him. I just think his story that he was sub-5 is bullshit, but I have no problem with him. I don't care.
Yeah, you might be right. Maybe he wasn't as hideous as he claims. That might be true. I don't know. What does Zenesis think?
I mean, it's a fair enough point. I mean, no problem with this.
But is it an accurate point or is it just totally bullshit? You know your life story. If you're telling us the truth, it's a fair point.
I mean, I can't convince you guys, right? So it doesn't matter what I say.
I suppose that's right. I don't have a problem with you. I just remember Todd was like, why'd you bring this guy on? Todd, when you applied for NeatBucks, just tell me this. I won't ask you any Fed questions. You applied online, correct?
Yes.
How long did it take from the time you applied to the time you got a positive yes?
Like when I got officially accepted, it was about 6 months.
What did you put down as your start date of unemployment? Like, I mean, was it the day you applied? How did you pick because it asks you when your disability began. What did you pick as your start date?
I put when I left my job at the library is probably like a year and a half.
So you went with the last day you actually worked, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
This is the kind of advice I want. Okay, so start of disability, you put the last day you actually worked. That's good advice. You did not use a lawyer, correct? No lawyer?
No. Well, I mean, again, this is kind of a tricky situation because I had my lawyer from the legal bullshit I had with the mental health places that kicked me out, but he wasn't like directly my disability lawyer or anything.
Right. You did not have a disability lawyer. Was that the lawyer who got you the diagnosis in the first place?
Yeah, indirectly, yeah.
Well, here's the problem I have. You said in a recent video when you were working, first of all, let me ask you this. When you were working at that job for the retarded, were you actually working with the retarded or were you working in the office?
That's the job I was working in the office. I mean, I did see like the retarded kids sometimes. I didn't work directly with them.
Can I ask, just give me the gist. What was your job? Were you an accountant? You were a computer guy? What were you doing in the office?
It was basically just like general like computer work and stuff like that.
Okay, and you mentioned one of the women you confided in, you thought you might be autistic. Is that correct?
I told the woman who interviewed me, and she ended up being my boss. I told her I was autistic. Not that I knew I was autistic at the time, but I suspected I was.
Right. Okay. This one. Okay. So you told me you were diagnosed with autism after outpatient. After you were in the psych ward, outpatient, your lawyer got you that autistic diagnosis, but you suspected autism. When did you first? How old were you when you first suspected autism?
Probably like around 1988 when I was like 8 or so.
In 1988, did you know what autism was? Be honest.
I knew one of my teachers insisted I was like quote unquote special. And I did have one. I don't know if she directly said it, but I might have been autistic. Yeah.
I find that interesting that you're saying that since you were fucking 7 or 8 years old, you knew you were autistic. I find that fascinating.
Well, I didn't know I was autistic, but it was something I suspected. Because obviously I was different than the other kids.
But did your parents even know what autism was? In other words, pre-internet, how would you know autism? When I was a kid, autism meant you're fucking retarded, but without Down syndrome. The people who go to that special class. That's what autism meant. How would you know that you were on that spectrum at a time when the spectrum wasn't discussed?
I mean, then I might not have back when I was 8 years old, I might not have specifically known it was autism, but I knew I was like quote unquote special. So I mean, whatever you want to delineate from that.
Yeah, but when did the idea of I can use this to get neat bucks come up? Was that an outpatient after?
Oh yeah, that was when I was in group therapy. I mean, I didn't even know neat bucks was a thing until like 2016.
So it was outpatient group therapy when others were talking about it that turned you on to the idea of neat bucks.
Yeah, that's where I learned about it. The only good thing about that disaster.
Right. And what can I ask? What was it that caused the lawyer to get you that diagnosis? I thought you told your one shrink, I want to acid face women. You can be, I'm not asking, you always think I'm trying to prime a fed. I'm asking you, what did you say that caused that whole legal issue in the first place?
The whole thing with Deborah. Well,
no, wait, wasn't Deborah? Deborah was the fat lady who talked about the patriarchy, right?
No, that was. This is my counselor in the group therapy, and I mean kicked out of the facility. I still don't know directly like what triggered her, because I said stuff that was like disturbing to her. Like I admitted her like I wanted to have sex with her in her office and stuff, and I don't know if that was what triggered her. I mean, because if it was, she's a shitty therapist. But I mean, I would write like really long like essays and shit. So I don't know like what specifically triggered her. She never explained any of this shit to me.
Well, the essays you wrote for her, she would say, write down your thoughts and give me an essay, or you'd write essays for fun.
Yeah, she said like write down my thoughts, and then ended up I was writing like a few pages of bullshit because I was on like search and my brain was all screwed up then. So yeah.
What was this? I'm sorry. How long after the suicide attempt? This was in 2016 or 2017?
Yeah, well, it's like a few months after that.
Okay, so you were coming fresh off your suicide attempt, fresh off your psych ward, and you would write essays for this lady, and something you said in an essay or in a session caused her to panic. And what did she do? She called the police, or
I don't know what the reason was. I never got to find out what the reason was.
But how did it become clear to you that there was a problem? The police show up, or what happened?
This was afterward, because the whole thing was that she told me a few times I could always come back to the facility. And then one time when I went there, I got kicked out and I was completely confused what was going on. And then I emailed her a couple times. She just ignored me. And then this whole thing's really confusing. And then she directed me to another place in the same building to see another counselor. And I saw this counselor for a while. And then he left like a month later. So then I kept going to this place, and then she got pissed that I kept showing up. I mean, none of this shit makes any sense. So,
but how did it become a problem where
it became a problem because after all this, I was confused. I didn't understand what was going on. And I emailed her, and it was kind of sort of nasty. I was like, okay, what the hell are you doing? I don't understand anything that's going on. And that's when she like started sending me like cease and desist shit. And that's when all this got involved. So
a letter came to, by the way, I don't know what you think about me. I'm talking to you directly the way I even can't talk to with these guys. I don't want to have a cheeseburger with you and be your buddy. I want to talk to you directly. I admire your honesty. I feel we can at least, maybe I'm wrong. I feel we can be direct with each other. The naysayers see it as, be honest, do you find I'm too grilling? I'm too invasive? I'm too intrusive? You can be honest. I'm asking nothing I'm asking you haven't shared before. I'm just asking you to clarify. But do you find me too abrasive? Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I'm not.
Right. That's the thing.
Talking about this stuff. So
right. A lot of the sideline third-party people say, oh, my God, he's a Fed. He's asking these questions. No, I'm a Spurg talking to a fellow Spurg. Do you believe I'm a Spurg in your humble opinion? I know you say you can't tell. Do I strike you as Spurgish, or you think it's all just a misdiagnosis?
The whole thing with autism, like, I don't really believe any of it really exists. So, like, I mean, I don't know. The only benefit I got, the only real reason I wanted to get diagnosed autism because I wanted bucks. It was the entire reason I did it.
But you said I thought you said it wasn't your insistence. It was the lawyer. When you had the problem with that counselor, it was the lawyer who said, right.
Yeah, because getting an autism diagnosis is expensive, and I had like no money at the time.
Right.
And then I would have to get that through my parents, and they don't believe any of that shit exists, and they still don't. So, really the only way I could even get through this was the lawyer did all that.
So when you got that diagnosis and your lawyer said he's autistic, you got out of that. You then took that diagnosis and applied for Neat Bucks online. Is that correct?
Yeah, short wasn't long after. Yeah.
And what did they asked? Because I feel Social Security asks you, who have you been seeing? How many people did you list? Did you list the psych ward? Did you list the lawyer who got you the diagnosis, or the doctor who got you the diagnosis? Did you even list Deborah and the other guy? Who did you list in your? It asks you for references or who you've seen. I'm asking you, who did you put down when you were applying for Neat Bucks?
I probably listed everyone. I usually do in everything I do. I mean, at the time I applied, like I wasn't seeing anyone. So yeah, I put in all my history probably.
So including the Deborah and the other guy and these people who came after you, you included them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I did. But I don't know how much of an influence I really would have made. I mean, honestly, I think it's just the diagnosis that I received. I think that's really all that matters.
All right, if that's all that matters. So when I apply, tell me, I know it's been 10 years. If I go to apply, are they going to say list everyone, neuropsych, anyone else? Should I list my shrink? Should I just put down the diagnosis? I mean, what do you recommend?
I put down everyone, because the thing is, the only opinion that really matters is the person that diagnosed you. It's a psychologist. Like whatever a therapist says really doesn't matter. They're not the ones that's not their job.
It doesn't matter, but you say put it down anyway.
Yeah, I mean, just put down your entire history.
You don't feel?
I mean, that's just the way I do things.
Well, you've clearly seen my shrink videos. You don't think this guy would undermine my opportunity or actually cost me Neat Bucks by saying, I think he can work? I mean, would it be a detriment to put him down?
I mean, that's up to you. I mean, I know various therapists that I've been. They don't think they didn't think I was autistic. So,
but you listed them and still got approved.
Yeah.
This is why I want to talk to my hero here. When I come up to Buffalo, don't worry. I won't try to give you a hug. You're not James. You're Todd. I'm joking. All right. Zenesis and Dubs. You want to ask Todd anything?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm going to get a beer. Keep it going. I'll be right.
First of all, I like your videos. And secondly, so do you feel like you more or less had to kind of work your own way around the system to get the Neat Bucks rather than like play their own fucking ball game, which it sounds like, which OC is doing right now? Like it's like he has to appease certain people to get a certain thing, whereas like you're like, I'm suicidal, I got a fucking gun, I'm just like, that's where you are at like in life is.
Yeah, man. I just fell into it, really. I mean, like the whole problem, like back when I had the gun and I was going to commit suicide, I had no idea like Neat Bucks even existed. So
yeah, okay.
And again, it all just fell into place for me. So
yeah, so you were in a deeply troubled place at that time, and the domino effect after the whole gun suicide thing was like, because I was in a similar situation, like. Not with a gun, obviously, because we're in Australia, but the fallout after, like, I was like looking at train tracks. I'll just say that, right? And that's where I was at for a while. And the sequence of events that follows after that is like you're in it all happens so fast. Like you're in like a ward, like you're getting like all this extra like attention put on you, and like suddenly all of a sudden all you knew you were like. Neat Bucks is a thing that I could use and that would help me, that would benefit me in the long run. Is that kind of what your logic was? Or?
Well, the whole process, like when I was first in the psych ward, I mean, I was like scared because I had no idea how I was going to pay for all of it.
Yes, okay, that's fair. Yeah.
I don't want to cut anyone off, but I'm going to cut people off. It pisses me off because Todd, you think I'm a fed. I actually paid attention to your timeline because I remember that video you did about you can do it. Don't be afraid. You can get Neat Bucks. That's what inspired me. And you've told us many times after the psych ward, you went to group therapy, and it was in group therapy, if I'm not mistaken, you heard people saying they're trying to get on Neat Bucks or they're on Neat Bucks, and that's what inspired you. The group therapy, other people talking about Neat Bucks. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then why is Dubs asking very redundant questions? Zenesis, do you have a question to ask Todd? No, it only pisses me off. Todd, I don't take notes. I just hear what you say, and I'm like, oh, it makes sense. When people ask for the 10th or 15th or 20th time, it's like, come on. What do you want to ask, Zenesis?
Not a question, but more a gratitude kind of thing, because like I got exposed to Todd, like I think this was 2019 or something like this, and I've got exposed through his reaction videos to him reacting to different kind of men, right? Being in the who are like, you know, in tough situations. I mean, there's a lot. There's also archive out there. I think this is on Odyssey or Rumble, I think. I just wanted to say, like, thank you for doing this stuff, right? You inspired a lot of men out there. And what I also respect out of Todd is like his brutal honesty approach. Right?
Agreed. I love the brutal honesty, and I'll criticize Chris Dubs. You got a chance to talk to Todd, and you want to ask him redundant fucking questions, which means you didn't pay fucking attention. And Todd, I'm glad people thought I was a Fed, because what you said resonated with me to the point where I actually want to pay attention to it. I don't give a fuck what white computer power and vegan dolls want to say, because they're fucking irrelevant pieces of shit. Your whole story inspired me to the point where at least one of us out there gets it. And you're my hero, and you're right. I should apply for Neat Bucks now. That's why. Okay, what is it? Is there anything else you want to talk about with Neat? You said I'm out of it. You said you want to come on and talk Neat Bucks. This is like the real nitty gritty. This isn't fucking Story Destroyer or tennis or some video game or some e-girl. What is it you want to share about Neat? I want to hear it. And people might say to me, why are you being so abrasive with Todd? Because he's my hero, and I want to talk to him directly and not play stupid games. And, oh, Todd, thank you for all you've done for us. Todd, what made you want to get on Neat Bucks? If people are asking this question, they haven't been paying attention. That's how I feel. It's frustrating because they don't pay attention. Todd, I am a Fed. I got a whole fucking file on you. I know your full story. We don't have to rehash bullshit. I'm asking you about the ins and outs of Neat Bucks. What did you want to share? This is fascinating. This guy's my hero. Good.
Well, first, thanks, Zenesis. And
that's Zenesis. Thank you, you gorgeous brown-skinned, chisel-jawed Adonis. Let's all praise Zenesis. Okay, can we get back onto a fucking, good-looking Chad Preet from Austria who doesn't give a fuck about Social Security? Okay, let's praise him. Okay.
Well, just some thoughts I had from your therapy session with, your shrink. When he talked about how, you can do better.
Hey, OC, what's your fucking problem, dude?
I brought you back on because I'm a nice guy. We're talking to my hero. Shut the fuck up.
Hey,
come on, I'm letting you and Zenesis both get to participate. Be glad you're part of this historic moment. I'm sorry, Todd. Go ahead.
So when your shrink was saying, like, you can do better and you're better than getting on Neat Bucks. Well, okay, right. So like, what would you consider to be like? What kind of job would you consider to be worthy of like not being on Neat Bucks?
You're asking me, or you want me to ask my shrink that?
Like, what would you think?
Nothing that I can think of offhand. Even my auto parts job turned into a disaster. That was my last sort of hope. When that failed miserably, I can't think of anything. He goes on about get a work from home job, as if those are, viable. Unless something fell in my lap, work from home, I don't think there's anything that would beat Neat Bucks.
Yeah, I mean, because that's kind of my thought myself. Because I mean, I've gone on about all the assets that I get for doing that, for being on Neat Bucks. Now I'll probably say overall, I probably get like the equivalent of working like say a $15 to $20 hour job. So then, like,
but earlier you said, don't pretend it's a safety net. And I said, and Zenesis agrees, crumbs are better than nothing. So I'm not saying SSI or SSDI is like a replacement, but it's better than nothing. So now you're kind of contradicting yourself. I will call you on that.
Yeah, what I mean by the safety net is you have said a few times, like, you want to go on, SSDI, and then you'll work alongside that. And I don't think you would want to do that.
No, I'd like to have the option if I wanted to, and I want the SSDI because I've paid into it. I'm in my 40s. I'm 44 years old.
Yeah.
I've paid into it. It would pay more than SSI, but if I can only get SSI, I'll take that too. That's why I was always confused. If you had such a great work history, why are you not on SSDI? Why are you only on SSI, the cheaper one? I know Zenesis doesn't understand all this, but between you and me, I never understood why you were just on SSI. I never got the SSDI that you paid into. But with SSDI, you can work up to a threshold, and maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't. It doesn't matter. I'd have that option. I'd still have that safety net. So what I'm trying to say is SSI or SSDI is better than zero, or working a job where I might get fired or run over again.
Yeah, and I don't understand like the qualifications for SSI and SSDI. I mean, there's people who are on SSDI that never worked. Like Chris Chan is like the famous.
Yeah, something weird where if you're young enough, you can get your parents what your parents paid into it. You would get their rate if they were on it. That's rare exception. In my case, and your case, you were in your 30s. We're both now in our 40s. By now, it would be our own cases. Yeah, some people who got it at 18, 19 can go by their parents' earnings. So yeah, there's that. But in your case, you actually worked. You were in your what? You were like 35, 36 years old. Yeah. I never understood why you didn't get the full SSDI, which would pay more. What is the SSI rate now from New York State? What are they paying for SSI?
So it's like $950 plus like another 100.
Right, I thought they raised it. It finally broke 1,000 this past year. It used to be, you have to say the exact number, $9.99 It broke 1,000 recently, but only in the past year, as I recall.
Yeah, overall, it's like I'd have to look, but yeah.
But SSDI pays, even if it's not great, it pays a little bit more. And in theory, if you wanted to work a shit job a couple days a week, you could. It wouldn't affect, as long as you don't go over that earnings threshold, substantial gainful income, whatever the threshold, you could work a couple days and quit your job if you get bored with it, and it wouldn't affect your SSDI. Whereas with SSI, if you work one day, they begin taking out. I'm well aware of all this, but where was I going with this? I don't know why you didn't get SSDI, but hey, SSI is working for you, so that's great.
Yeah, I don't know. I even asked like my lawyer, like, why didn't I get this? And he really didn't give me any answers. So I don't know.
And you don't want to rock that boat. SSI is fine for you, so that works.
Yeah, it's more than enough for me, so I don't complain. And there are extra benefits with being in like that income class, so I'm not going to complain. So,
what are some of those extra benefits being on SSI versus SSDI?
Well, I think with SSDI, like I wouldn't. I don't know if I would qualify for where I live now, and I think with some of the bills I pay and some of like the low income stuff, I don't know if I would qualify for that. I know it's some of them. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't. You have to be like on that disabled list. So I don't know.
You're talking about like the discounted rent and the discounted electricity and the discounted water bill and okay. So SSI, even though you don't make as much as SSDI, you still get these discounted rates because SSI gives you that, whereas SSDI would not. Okay, that's a fair point. Okay, so even though you're not making as much money in the bank, you're getting it back in the discounts you get for being on SSI.
Yeah. And maybe it's just with SSI, it's like that's more. Shut up. But
who's calling you? Booty call? Who's texting you at fucking 1 o'clock in the morning?
No, that's my alarm to go to bed.
Well, we don't want to keep you up, but I'm happy to have you. And
no,
go
fine, yeah. Right. But I think maybe SSI is more for people that they don't expect will work again, or they don't, because I've never been bothered to try finding employment or anything like that. So maybe it's that. I don't
know. Okay. And how long with the SSI application? First of all, I'm curious. Maybe you don't even know the answer. Can you apply for both simultaneously, like one application for SSI and SSDI, or they're two separate?
I believe when you apply, you just apply for whatever.
So you're saying create an account in Social Security, apply. Do you have to upload? Would you scan in documents? Like do you remember offhand? Do you have to scan in like your birth certificate or your driver's license, or what do you have to scan in? Just give me a gist.
I probably had to. I don't even remember, but I remember I probably had to scan some stuff in, like, yeah, because I mean I had my birth certificate and social security card and all that, so driver's license. So yeah.
Did you need to go to the doctors and get paperwork to submit? Like, did you have to go to your one shrink and say, "Give me this document," or go to your lawyer and say, "Give me the SSI or whatever the autism diagnosis"? I mean, do you remember roughly what documentation was on you to provide? Did you have to provide paychecks of your last year's earnings, or what did you?
No, the only thing I just listed the people on the page, and like my handler just did all the work.
Your handler, meaning the person who took the case, or
the person because they'll assign you someone that like calls you regularly, like every week or so, and they'll just like tell you what they need and update shit. So yeah.
Okay, so after you apply, you're assigned a handler. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
This is why I do this. I did not know that. Okay, so you apply and you're assigned a handler. I didn't know that. So I'll be dealing with a handler when I apply.
You should.
Dude, I'm the guy you made these videos for, whether you realize that or not. You might not get it. Your fucking fanboys clearly don't. I'm the guy you existed for, so I thank you for existing. Okay, so you get a handler, you apply, and you don't remember how much paperwork you have to chase down, how many people you have to go after to get paperwork.
I basically had to do nothing after applying. I mean, really, all I had to do after that, they just had me do like one quick like appointment with one of their doctors. It lasted like 5 minutes, and that was it. That was like literally the only thing I did.
And upon applying, once you applied, how often did you have to talk to the handler? They called you every couple weeks, every couple of months?
Probably like every week or so.
And this went on for how many weeks, roughly? Months or what?
It was probably most of like the 6 month wait. And all she would basically do is just like update me and like tell me like how it was going and stuff.
What do they ask you? What are you doing? Are you working? We need this document. What does the handler say when they call?
I'm trying to remember. I guess it was like, I think maybe sometimes you just needed more info or something. They're probably.
What is that info? Is it
job and stuff? Yeah.
But no, is it verbal info or we need this form? We need this document.
It was all over the phone.
Okay. You think, okay, let me ask you some personal questions, not about you, but about me. Your thoughts on me. I'm an abrasive asshole who's not a spurg. I have a chance. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I believe you have your autism diagnosis. So if you do, you do. I mean, it's all that really matters in the end. I mean, yeah, like you can be abrasive, definitely. I mean, we just saw that on the stream here. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what's led to some of the difficulties you have here. I mean, especially with the one black woman that went nuts on you. Like you even said after that happened, because I remember there was a black dude who walked by and he just ignored everything that happened.
Yep, he was the wisest man in the video. He's like, I'm not getting involved in this shit. Yeah,
yeah, and that's what I would do. So
yeah.
That's what you should have done. So.
Oh, he didn't come up to me and say, "Hey, cracker, why are you fucking with a sister?" He was like, "Crazy nigga, bitch, I'm not getting involved." He was the wisest guy. You saw all those simps going nuts and how they quickly got drawn into the crazy that surrounds me. Should I mention that? Is that the kind of story I should tell when I apply for SSI, or is that? Do you tell stories, or what do you expect?
No, I mean that's not like the way I operate, but I would not say that. No,
I'm asking, how much do I have to write? I was going to ask you, how much did you have to roughly? You got to write essays, you just write paragraphs, or sentences? How much do I have to write for these?
I don't think I wrote anything. It's just filling out a form, pretty much.
Okay, I was afraid. I'm looking online. If you say this, or you don't say that, or you say the wrong thing in the wrong way, that alone, one sentence can get you kicked off, and that's what I was so terrified of. I'm tired of being terrified. I should just fucking apply for it. So this is very inspirational. I do appreciate. Yeah. I know. You're not dumb. I'm not going to say, "Hey, buddy, let's get a cheeseburger." You're a guy I can speak to directly, and I appreciate you being here. I'm glad we can speak frankly.
Yeah, and I wouldn't share anything that's unnecessary. You just don't do it. But I always recommend that.
No, keep it bare minimum. Okay. Did you say things like "I struggle" or "I have anxiety," or do you remember anything you said to plead your case?
I never pleaded my case. Like I really I just said basically here's my autism diagnosis. let's see what happens. That was basically my attitude the entire time. So
Okay, maybe that's the attitude I should take on. Fuck it, let's see what happens. Maybe I've been too overthinking. Okay.
yeah, so that was basically it. I mean, like as I said before, there really isn't much to the process. You know,
Maybe I'm just overthinking it, or I'm making what's called a mountain out of a molehill. Maybe.
Well, but again, though, like I was accepted first try without any difficulty. That is not the norm.
The norm.
So,
I understand that. Yes, you were lucky. Yes.
So I mean, if you apply, there's probably a good chance you might get rejected, and you might go through all the rigmarole and get a lawyer and all that shit. So I don't want to say that won't happen, because it very well might.
It might, but it's still worth it. I mean, even if it's not that great, it's better than nothing. I still find it worth it. I don't know how you feel, but I think it's worth it for me. Or
yeah, and Cassidy also notes but I applied at the end of the Obama presidency. Now things are very different too. So
I've mentioned that too. Obama was president. Now we're well into Trump land. Trump part 2. It's a different time period we're living through. Yes, that's been noted by if you were watching my streams. Yes, that's been noted.
Yeah. No.
And what do you make of me in general? You find me fascinating? You find me assholish? You find me just a curio? How do you see me, Todd?
I don't know. I guess maybe the main thing I really don't like how you treat your brother sometimes.
I'll work on that. He'll be happy to hear it. I'll work on that.
I would say that I relate more to your brother than you.
Okay.
I think I have more of that. I don't want to say personality, but like I'm more like him, like, just passive, don't say a lot, like live and let live. Like that's kind of my mentality. It seems like what he is like.
Okay.
And I empathize with him too, because again, like he's working near full-time or full-time, wherever he's working at the store. It probably sucks. And he's a short guy. He's not great looking, and he's got to come home and listen to your shit. It's probably really hard for him, I would say just be kinder to him, because I can imagine it probably really sucks, so.
No, you're right. He'll love to hear that. When he wakes up, he'll be fascinated. He'll be, yes, listen to Todd, asshole. He's your hero. Listen to him. I already know let's go. Okay. All right. I'm too harsh on my brother. Well, I'd love to get him on Neat Bucks too, but you say he's like you. Does he have a chance to get a diagnosis in your opinion, or you really can't speak to that?
I don't know. Like I'm not a psychologist, so I can't do that. But you can tell like with his behaviors, like I don't know, you can tell something's a little off. Especially like I see him on stream, and sometimes he'll murmur under his, you can tell he's murmuring, just talking under his, I don't know how you say it, but he's like repeating things he says, and you can tell like things bother him and shit. And it's like,
do you think he's afraid to speak up because I'm too domineering, or he's just a weirdo in general? You can be honest. Speak your mind.
I don't know. Like I'm not going to speculate too much on that. But
speculate to your heart's content. We don't care.
Because I really don't know. He doesn't really share a lot, so I don't know. But
well, Zenesis, what do you make of what Todd is saying? Accurate, or do you have anything that you want to input? Go ahead, Zenesis.
Yeah, there might be some truth to what Todd is saying. I think I can remember also that the other people on your chat also mentioned that you should treat Brosi better, right? So it's not only like Todd. It's not only observation by Todd. It's also observation by many people.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing about that. I'm talking about. I claim to be a Spurg, and I got the diagnosis. What do you feel, Zenesis? Am I fucked up? And as Todd just said, there's something off about my brother. You agree with that? That's what I'm asking you.
I did tell you before regarding you that you are not. You're definitely unique or different, kind of, to the because I noticed, because I did talk with a lot of Americans before, and like I mentioned before, like I know that every state differs, right? How people communicate, but I don't think that the average person from New Jersey is that bold, right? In the communication.
As bold as me, is what you're saying.
Yes. Yes.
What do you make of Bro C? Todd is saying something off that, which might be right. I want to hear your opinions, Zenesis. Go ahead.
Regarding Bro C, Bro C can be bold, but he's more like reserved, right? I do think that he's like more covert, but when it comes to like, I think what Todd refers with the mumbling is maybe more related to kind of like that Bro C is just annoyed, right? And this is kind of his expression of like of articulating kind of that he's annoyed, right?
You think he's off base? You think my brother's a bit off, or what? He can be.
I don't think that he's. I don't think he's as Asperger as you or something like this. I think it's just like. I think he's just overwhelmed with the situation in general. Like, where is that? And
I think it's fascinating what Todd here says. Bro C is more like Todd, you know. So if Todd can get neat bucks, maybe Bro C should be the one going for neat bucks. It's fascinating.
Yeah, but I do get where Todd is coming from, because Todd is also like kind of similar to Bro C when it comes to like some personality traits. Like both are really reserved, right?
True.
They're hard workers.
I'm not a hard worker, but
yeah, I'm a hard worker, iffy, but no.
But you were a hard worker. So I get where he's coming from when it comes to the resemblance.
Okay. Now, what else does Todd want to impart? I'm glad you came on. You don't have to be a stranger. I never thought you'd actually come on. I'm actually a little surprised. We're happy to have you. I don't know why you want to show your beautiful face, but what is it you want to tell me? Why did you think I was a Fed? You thought I was trying to sniff you out and get you out, kicked off neat bucks?
No, I just thought it was weird that you were that interested in my story.
And wanting to have the life that you were promoting. You promoted this lifestyle, and I was the only one who was actually fascinated by it. So I guess you were surprised someone would actually take the call and say, "Wow, this dude has the right idea in life." What am I basically accurate?
I mean, I was also just in a different mental state at that point. Like I was far more like untrusting and shit like that with what, the drama I was involved back in then. Now I just don't care. So.
Do you still plan to move one day out of New York State, or do you plan to be in Buffalo till you die?
That's a whole that's part of some shit I'm going through now. But I want to.
I'm aware of it. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, I would like to move. Yeah.
The problem is you would keep SSI, but you might lose your Medicaid if you move to another state. Medicaid is state by state.
Yeah, that's another issue. Yeah.
If you got kicked off SSI and neat bucks, then maybe you'd say I'd move. But if you leave New York State, you'd forfeit your Medicaid, which is at the state level.
Medicaid I think would stick, but there's some help. No?
SSI would stick, but Medicaid would not. But go ahead.
Maybe not in all states. I think most have that, but there are some health things I would lose. Like dental is basically only in New York State, maybe in like one other. That I would lose definitely. Maybe even like my glasses too. Maybe I would lose that too. I don't know if that's in every state. So yeah.
One other, New Jersey, where you don't want to live. Yeah. The point is, I don't think most states would honor your Medicaid. I think you got to apply at the state level for Medicaid. I'm just putting that out there because.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they did all the Medicaid shit for me, so I don't even know. And to be honest, I don't even care because I don't go to the doctor much anyway.
But you don't care because you're still in New York. If you're to leave, it would suddenly become a problem. What I'm asking you is, where would you like to live in these United States? Where would you like to move to?
My favorite destination would probably be somewhere like the Four Corners, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, somewhere around there.
So you want to move to a more red area and hope to keep all your neat bucks. That's where things get kind of weird. But
not necessarily red. I don't really care about that. I just like to live in that part of the country. But that's more of like, hopeful, wishful dreams and stuff.
Have you ever been there?
No, I have been to Nevada, but I didn't really see anything around there.
Right. When you were a teenager with that golf tournament, was that a video game or was that real golf? What was that?
Video game, yeah.
Have you ever been to New Jersey where I live? I think you have, right?
Probably drove through there, yeah.
Drove through to get to New York City. Yes, I'm well aware. Yeah. You don't want to live here. But I don't blame you for wanting to go somewhere else. But what I'm trying to explain to people is, neat bucks wise, it's federal government and state government. You're kind of bound to the state you're in.
Yeah. Well, the main reason for me though is just my family, and I don't.
Well, can I ask? You might want to answer. But I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you the answer. When your parents die, won't they leave you everything, and won't that income kick you off neat bucks? I'm dead serious. I mean, because neat bucks goes by what you earn. You don't have a job, no earnings, zero earnings. You keep your neat bucks. If all of a sudden you come into like whatever, $500,000, whatever, would they say you have too many assets? You're kicked off. You got to reapply.
Yeah. And this is a thing that I've tried talking to them about, is that there is a way they can give me their money. You can do a trust. I don't know exactly what it's called, but there's a way you can basically they don't have that many assets. So I would just get everything if they did that. But then they don't want to do that because we're not going to die and all this shit. So
what are you talking about a QIT, a qualified income trust, or what kind of trust is this?
I don't know what it's called, but yeah, there's a trusting that they can do, where they can basically, put all their assets into like a fund, and then I wouldn't have like completely free access to it, but it was like if I needed the money, then I could get it.
And that wouldn't jeopardize your neat bucks. Whereas if they leave you everything, they die tomorrow, you get everything. Now, Social Security says next year, you got a house and you got property and you got several cars. It's not much, but it's enough to kick you off SSI. You'd be kicked off. That's what I'm saying. They could actually call it.
Yeah. But then my parents are a type that we're just going to throw all our money in a box and the government just won't know. So
that works too. But they'd have to sell their house. You'd still have that property. They can't put their house in a box. You'd inherit the property, right?
I don't know how all that works. I don't want their fucking house anyway. So
doesn't matter if you don't want it. If they die tomorrow and they leave you, their only son, their fucking house in Buffalo, all of a sudden you have assets you didn't anticipate. I'm sorry to point this out to you. This is how grown-ups have to think.
Oh, I know, but I hope they would be aware enough. Just give it to one of their brothers or something. I don't know.
I would hope that too, but I'm not so sure. Especially if they don't have a will, by default, you're their only son. You'd get everything, I would imagine.
I don't know, dude. My parents are fucking retarded, dude. They don't think about any of this shit. So I don't know.
But it's like it doesn't matter if they don't think about it. You have to, because it might jeopardize your neat bucks. But
yeah, but there's nothing I can do about it. So
true. I won't push you. I'm just saying that's one of those things I say, Mom, Dad, let's figure something out so I don't lose my Social Security when you drop dead. I would. Well, my parents have nothing, but I'm the sort of person, being abrasive as I am, I would say right to their faces, you fucking retards better. That's just me. That's the kind of person I am, as you can tell from my videos. I would curse at my parents, say, fucking assholes, get your shit together. But I understand we're all different.
Yeah.
How do you find me as a be honest, if you and I lived in Buffalo together or wherever, we both lived in New Mexico together, I don't think we'd be friends, but I'd like to think we wouldn't be enemies either. I'd like to think we'd be passing acquaintances. You disagree?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't really have any enemies.
I have nothing against you. I don't want to, give you a hug and have a cheeseburger, but I think you're just one hell of a philosopher. I think you're brilliant. I mean that.
Thanks, I guess.
And I say that in my spurg. I'm not smiling all happy. I'm being the most direct to you because I feel you're one of the few people. This is a compliment. I can just speak freely without having to put on the stupid bullshit mask I got to put on with everybody else. I can be like this, and I think I'm not your enemy. You're my hero, and I'm sorry you thought I was a Fed. I was the guy who saw your video about, hey, I got a shoebox full of money. You can do this. And I thought, great, this guy's a fucking genius. I don't know. That's my only gripe is, why would you think the one person who was actually inspired by you was trying to what? I understand you're a different headspace, but no, I thought you were a genius.
No, I'm far from a genius. No, I'm an idiot. So,
well, listen, I know how to wind things down. I'm at 4 hours and 53 minutes. I'm going to go for another 7 minutes. I'll give you both an out. Can you stick around for 7-8 more minutes? Are you cool with that?
Sure, I'm fine. Yeah.
Then I've asked enough questions for now. Here's what I want you to do. If you think of anything important, by all means, leave a comment. You're always welcome to come back. If I think of something, I'll put it out there. If anything else neat bucks related comes up, let's compare notes. Sound good?
Yeah, sure, man. I don't know what else to share, but
Well, that's right. Right now, we don't know. If one little tidbit comes up, I start applying, I'll think of something good. What I want to do now is there anything you want to talk about other than this, or anything Zenesis wants to talk about? Anything you want to ask me? Zenesis, you want to ask Todd something? Todd, you want to ask either of us? Is there something else? I'll change topic for a moment.
No, I'm good. All I really want, I just want to kind of, I know you've been wondering, you ask all the time about neat bucks, and I kind of wanted to do this someday, try to talk about it with you sometime. So,
well, I appreciate it. And if I think of something else, I'll share it.
Yeah, I got nothing else.
Well,
I have nothing to talk about ever. So.
Well, I'm going to 5-6 more minutes and we'll call it. My question, let's see. Zenesis, do you have anything you want to say about anything, about me, about Todd, about life in general? What do you want to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, I can ask Todd regarding the dumb situation. Todd, what do you think of dumb ghosting everyone?
I haven't followed any of that lately. Like, the whole thing with him sucks. Like, it's just unfortunate because really it's just as simple as like I told James from the start that I want nothing to do with Donna and numerous people in his chat, and obviously he's just Donna every second, every day. So I was just like, dude, I'm not dealing with any of this. I dealt with women online before. Fuck that. I'm not doing that anymore. So, and then it just kind of fell apart. So, as far as I don't even know what he's doing lately. So,
well, let me ask. I'm sorry. Did he think you'd be happy for him? You think Dumb thought you, Todd, would say, "Good job, Dumb. Wow, you've ascended." What do you think Dumb expected from you?
I mean, I would be happy for him, but I mean, just the reality of the situation here. I mean,
well, not just that. I mean, what do you think Dumb? What did Dumb think? What do you think Dumb wanted from you? I'm not asking you to be, false or phony. You think Dumb thought you'd be more happy for him, or when Dumb would tell you about Donna, you thought Dumb thought you'd be more supportive? I mean, what was Dumb looking for in you?
I guess so. I mean, see, here's the thing. Like, James is just very parasocial, and he mimics people so much. And I know he did it with me, and he's doing it with Donna now. So he probably saw that, like, Donna's perfect, and this is all going to work out, and we're going to get married, and everything's going to be happily ever after. Maybe that's how I suspect it's probably how he sees it.
No, I agree. That's an accurate description.
Right. Like, the thing is, he might be right, and if he is, great.
I agree. No, hey, maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. That's definitely how he sees it. I met the man in real life. Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, that is how he is. Yeah, I mean, for better or for worse. Yeah.
He's real. Yeah.
Yeah.
And and I knew then that, like, the thing with Donna is, whatever. I didn't think it was going to go.
You can speak your mind. It's okay. Yeah, I mean.
Well, I can't really see. The thing is that, like, it's not just Donna and James. There's her family that's involved. There's her history. There's all that.
Well, I remember I asked James early on. I said, does anyone in Donna's family find it odd she's marrying some guy from halfway across the world? I mean, and he kind of said, yeah, there's a little bit of that. And Donna didn't like, yeah, I think not just with the kids, but there's a whole, I think there are people who are raising their eyebrows. That I do agree with you. Yes.
Yeah. And it's not good, but
no, I agree.
Yeah, and it's just like, the thing is, like, if this was like a more normal situation, where he just met Donna and maybe he travels and sees her sometimes, I'd be like, hey, great. But he's halfway across the world, like, and she controls 100% of his life. that's terrifying. If I were him, I would just be an anxious wreck every second, every day.
Well, yeah, I would too. But my counterpoint is: does someone like James need that? In other words, if he didn't have that, he'd be crying in his beer at his home. Maybe that's what I was trying to say to Zenesis and Dev Pike, Danny. Maybe while I don't understand it, maybe he needs that because anything short of that would be the end of his world. Maybe Dumb needs that structure. That that's
obviously we know James' history. You know, when he talked about his family, you know, obviously he's had a lot of struggles there. I guess he's like estranged from his parents. His brother committed suicide. So I mean, I mean, the sad part of it is too. He probably even sees her as family, which is even worse. So it's like, yeah.
Well, Zenesis, you seem to, you agreed with me that maybe Dumb needs that kind of structure.
Yeah. It's all relative. At the end of the day, it's like that. I mentioned this before. Like most people, there's only this notion. It's kind of like red pill space and black pill space. The beta bugs is seen as a bad thing, right? If you look outside of the spaces, beta bugsing is actually the thing which is what majority of people do, and most people don't have. You have a group of guys who are not even aware they're doing this, but you also have a group of people who are aware what they're doing, but they don't see a problem in it, right?
Yeah, and I understand that his needs are that, like, you know, he really, let's just be frank, James wants a mommy, and Donna is mommy. She's queen mommy. She needs to be in control at all times. So yeah, they're fulfilling needs for now. Is that going to last forever? And if it doesn't, well, then what's going to happen?
True.
What's going to happen if she wants to move on with life? And then what is he going to do? He can't live in Australia. It's going to be, he doesn't have a house in the U.S. anymore. Who knows if he can even get back in having a trucking job, if he would even want to do it. Because, I mean, we saw what happened when he was messed up before. It's scary, and I don't want to see all that shit happen to him. And he's just I'll be a woman who is, quite frankly, fucking nuts as hell. But
here's why I'll disagree. That uncertainty probably is more comforting than staying here in his house in Pennsylvania and doing his daily grind. I think for him, the daily grind would have driven him to madness faster than risking it all to live with a woman halfway across the world. I'm saying that, Todd, you're correct. There's all those risks, but I think to him the risk is worth it because I don't think he could keep on living the way he was living in Pennsylvania. He'd rather risk it all in Australia with a woman than be by himself in Pennsylvania. That's what I think.
Yeah, I agree. It's a risk, you know?
Yeah.
It's a risk, and I hope it works out.
I do too. I wish him the best.
Yeah, it's not like I have anything against him. It's just, I don't want to be around controlling women. I've had enough of that shit in my fucking life.
Fair enough. All right. So I'll wind it down. Any last thoughts from both of you guys? Todd, Zenesis, any last things you want to share?
Yeah, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Regarding this, was this also the reason why you decided to distance yourself from Dumb? Because you like us, kind of, you're also really black pill aware of stuff, right? You're one of the OG guys, right? When it comes to black pill stuff, right? So I think you can, because you mentioned that this looks like hell for you, what Dumb is in, right? Was this kind of the reason why you distanced yourself from him? Because you saw okay, this is too brutal for me, right? This looks like hell. And I need to distance myself, kind of, as a reaction.
No, it isn't really so much that. It's just that, you know, every time I was talking to James, I'm effectively talking to Donna. That's how he is, you know. So that's really the main reason. And plus, I'm kind of I a lot of time I try to separate myself from you know, the way I was on my channel and stuff, because I mean, you know, over time, things have changed, you know, so I'm not quite the same as I used to be. So, but yeah.
Yeah, a command.
Does that answer your question, Zenesis?
Yes.
You feel Todd basically feels dumb is now an extension of Donna, so there's no point even interacting with him. Okay. And what do you think, Todd? Let me ask you. You think I'm too friendly with Donna? I shouldn't be, because I don't give a shit. But I know Donna decently. You feel I'm too friendly with her, or what do you think? You can be honest. Share your thoughts.
I don't know. I don't know. Do whatever you want. It's none of my business, I mean, like I say, I don't watch a lot of these streams, so like, especially if like she's on, I'm not gonna watch it. So, yeah, I mean, talk to whoever you want. I don't care.
Okay. All right. Well, listen. Think about any other Neat Bucks things, and I'll think too. And if something comes up, we'll compare notes. Does it sound like a plan? Grotesque?
Yep, sounds good.
I'm happy to talk to you. Once I can walk and drive again, Buffalo, here we come, baby. I promised you I'd visit you.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm going to say something seriously. I would never bother someone unannounced. With Dumb, he and I talked about it for some time. It was not a surprise. I would never show up on someone's doorstep unannounced. But if I visit Buffalo unrelated to you and you happen to see me walking your trails, I want to get upset if you don't talk to me. But I might be walking around taking a video, so don't be shocked. You can ignore me. I won't be offended. But maybe if I get Neat Bucks, well, I'll make a pilgrimage to Buffalo, Todd or not. How's that sound?
Sure, if you want to. There's nothing here though, but.
Oh, I haven't been to Buffalo in 30 years. It was 1996 when I was 14. So I haven't been. Niagara Falls, what the hell? A good excuse to go to Buffalo. But don't worry, I won't bother you because that would be rude. I'm not interested in infringing upon your personal space.
Yeah.
Why did you think you sent me a message? Please don't visit me. Why did you think I was coming to visit you? Where'd you get that idea? I'm curious.
You probably said it at some point, and I was like, I don't want anyone visiting me.
I think I said it jokingly, and maybe you took it the wrong way. But no, I don't show.
Maybe I don't remember.
I won't show up at anyone's doorstep unannounced. So don't you worry. You're nothing to worry about. Don't panic. Don't fret.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just a hermit these days, so that's it.
Yes, I know, but we're still glad when you come out of hiding, and I'm honored you came on my panel. Can I ask you one last favor before we say goodnight?
Sure.
Can you show your face one more time? We want to see you one last time to prove it's the real Todd Thundercock, Grotesque Subhuman, the original.
Let me get my camera here. Where is it?
We want to see him. Who's the sexiest out of the three of us? Who's the sexiest? I think this guy's number one. Zenesis is number two. And you gotta look at me, the ugly fuck. But good to see you, Todd. I'll see you. I can't wait to look upon your face in real life like I did with Todd, with Dumb. I can't wait. I'm joking. Good to see you, Todd. Yeah. I'm glad all is well. Are you up? Let me ask. Wait, real quick. Are you up past your bedtime? Shouldn't you be asleep? I mean, you usually stay up this late, or are you up later? Or?
This is about when I sleep. It's fine.
All right. Todd, thank you. If I think of anything super pressing, I will ask you. I do seriously appreciate your input. And, people say I'm a fed, I'm a this, I'm a that. No, I'm a guy who was actually inspired by you. And quite frankly, amazingly, I think I was the only one. That's how I feel.
Cool. Thanks.
And Zenesis, you yourself said, Dumb was inspired by Todd because Todd once upon a time was fat. I can't get a woman. That's what Dumb saw in him. But I think comparatively wise, this isn't to say I'm great. I'm more like Todd. I'm a Spurg who wants my Neat Bucks. I want my Neat Bucks. I think whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this dude is my idol. It's good to talk to him. You know what I mean? Like, I see something different in him than others. And apparently for that, I'm a fucking fed. So I'll say goodnight to both of you. Thank you, Tesk. And thank you, Zen. Thank you both for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. And what I'd like to say about Dubs, earlier on we had some good points, and later it got a little silly. Towards the end, fuck you, you kicked me off. We see the truth. Dubs, I'm talking to my hero, and you want to ask stupid fuck. I give you a chance to speak your mind, and you want to ask stupid fucking repetitive fucking questions. I will say fuck you. I don't care if I'm an abrasive asshole. Fuck you. It really is a fuck you moment. You said some great things before. It seemed like you were getting it, but it's very much a fuck you. We're talking to Todd. This isn't time for redundancy. Todd, where are you from? Are you Polish? Why do you speak English? Oh, we don't have time for this stupid fucking shit. My hero's talking and you want to ask stupid questions. I can't tolerate that. Good. Fine. I'm an asshole. I deserve it all. Fine. Fuck it. I don't need stupid fucking questions when our fucking hero, my hero, is fucking here. So that I have no apologies for. I like Dubs on the whole. It's amazing how people can turn on a dime. He had some he's polite, great points, and then immediately, fuck you. You want to ask Todd redundant questions. If you don't know, you're asking him questions that, I don't know, Todd lore, I already know, not from taking notes, just from ask. I can't really. Shame on you, Dubs. Shame on you. Shame on Dubs. Okay. No, actually, it wasn't a battle. It was like, with Todd. I'm not going to be like, Todd's here. I love you, Todd. He's my hero, but I'm going to ask him directly. Okay, when you apply for Neatbucks, this. Where did you put that? I'm going to talk to him the way he's like a real human being I can talk to directly. We don't have to be buddies, but we can speak directly. And I like the dude. My hero, my great philosophical genius. And I'm not saying, I know Spurgs in general get a little, I don't like being praised. I'm just praising the fact that he was one of the first to put himself out there. Hey, I'm Todd. This is me. This is my life. Here are my thoughts. And I can't think ill of him because he's just, I'll criticize him. I'm not going to dig my nose in his asshole, but I will thank you for existing, Todd. Grotesque Subhuman, number 1. Not number 2, Proud A-hole. Not number 3, that piece of shit from Dumbs. If you can't tell Todd apart from Grotesque Subhuman 3, you're a fucking retard. I will say that. Cassandra's a fucking retard. And Dubs, really, very shame on you. Zenesis, thank you for joining us. It's been a while. You come around every 4 to 7 months, and it's always great to see you. I'll see you again. What were we in April? I'll probably see you in September. Good to see you again, Zen. I like to talk with Dubs until the very end there. And, yeah, good stream. I wasn't expecting a 5-hour extravaganza, but exactly, numbnuts. St. Todd. And I'm bringing you on next, Darnell. You're coming on next. You are not exempt. You are not exempt. For now, but Todd is right. Apply for fucking Neatbucks already. Either I get some great career, like my shrink says, or the time is now to apply for Neatbucks. The man is still a fucking genius. That doesn't mean I want to have a cheeseburger and give him a hug. Dumb was that bullshit. Todd is just a fucking genius. He's like the professor. I'd love to sit in his class and take notes at everything he says. Difference, like I said, how I behave with Dumb is different than how I would behave with Todd, different than how I behave with Dubs, different than how I behave with the bitch at the grocery store. It's all different. You know what I mean? It's all, Oh, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. I'm Occupational Click, and Occupational Click,